Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place, changes taking place, things remaining the same. And now the latest is betrayal in the city. We seem to have people around Baba who are not for Baba. The curse of betraying Raila Odinga for William Ruto is something that I would love us to dive deep into the same from the revelations that we had last night with the Bunge presidency and their leadership, and now the revelations of the 9+ members of parliaments that went for breakfast at State House today, who are ODM members. What is cooking? Does William Ruto have his spies within Baba's circles? And if that's the case, how dangerous is that to the cause of the majority of Kenyans who are out to push for the justice that belongs to them constitutionally? The reality of this makes us sad, others disappoint us, others just leaves us shocked. But all the same, that is life. So let's look at this keenly, and we'll look at it from the historical perspective, current issues, and of course, we are looking at the politics of cash versus the politics of values. What is happening with values in this particular generation? Why is everybody going for cash at the expense of standing for something that you can be remembered for in your lifetime? What kind of legacy are we leaving behind as leaders? Do we want to be remembered as people who are bought over from the cause of the majority, or are people who stood the test of time, refused to be bought in order to achieve what everybody couldn't achieve on their own? Well, let's look at this keenly. Of course, some of you are parents like me, and there is a new nightmare of trying to get a slot in the top schools for Form 1. There are some things that I'm being told that my ears are hearing and my eyes are not believing. How much one needs to part with in order to get a slot, it is dangerous. This country is in a place that only God can save it. All the same, karibu sana kila mmoja, tumakinike pamoja katika siasa zetu. Nashukuru kwa kuwa umepata nafasi ya kujiunga nasi katika Mtembei TV. Wakati unatupata, tafadhali hakikisha umekaribisha wawili watatu ili tumakinike pamoja. Tuko live Mtembei Official on Facebook, Mtembei TV YouTube channel, and Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel. Whichever one serves you better, please do so. And we encourage you to be a follower of Mtembei Official on Facebook, Mtembei TV YouTube channel, as well as Sound Candid Talk. We need you to subscribe and turn on the subscription bell so that you'll be notified every time we come live and are ready to dissect into the political scenario of the day. So nakukaribisha mahala popote ulipo, karibisha wawili watatu tumakike pamoja. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. Thank you so much wherever you are. We really want to appreciate you for always being here for us and ensuring that our broadcast is watched and appreciated around the world. So wherever you are, please make sure that you become an extension of who we are out there. Make sure that the whole world is tuned in and we are all flowing together in these stories of maneno ya betrayal in the city. People around Baba are betraying him for William Ruto. And of course, the rejection and the acceptance of the same. It was looked at as a scheme, as a plan, but now it's coming out clear that there are moles in this particular movement that are hampering the process. How far can they get away with the same? I salute Mato Makandet wetu, karibu sana dadi, tunakushukuru na tusonge mbele. Samuel Nzaka, karibu kwa show. Ken Daniels, karibu kwa show. Lilian Mogeni, you are welcome to the show. Joyce Akothi, you are welcome to the show. Salome Mbone, alafu kuna Bajun number 32, karibu sana. Tatu Juma, Jalangos Betrayal, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Felistas Atideke, you are welcome to the show. Dahir Abdi, you are welcome to the show. We are glad that you are here. Okay, Michael Ngige mzee wetu anasema mapambano, 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 bado mapambano. Ruto must go, must go, must go, must go. Ruto must go. Okay, thank you. Let's keep moving. We appreciate Wendo Tobias. Thank you so much for being here. Victor wa Manchester, asante sana. Nani sahi anaweza kataa pesa kweli? Sio wote wanaweza nunuliwa bwana. Kuna watu bado wana msimamo fulani ambao una muhimu kuliko pesa. Okay, Eliza Kigeni, karibu sana. Pamela Kageni, karibu kwa show. Kenya Defense Forces, Rao has been betrayed since long from 2002 during Kibaki time. Why were they stealing his votes since, why were they stealing his vote since 2007? God is going to raise another Raila. Okay. Kuna Flo Makoha, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine? Kevin Otieno, you're welcome to the show. Okay, this guy is called Paul. He writes his name in a strange language. He say orange divided movement. That is your wish. It is not going to work. We are in this as the Kenyan people. It is not an ODM affair, but we are looking at it from the perspective of younger politicians. How long will they last on the scene when they are ready to be bought over to go and serve Pharaoh at the expense of releasing the children of Israel from captivity? That is something that should bother you if you have your senses rightly working and you have a sense of responsibility towards the future of this great nation. Lea, karibu sana. Asante kwa show. Asante, karibu kwa show. Kuna Bila Hassan, you're welcome to the show. Okay, this seems to be the UDA slogan tonight of Orange Divided. And so we will just start by wishing them safety wherever they are and where they need to go. They can go and push the UDA and divided agenda elsewhere. Ni hivyo tu kwangu hapa mahali nilipo. Nataka kila mmoja amakinike kwamba we are bothered about the future of this country. If any person can be bought to go and betray the cause of the people, it is a great gravy matter. It is not just an orange issue, and it is wrong even for the president to be leading the way in corrupting younger leaders. It is a matter of principle. It's a matter of constitutionalism. These things don't happen to in the first world. These are the things that sanction prime ministers to step aside, presidents to resign. What you are glorifying is an embarrassment to the in the eyes of the international world. So If anybody supports a person buying over younger politicians and this, corrupting them from standing for a cause, they betraying the cause of the people, I pity you, because you are part and parcel of the rot of this country, and you better get your act together, because we will not condone you long. Your future is doomed if you are working on the premise of corrupting others to just make them look like you. Corruption stinks badly. Kevin Otieno, karibu kwa show. Otieno, Geoffrey, Dash, you're welcome. Thank you, Ken Daniels, Westcon, praise the Lord, amen. Thank you so much, Emily, Brigita, karibu kwa show. Kuna Jacqueline Getuba, you're welcome to the show. Nani huyu? Betty Jet Ochiel, karibu kwa show. Brian Richard, huyo ni wetu, karibu sana. Awino Rapemo, you're welcome to the show. Dennis Odiek, karibu sana. These MPs must face the full force of the law. They can't betray Baba. That is it. We need to get our act together. Mangi Evans, karibu sana. Nani huyu mwingine? Albert Nyangoya, karibu sana. Of course, Linet wa bomba wetu huyo, karibu sana. Richard Kiganga, nani mwingine hapa? Kuna Kavita Boniface, karibu sana. We salute you, thank you so much. Nani ambaye nafungia nje sasa huyu? Okay, twende. Kuna worldwide code. Hiyo ndio gani? Asante sana Amos Otieno. You're welcome to the show. Kuna Lisi, alafu Tum Emmanuel, Ben Musafu. Nani mwingine? Kevin Oduor. Nina nani huyo mwingine nafungia nje? Okay. Nafikiria tutaachia hapo. Kuna Jebon Kipruto, Samuel Nzaki, huyo tumekuwa na yeye. Asante kila moja, karibu tafadhali, tumia hiyo link, ingia studio tukaanze kujadili masuala haya kwa kina. Betrayal in the city, kuna watu wanacheza karibu na baba alafu wanakwenda breakfast kwa William Ruto. Hii ni tabia mbaya, na historia inaonyesha kwamba watu wote ambao walihujumu matakwa na azimio la Wakenya waliishia mahali pabaya kisiasa na kimaisha. Sasa sijui unaona haya masuala kivipi, kwa sababu mimi naona kuna hatari fulani hapa ambapo tunaharibu vizazi vijavyo, ili hali tunataka kuishi kwa mujibu wa sheria katika hizo siku za usoni. That's the irony of the day. We corrupt the good people in our midst and then expect them to be righteous and right standing in the future. There is no way you will corrupt children and expect them to be straightforward fathers when they grow up. There is no way you will corrupt the leaders and expect to be fighting corruption. So if corruption is coming from the house on the hill and dripping down to the members of parliament, everybody doing according to how much they have been paid, this smells bad, and every right-thinking Kenyan need to detest it and condemn it for what it is. Not just for Baba. It is bad manners, and our children are learning bad manners from the people who are supposed to be showing the way on how things need to be done. What do these people stand for? Why are they in leadership in the first place? So karibu tujadili kwa kina. Na naamini kwamba kuna wale ambao wameanza kukasirika na kununa mapema, lakini ni mapema sana. Lazima mambo yawekwe vizuri. Hii nchi lazima irekebishwe. Hakuna vile tutatembea na barabara ambayo haifai na tufike sehemu ambayo inafaa. It doesn't work that way. And if corruption must come from State House, then there is no fight against corruption at all. And if members of parliament are serving at the highest bidder, then we are doomed as a people. The people that are supposed to represent us are going to sell us. And therefore, they need to face the wrath of the Kenyan people and ensure that we clean up this country once and for all. Get rid of corrupt leaders and those who are cheaply bought over to go and betray the cause of the Kenyan people. Asante sana, karibu kila mmoja, tumakinike katika siasa zetu. Ukitupata tu, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili tumakinike pamoja. We are live on Mtembei official Facebook page and Mtembei TV YouTube channel and Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. I'm happy that Reverend Lala is here to help us break down these manenos. Vipi mtu wa Mungu? Habari ya leo?
Bernard.
You're welcome.
Asante, Asante. It's good to see you and to hear of the names of people joining this morning or afternoon, wherever you are, or this evening. I think those people who went to the State House has done a great disservice to their own careers and their own future. It doesn't matter whether they took something or they didn't take anything, but the optics, the image that people can see standing with the one that all of us believe is illegitimate is sad. It is shocking because I assume these people are smart. They went to school. They should know better. And so they need to come out and tell us exactly what they are up to. Because if we are going to win, we better win with few. And this reminds me of the Old Testament, the book of Judges. Judges, I think 6, 7, the story of Gideon. Gideon had a large army. Many people volunteered. But then he had to send many of them home because they couldn't fight with double-mindedness. You can't be plowing and looking back. And so these people got to tell us exactly what they're up to. They either choose their side now because this government is going down. Africa is looking to Kenya. I just had someone from Liberia talking with me, and plus other, people around the world is looking to Kenya as an example. Can we fight corruption? Can we correct the wrong? Can we break out of this bondage of poverty, this fear that gripped the nation? Because I watch Kenyan TV and some people, they really know the right thing, but there's a sense of fear. And unless we can overcome that and join the rest of the world, the economy they're talking about cannot change, cannot get better. Because first of all, now, a lot of investors are afraid to put their money in Kenya because they don't know whom they're dealing with. They don't know the contract they're making with who. These are people with records. And records these days, you don't have to come to Kenya to know the record. You Google, get the information, and you know exactly the character of a person you're dealing with. They know. They know. The business community know. And what's one of the best things they usually do is they do a lot of intelligence. Just like what those of you who are listening to me. If you keep posting things on the line, they may affect your job because employers look at your record. Okay? So if you're corrupt and if you are untruthful, then basically you're making sure to you and your family that these things that you do are not going to leave. They're going to stay with you. And a lot of business community of their intelligence, looking at places to invest. They want to invest. I mentioned to you before, I have a group of young people from Harvard that I talk to on a regular basis. They total the globe. They look around looking for opportunities that are available. And one of the things they're looking at is the amount of corruption in a country, whether it's a conducive place for investment. One of the young men I talked to in my team I talked to is advising Ambani, one of the richest Indian guy. Okay. And so when we are talking about development, we are talking about changing Kenya. Right now, what your government has in store cannot change anything on the ground because they don't have any credibility to negotiate a meaningful, whether it's a loan, they're going to get it at a very high interest, which means that Kenya cannot produce anything to sell outside at a competitive price. So really we are stuck. And so it is important for us, for Kenyans to know that we are heading nowhere unless we correct the wrong. Gideon was called, a mighty warrior, go and save the nation. After Israel had been in poverty almost for 7 years, people were hungry. They were living in caves. And God raises this young man called Gideon. But the first thing he had to do was to clean his home. His father was a worshiper of Baal. So he had to do it. We cannot grow. We cannot win battles. We cannot do mighty things unless we correct this election thing. It is the seed, is the bondage. It is what stops us from developing. Young men and women, you will have no jobs unless we have a clean home. Gideon could not be the general until he went back home, returned home, made sure that Baal altar has been destroyed, and the bulls and others have been removed so that the country can have the blessing of God. There's a curse on our land due to corruption and stealing that is going on. And God is telling us to clean it, and we can do it if we stand together, not visiting the State House to go and get, I'm told, 50, whatever money they get. I don't know how much that's true, but that is blood money. We must stand together. And that is, I call it blood money because it's most likely from that 500 million, which has been borrowed. And that we are the collateral. We are the ones whose lives, whose families and children put as collateral. Okay, so we owe that money, but it's done nothing so far. We don't have, and it can't do anything. It's money to be used to buy loyalty. And so, my fellow Kenyans, my fellow brothers and sisters, we must say no. No to theft. No to evil. Because evil, if it's not exorcised, if it's not got rid of, then we are stuck. We are heading Somalia way. We are heading Haiti way, because the institutions right now are collapsing. They are collapsing. Right now, all those cases we knew before this election, they have been dropped. No explanation. People that were corrupt, they are no longer, they are ministers. They are the CEOs, and they're holding, and they are the one talking about taxes, people to pay taxes. What a double standard. And so, as Kenyans who love our country very much, And based on the whistleblower, was very clear that Kenyans are one. Kenyans are united. It's only these Kwanzaa guys who are dividing us, creating a scenario that this tribe doesn't like this tribe. But Kenyans, based on that election result, Kenyans are one. 8.1 voted for
Okay,
Baba.
okay, sir.
Okay?
Make it brief. Make it brief. It's
Okay,
just
okay,
introductory, sir.
okay. Introduction. Okay, this is I'm Lala, and I'm here, and I'm happy to see all of you, and thank you guys for standing in, for truth and righteousness. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. A good start, and we look forward to engaging further, even as time continues. We are looking at the people around Baba. Are they genuine or ingenuine? And then the current scenario of somebody going to parliament on a particular ticket, he gets into parliament, then he accepts to be bought over. When that is turned into a culture, do we still have our democratic boundaries and our democratic tenets? Are we not defeating the whole purpose of democracy? And if everybody is there for who can buy and who can sell, are we preserving this country or we are setting it up for failure? The Kenya Kwanza government has zero plan and zero approach towards fighting corruption. In fact, in my opinion, they are leading in corruption from top to bottom. Now, if we allow this to go unchallenged, will we still have a country thereafter? I pity the people on the comment section and I keep asking, why can't UDA sustain their own channel and do their thing there? Why should they be coming here to, Now, I'm not necessarily saying that this is an Azimio channel, but we've been here for a year plus, okay? We were here when nobody was here. We were here when everybody was here. And the only thing we have gotten from UDA, there was a UDA TV that resurfaced once, twice, and then it disappeared. So you can't sustain a YouTube channel. You can't sustain UDA party. You can't do grassroots elections. I don't know if you have even UDA office anywhere in this country. And then you keep here wanting to advise us on how to run ODM. ODM has been here from 2005 to date. It's been sustained. It's been through elections. It's been through a grassroots elections. It's been through by-elections. It's been through all manner of testing. So, which grounds do you have to advise ODM when UDA is hardly, a party? It is a kiosk that is buying other political party members of parliament to feel strong in parliament. You need to be ashamed to be supporting a political party that has no stance, has no structure, has no muscle, has no spine to stand for anything. It's busy corrupting everybody. You should just call yourself corruption party. Wamama kibao, karibu. Inaonekana wamama kibao ameshikika. Okay, tumsikilize Nancy tukisonga tafadhali.
Oh, sorry. Wacha Nancy aongee, nitaongea baadaye. Sorry.
Okay, asante. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Yeah, I'll just introduce briefly. Today I'm not happy after what I saw in the State House. And whoever voted for Jalango or who subscribes to his channel, I think you're not in the right mind. I've never voted for that man. I've never subscribed to him because he's just after his stomach, Anyone who's not faithful to his wife, how can he be faithful to you? See, you've been listening to, you've had all his scandals. You've had all these scandals about women. Have you ever had any scandal about Baba? Have you ever had any scandal about Babu? Have you ever had any scandal about Uhuru? No. But Ruto has a lot of children out of wedlock and a lot of scandals. Those people who cannot even be faithful to their wife cannot be faithful to anyone. Whoever voted for that man is a fool. You know, I've never voted for them, Bahati and all those socialites. They just come there for cloud chasing. That's all. Let me just stop there first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We understand, Nancy, where you're coming from, and let's not blanketly judge people. We have kuna watu na kuna viatu wanasema hivyo duniani, so kuna wale ambao ni viatu, wengine ni watu, lakini Mungu atatusaidia. Kenyan 254 anasema, before you talk about supporting UDA, talk about ODM MPs who are at status. I'm telling you, ODM has been here from 2005. The strongest party in this country. You can't compare it to UDA. That's why UDA, you cannot sustain our YouTube channel. That's why you keep intruding everywhere and interfering with the people's conversation, dropping your propaganda everywhere. That's my take. You also cannot even sustain a line of thought. Please, usijaribu kutuchanganya hapa. Mimi ni chuma ya samani, nimekuwa hapa tangu siku ya kwanza, so tafadhali usijaribu kufikiria kwamba unaweza nichanganya. Napenda watu wa kweli, napenda watu wale wanasimamia ukweli. Okay? Na ni makosa mkubwa wa UDA kununua wabunge wa vyama vingine. It is an evil, it is corruption, and it should be condemned. It's unconstitutional. You do this in the first world, you resign as a president. I don't know why you people think that it is a holy thing for a president to be buying members of parliament from other political parties. It is unethical, it's unconstitutional, and it needs to be condemned. Alafu nyinyi mnasherekea. So mtu akisha corrupt vijana, kwanza kucorrupt vijana, what are you doing? You are sending your corruption into the future. That means this country will never get rid of corruption, because when young people get in parliament through the right means, they reach there, they get corrupted, and then they become the future leaders. They will perpetuate corruption, and we are suffering from corruption right now as a country. And then you're telling me that you're celebrating somebody who is corrupt and leading in corruption from the front. Let's get serious as a people. Thank you. Wamama, karibu tafadhali.
Good evening, good morning, and good maybe midday, if, wherever you are. Thank you very much, Leo 10, and I'm a very unhappy woman. But I'll say something. I am not scared. I'm not surprised at all, because we know who Ruto is. One, this is a government which has got a minority. Secondly, he is a corrupt man, and everybody knows he's corrupt. So he's showing himself. He's the one who is Ruto. Ruto is corrupt. His government is corrupt. From Ruto to the vice, to anybody else, all the ministers, all the PSs, everybody has got a scandal. So whatever he has done today is not something actually somebody can say, I'm surprised he did that, because this is who he is. First and foremost thing, he is a minority, so he's trying to buy and corrupting everything so that he can look like he is the government that is in power and is in power in the correct way. But we know he's not, and we are taking him out of there because he's a minority. A government is a government who has not been elected, and we know that. So, Jarango, I knew exactly the day on Sunday when we were looking for him and he was nowhere to be found. I knew he was up to something. And we are not also shocked. I'll tell you something. All those people wanted to go, they can go. And there is one person who said, if your friend or somebody who is close to you wanted to go, please let them go. Because that shows that that person has never been with you. Those are snakes inside. And in fact, let them go, because they are the people who are taking whatever we are planning, whatever Baba is planning, whatever every committee in the Azimio is planning, and will be taking there. One thing we have realized is that they are with the Baba during the day, and at night they are going to RUTO at the State House. So let them go. I'm not shocked about that, but we are strong. The fact is, we are going to amend, we are going to go there, we are going to take him out, and there is nothing, whether he can buy everybody else, we are going to take him there. In fact, if it's not taking him there, this country is going to be divided. Full stop. Thank you very much. You will come back.
Asante sana wamama kibao mbele. Asante sana, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Msimamo mkali, lakini ndio hivyo hivyo, lazima turekebishe masuala. Chuma kama imepinda, msimamo atanirekebisha hapo. Hawezi kuipapasa mpaka ikanyooka. Unaipeleka mahali panaitwa panel beating, na ichemshwe sawa sawa, ikiwa moto ndio nyundo iangukie ndio inyooke. So kuna masuala ambayo hayawezi kushughulikia kwa njia nyingine. Lazima tuwe na msimamo mkali na turekebishe ambacho kinakwenda mrama. Viongozi haswa vijana wanaokubali kununuliwa, wanauza destiny zao, hatima zao, na watasipata tena. Ndiposa nimechagua hiyo heading, the curse of betraying Raila Odinga to William Ruto. It's a curse, okay? And that curse is proven historically. Where is Ababu Namwamba? He was a firebrand in this country. A force, the only member of parliament who swore in the name of Raila Odinga in 2007. Where is he right now? You can't even get him on the last page of the newspaper. What happened? It's a curse. So all these people who think they can dance around Baba and still go around and betray, and they think they are hurting Baba, they are selling their destiny, and they will never be anything. Corruption does not help any person, not the living, not the dead. Let's shun corruption and do right leadership. Aluta continua. Karibu dadan.
Asante sana Bernard. Habari zenu? Bernard,
We are
this
good, we are
country of
good. Karibu
ours,
sana. Unasikika vizuri leo.
leo lazima nisikike. Sijui hawa watu wametuzoea. You know, Bernard, it's quite embarrassing, you know, for someone like Jalangu to go to State House to go and dine with the illegitimate the Venezuelan president. It's so embarrassing. And these people, they should not take us for a ride, just like Wamama Kibaumbele said. I was just wondering, where was Jalango in Kamukunji when he was being called? No wonder he could not be found. He just showed us whatever, that was a sign, you know. And whoever wants to go, they should go as early as yesterday. We don't need them. Bernard, it's better we have a few soldiers, but committed ones, loyal ones. We don't need traitors amongst us. So they should just go. And now I remember before Baba went to South Africa, Bernard, he said, atasafisha chama. And now that they are going, let them go so that people who are committed, people who are ready to carry the right cause with Baba can get the place. We need these people out. Whoever is planning to go, they should just go. They should not In fact, they should start going right now. Even if it's mass exodus, we need to know them. They should go. We don't need them. It's so embarrassing. Bernard, to hear that they've been bought with 50 million, Bernard, what a shame. Don't they have salaries? What are they being paid for? Did people elect them there to go and be bought like chicken, just the way Kalonzo said? These people are paid salary, a very good. These people earn a lot. In fact, their salary should also be deducted. Bernard, our MPs are an MP politicians. Kenyan politicians are the. It's a luxurious job. They earn a lot, more than anyone, any other politician in the world. Yet they still go and be bought with 50 million, Bernard. What a shame. In the review of the constitution, in fact, these people should be paid less, so that when you go there, you go because you are ready to work, not because you are going there to get money. Baba said there should be a constitutional review. We should review it and then reduce these people's salary, so that you go there for service of the people, not for your own stomach. And for those people who went there, Bernard, I know, Bernard, I always think that people who are learned can reason. I didn't know that even Professor Ojienda could find himself amongst the people who are going to State House. It's so shocking, because these people have let us down. But let me tell you what, we are not shaken. Let them go. We are with Baba. Our cause has to continue, because we know what we want. In fact, we already knew that this time around it's us, Kenyans. It's you and me to stand up and fight for ourselves, for our rights. These people are all tumbocrats, and we can't rely on them right now. That is why it's up to the common mwananchi to wake up. Let's join hands together and fight this impunity that has raided our land. Bernard, it has raided our land like fire in a desert, Bernard. It's really destroying our economy plus our country, Bernard. Everything. People are losing jobs, companies are closing. Bernard, there's no difference between 2022, 2023, and 2007. In fact, I checked, there's no difference. The only difference is that people didn't fight this time round. But any other thing is constant. Companies leaving, Kenya losing a lot, the economy going down. Bernard, we need to get out of this as soon as possible. And today I saw Baba he posted he had lunch with Joho and Junet. Bernard, we need all those loyal soldiers, whoever is ready to come, Bernard. This time round is us fighting for ourselves. And we need to get there as soon as possible before our country goes down the drain. And then I had something like Vavinya said Baba should not go to Machakos. I don't know whether it's true or it's just propaganda, but in case she said that, she should know that the people whom Baba is, the people that are going to be met there in Machakos have the power. The people has not said that Baba should not go there. So she should keep that to herself. We don't need anyone's lecture this time around, Bernard. Hatutaki na hatutatambua. We have to get what belongs to us. This Kenya is ours. We have to fight for it. Our children's children must find a better country. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Aluta continue. We appreciate that. A good stand and a good place for each one of us to have a rethink a generation that cannot stand for anything. Is a generation that cannot be trusted with the future. We must be a people that stand for something, that can refuse to be bought over. Waminya Ndeti, that I'm yet to confirm that, but she has no capacity to stop anything. I mean, who stands in the way for? Let her go and stop Rivayala from entering Lake Victoria. Then from there we can talk. That's it. Now this one is beyond her. We are talking about African movement. This is not village something. So you should understand. Who is your border movement? People can imagine vain things. Like the Bible says, I think in Psalms chapter 2, why do people imagine vain things? And people, children of men, uh, plan and conspire against the Holy One. He said, "He who sits on the throne shall laugh." See, everything you're planning, I'm seeing it, and so he can just laugh because there is nothing they can do to stop this. And that's what we are talking about. Let us make sure that Kavita Boniface anasema Bernard, I went to Jalango YouTube to unsubscribe. I think we should do so. I think we should do so. Let's render that that YouTube channel needs to feel the anger of the Kenyan people. So let's move full swing. Those of you who are subscribers, Wauko, protest. Let us picket. Let us demonstrate. Naona ati reinvent Jalango TV. Let him feel the wrath of the Kenyan people. Yes, Aluta, continue before to let him smile on Mbiombio.
Bernard, I forgot something. There's this boy, Robinson Masinde and Brian Opati. Those boys. I don't know how someone really wanted to reach them, but they don't say how someone can reach them.
Who are they? I mean,
the
Robinson?
kids who could not join. I mean, from when?
Now, if we don't have details, there is no way to reach them. Unless you have further information like which school they attended, which county, and then we pick up from there. So get the information then in box.
Okay. And then there's something that Baba said in 207 that was very interesting, and Kalonzo almost reiterated that in during the rally, the last rally. He said that democracy is like the flow of River Nile, so no one can stop it. So Kenyans, no one will stop our democracy.
Thank you so much. Let's keep moving. John Uka anasema what is this? Very interesting. He said no country fights poverty with taxes. Exactly. That's why the RUTO administration needs to be shown the door as yesterday. It is madness to use taxes to fight poverty. That's pretense. That's hypocrisy. If you're not multiplying the bread, it doesn't matter how many people you are taxing. The bread will still not be sufficient to feed the people. Multiply the bread by engaging the hands of able Kenyans who are graduates from our universities. Get them jobs, get them industries, get them engaged. They will multiply the money. You will get enough taxes without having to look for it. Just get majority of Kenyans to work, lead a productive life. Stop jumping on the vehicles and asking people to pay taxes. Mimi nashindwa na watu kama hawa. Wacha niseme kitu ambacho nimlete msimamo kwanza.
Kaka Bened, asante sana kwa hii nafasi, na niwasalimie ndugu ambao wako katika hii panel. Ndugu yetu Lala, wamama, Derek na Kenya ni yetu sote, na ule ametoka sasa hivi na wale wako kwa comment section ha? Kwanza mimi sijashtuka kwa yote ya wale kwamba wameenda 9, hilo kwangu halijanishtua. Zaidi tu ni kuambia Wakenya hiyo ndo hali halisi tumeonyeshwa, baina ya mwenye pesa na ambaye hatue pesa, analilia haki kwa ajili ya taifa. So wananchi wenzangu, kwanza tusifadhaike wala tusibabaishwe na hii sarakasi. Kwa sababu gani Bernard? Baada ya kupata hizi habari na kuzifuatilia, mimi kwenye akili yangu nimevuta vitu vinne. Kwa nini afanye hivi huyu jamaa? Ilikuwa swala la kwanza kujiuliza, kwa nini Ruto afanye hivi? Jambo la kwanza nikagundua, kwanza anataka kumwonyesha Raila Odinga yeye ni rais na anaweza kufanya chochote. Kwa hiyo ni kama kumjibu, endelea na maandamano, endelea na mikutano yako, lakini si lolote kwangu. Kwa hiyo nataka kuonyesha. Jambo la pili, alikuwa anatafuta mwanya na jinsi ya kuweka sura yake Nyanza wakati wa mazishi ya mwenda zake Magoha, kwa maana pale patakuwa na Uhuru, yeye atakuwa pale, na huenda baba akawa pale na yeye wako pale, kukutana kwao kwa mara ya kwanza. Kwa maana hiyo plani yake ambayo ameiweka pale ni kuhakikisha kwanza atapata mapokezi na pia na kisingizio cha sauti itakomwezesha kuiweka pale kwamba kama mimi sitambuliki kama rais. Nashukuru wale wanazungumza ile, lakini nashukuru natambulika, maana niko na ndugu zangu 9 nilikaa nao juzi kwa mkutano, na nilikuja hapa kwenu, magavana wenu wote wananisupport, wabunge wenu hata nilichukua 9 juzi. Kwa hivyo yule ambaye hanitambue, je, mimi ni rais ama si rais? Yani ni vitu kama naviweka katika hali kama hiyo, mtazamo wangu tu wa uchache wangu wa elimu na usomi wangu uchache. Hiyo ndo picha ya pili nimeivuta, kwamba anatafuta jinsi ya kwenda kupata sauti na kupata mwaliko na jinsi ya mapokezi katika mazishi ya mwenda zake weekend hii. Hiyo ndo njama ya pili. Ya kwanza nimezungumzia nikasema ni pesa, kuonyeshana pesa. Una maneno matamu kweli, lakini huhongi baba. Kwa hiyo mimi wacha nifanye yangu, nikuonyeshe mimi ni nani. Kwa wenye njaa hawa kina Jalango, ambao sijui ndugu yangu Jalango ataingia wapi, kwa sababu hao wenzake wanaingia ni awamu ya pili. Ukifuata story zao, wao wameingia katika hili bunge ni mara ya pili wanamaliza. Haya, na huyu anayeanza naye na kajiunga kwenye kimavi namna hii, ila wacha tu nimwachie yeye na mahesabu yake. Lakini kwa kweli huyu kashapoteza mwelekeo. Madamu katawalewa na tamaa na amejionyesha hivi, basi watu walang'ata, huyu si kiongozi, huyu anaongozwa na tumbo lake tu. Ila tu la tatu ambalo nimelifikiria katika akili ya bwana Ruto, kwa nini afanye hivi? Kwanza ni kuhakikisha kwanza amemnyamazisha kwa ule mkutano unaoelekea Jumamosi na ni Jumapili kule Machakos, kwa sababu watu hawatajitokeza, watafikiria tu ikiwa tu kwenye ngome tu ya Raila, haswa wabunge wamemuhama, na sisi Wakamba huku halikuwa maana anaweza waita hata na wao pia wabunge wa kule akakaa nao hiyo siku na watakwenda hapo. Mnipate vizuri pia katika uchache wangu wa usomi na elimu na akili yangu vyenye imenituma, yani hiyo propeller na hiyo mashini ya akili na vyenye nimeivuta hii picha katika huyu jamaa ambaye ni dikteta, na wa Kenya hatuna bahati. Hata tukifurahikia wale wengi wanaofurahikia na wale wengi ambao hawafurahiki, tukumbuke sote shida mmoja tu hapa. Hakuna Mkenya ambaye ataondokana katika hili jinamizi hili, maana mzigo utakobebeshwa Mkenya kwanza ndio ule wa Mwanaazimio. Sasa hapa leo tuambiana ukweli na plani ya huyu jamaa huyu futuki huyu. Kwa hivyo ni kuhakikisha anamnyamazisha katika Israeli, yaanze makali kupungua, kiasi kwamba mwananchi atajifikiria, hasa kama viongozi wangu wanaenda na wanamwamini, mimi mwananchi ni nani? Pili, itakuwa pia ni rahisi kuwatumia hawa kuwahadaa wananchi, kuambia jamani, yenyi kubalieni kwenda, achaneni na huyu mzee. Hawa ndo watu wa kwanza kutusaliti na kutupoteza njia na mwelekeo, kiasi kwamba baada ya mkutano wa huo wa Machakos na mwingine, kadri tunavyokwenda ndo kadri tunavyoshuka. Watu watakuwa wanaanza kutoa hiyo imani. Mwisho wa siku hii story inaenda dismiss. Ndio mjue ule mkauli ya juzi ndio ambao mtajua hamjui. Hizi kauli mnazichukulia tu ndogo ndogo, lakini huwa zina plan. Kwa hiyo lazima tuangalie na sisi wenyewe pia, mvua imeanza kutupigia wapi. Siku ilikuwa moja tu ya Jacaranda peke yake kwenda State House. That was the only day. Haya masuala ya mikutano mingi ni kumpa adui wako kujipanga, na atajipanga zaidi. Kwa Wakenya wazalendo, na pamoja na mzee wetu ambaye tunaamini hakika hata kama hawa watamfanyia madhila gani, wenye kumwasi watamwasi, tena atabaki na vichwa si wengine, ni sisi wa Kenya na wale wachache viongozi ambao hakika wataona ule mzigo unaobebeshwa mwananchi, na plani ya hii serikali ambayo ipo, ambao haina haja na mwananchi. Haja yake ni kujionyesha wako kwa mamlaka na wana uwezo kufanya kila ambacho wanakihisi kwamba kwa sawa. So hakuna haja tena ya hii mikutano secretariat na hiyo kampani wanaopanga, tuachanani kabisa. Sasa hivi ni kupangwa mkutano wa hadhara wa haraka, watu waondoke waingie State House, tutoane hii. Maana tukisema tunazunguka Kenya nzima mpaka tumalize, hawa watu watakuwa wamechoka Bernard, wacha nikwambie kweli. Na watakuwa wamedangaika na propaganda hii itakuwa imeenea, itaonekana haina maana hii mikutano. Hii itachafuliwa kiasi kwamba wananchi wataanza kushusha imani zao. Kwa hivyo madamu imefika hapa kwa kuweza kununua wabunge kinyume na sheria, wabunge ambao si wake, abunge wa mwenzake, maana huyu alikuwa na wabunge wachache tangia hiyo uchaguzi, akanunua wanene wa haraka kujaza pengo lake, na ameendelea na hii desturi mpaka muda huu. Kwa hiyo tushaanza kuwajua wabunge wa kweli na kina nani, ili tuendapo katika uchaguzi tutakuwa tushajijua hizi nyoyo hizi kwamba zinaongozwa na tamaa. Wananchi tuweni macho, Kenya ni yetu. Hawa ni viongozi tumewaajiri tangia kwa rais mpaka kwa MCA. Tumewapa ajira, maana walikuja katika mashinani hapa kutuomba kura. Lazima watupe heshima. Na heshima hii lazima tuionyeshe sisi wananchi kwa kusema no more mikutano. Sasa hivi ni kupangwa mkutano mmoja na watu kuendelea kwa huo mkutano na watu kuingia State House. No more. Tusiwape nafasi. Nitaachia tu pale kwanza Bernard, nisije nikapandisha munkari nikayapoteza malengo na maana, lakini nibilize kwa kusema hivi, mkono ulioteguka kama unataka kunyosha, basi ukiwa na imani kwamba unapaka paka na kupapasa alafu unapaka rob, utapona huo mkono, lakini wakati ukipona utakuwa umepinda. Ukitaka kunyosha mkono ulioteguka vizuri, hapo palipomia pafinye, lakini na kupakunja na kuvuta hivi na kupeleka hivi, mwisho wa siku mkono huo ukija ukipona unapona kabisa, unarudi hali yake ya kawaida. Hakuna kubembeleza hapa tena. Hawa tumewajua, sio kabla wananchi waharibiwa na propaganda na uongo. Tujipange mapema. Asanteni, wachani kwa miapana nisipoteze mada, lakini hiyo ndo akili ya bwana Ruto.
Thank you. Asante msimamo, tunashukuru sana kwa hoja hiyo, na tunaamini kwamba habari imefika na Wakenya wako ready kufanya kile wanapaswa kufanya kuokoa nchi yao. Nashukuru kwa kuwa tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya anapotoshwa. Naamini pia mipangilio ipo, na unajua ukidili na mtu ambaye sio mkweli, mtu ambaye sio straightforward, wanasema mtego wa panya washika waliomo na wasiokuwemo. So hapa kuna kitu ambacho kinaendelea ambacho ni muhimu kishughulikiwe, ili hata tunapoingia na serikali mpya Unajua utachukua serikali mpya alafu uingize wale wachawi hapo ndani, wale wao wakora hapo ndani, tena hao ndio wataleta kizaza. Unakumbuka serikali ya Kibaki ilikuja on zero tolerance to corruption, and Kenyans were the most optimistic people on earth that particular time. But it did not take long before they knew that although people came in new, they came with their old character. Anglo-leasing pap, and Kibaki's agenda went to the dogs. And so I believe some of these exposés are supposed to help us chart the way forward, understanding kuna watu wa kutegemewa na kuna watu wa kununuliwa. Na watu wa kununuliwa ni watu ambao wanapaswa kulaaniwa, wasitumike kama mifano kwa watoto wetu, kwa sababu nchi hii inahitaji uongozi wa ukweli. Vijana wetu waamini kwamba njia nyoofu inatengeneza maisha ambayo ni bora. Hizi mikato zinaharibu maisha mengi. We need to get our country deal rightly. Without it dealing rightly, we are risking the future. How do you corrupt your son-in-law and expect him to take care of your daughter after they are married? I mean, what kind of a father-in-law would you be? You want to corrupt your son-in-law and then say, hand him your daughter to take care. It doesn't work. So what William Ruto is doing is a proof that he's the father of corruption, and he wants to corrupt everybody so that he runs a country that is corrupt. Then corruption will become legal. Everybody will be doing what they want to do, and then life continues. What does that end us? It ends us in a place where everybody's poor, only the corrupt get everything, and in the process, we will get back worse than Moi's time, where everybody's a beggar and only a few people have the money, and then they begin to dish it around. We must stop this madness. So let's get serious, face it, and do the right thing. Wale ambao washakuwa corrupted, we know you, and we will deal with you as time continues. The politics of Nyanza, nobody should be talking about Nyanza politics, especially if you're coming from Rift Valley. Okay, if Charles Alfred Kater is not in parliament, don't talk about Nyanza politics. Nyanza politics has had Ford Kenya members of parliament. We have had independent members of parliament. Show me independent members of parliament from Rift Valley. Show me members of parliament who are from a different political party in Rift Valley. And then talk about Nyanza freedom. Don't talk about a freedom you don't have, and you're advocating for corruption. We need to be ashamed, some of us. Thank you. Naomba msimamo nimepatia muda.
kidogo tu hata sichukui hata dakika hata kuna mahali nasikia kuna nikereketa kama sekunde zangu 10 tu.
Sekunde 3.
Asante. Mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi, ni wengi tumewashuhudia wanamfanya baba daraja kama mgongo tu kuweza kufikia mahali. Wakenya tuamke, baba si daraja tena, baba ni rais wa Wakenya, na ni sisi tukamfanya awe rais wa Wakenya. Hawa daraja wote wanaovuka kwa sababu wanaingia pale, si kwamba tunashuhudia hawa 9, ni wengi wamepelekwa pale katika State House na baba wakiwa ni walumbukeni, tunao orodha tu ya wabunge. Kwa hivyo hili tukatishe tamaa, tubadilishe msimamo wetu, tubaki na msimamo kama ndugu yenu msimamo. Asante.
Thank you, sir. Derek, come in quickly, please. Let's move forward. Let's stick within the 2-3 minutes so that the line doesn't get too long. Asante.
Thank you very much, Bwana Bernard. You know, there is something which is known as ukishajua politician, the difference between a politician and somebody who can govern, then I think you'll be good to go. I'm not surprised. I'm totally not surprised with the moves that I'm seeing in Kenya today, because I know who the current president is. That guy is not a leader. That guy is a politician. So you have to know who your president is. So don't be surprised seeing people like Jalango and the likes of those Nyanza leaders who went there. You see, one thing people forget, that Jalango is not also a politician. He's not a leader. Jalango is a socialist. And this guy, I'm seeing he's going back to the radio station and all that sort of very fast. Hivi karibuni anarudi kwa radio station. If you people are serious, then mark my words. And I said it here last year, that wabunge wengi sana walipata kiti just in a political influence of people like Raila. So hawa watu hawana msimamo, hawezi jisimamia, unaona? These guys ni wale wenye anakuwa politically swayed. Akiona pesa huku he can go there. Akiona Raila kuna ofasi huku he can go here. So usikuwe na wasiwasi, msikuwe na wasiwasi. Mimi leo venye nilikuwa tu nimeona tu hiyo news, nilikimbia kwa Jalango TV nika unsubscribe. These people cannot, hawezi tajirika juu yetu. And I'm asking Kenyans, if you know you are an Azimio a follower, tafadhali, just unsubscribe to anything to do with these guys who go to Ruto's things. Anakuja hapa, anakula pesa ya MP, anakula pesa yetu on YouTube, anakula pesa ya Wakenya, bado hiyo tax yetu ndo analipwa kuenda ndani ya UDA. So who is this guy? Mambo ya Jalango nimemaliza. I don't want to talk much because these are not even people we should even debate about. Two, you know, when I was growing up, my father used to tell me that hataki anybody in the family akue politician. Why? Such kind of things that we are seeing right now. Unaona, a politician is anyone who can kill you, who can mess around with the family, just for him to get fame, ndiye apate pesa. You see, like somebody like Jalango, I'm very sure, mimi nasema bila kuogopa, I'm very sure right now Jalango can kill to get the amount he has today. Tofauti ya kuua leo, tofauti ya Jalango kuua Raila leo na kuchukua hiyo pesa ni nini? Ameua Raila. In fact, I'm saying Jalas hana asante, and that's why I was saying sisi wa Kenya hatuna asante. Jalango has killed Raila live, tukiona mbele yetu. Huyu jamaa hana asante hata kidogo. So what I will tell you guys, the next time when we are going to polls, know a leader and a politician. Usi-elect mtu because anajulikana, usi-elect mtu because nini, no. I personally, niko na mauchungu mingi, achana hata na Jalas mbunge wangu yanisaidii. Mbunge wangu Shakil Shabir, Kisumu East, was there. So mimi hata nimeumia mara ngapi. So you can see what we are talking about. And this guy hata sijui alienda aje, alitumia mbinu gani through that independent nini akapata huko. But I want to cut the story short and say, what has happened today has shocked Kenyans. And these are what we said here in the morning, that these guys knew what was happening. Most of the things that Raila walikuwa napanga, and that's why unaona Ruto anakuwa mbele. Unashangaa Ruto anakuwa mbele yetu kwa nini? Because Raila akipanga, maybe hiyo usiku Ruto anaambiwa. So unapata Ruto anafanya vitu mbele, hata wewe unashtuka, what is happening? Like you see, akina Jalango kwenda leo, ilikuwa sasa washalipua, wamejulikana, so they had to do what they are supposed to do. Jana Nuru Okanga na Calvin walikuja wakatuambia live, something is happening inside ODM house. But now you've seen it. You've seen it. Actually, in the morning, nilisema, I'm supporting these guys. Why? Because I knew such kind of things will come to happen. And they're happening. Sasa tusikue na wari, tusiogope. What I know, Raila is always counter-attacking everything that is happening in Kenya. At least, mimi nimeona hajaongea, but kuna kamove amefanya that is also going to give us a hope. Umeona ameleta Joho na ameleta Junet na ameleta. So, Raila, I think, knows what is happening. because hajaongea, lakini kuna kavitendo amefanya hapa that is showing us he knows what is going on. But then lastly, as I'm finishing, I would only say that if Raila would hear what we are saying right now, mi naomba hata hizi mkutano anaenda kuzunguka Kenya, at least achukue kama ni counties 5 zenye zinashika regions. Kama ni Western aende kwa county moja yenye inashika Western mzima. Kama ni Nyanza aende kwa county moja inashika Nyanza mzima. We want something to be act on very fast. The more we are strategizing, they are strategizing ahead of us. People like Mbadi, I'm very sure hao ni watu wa kwenda. Hao ni watu washanunuliwa, time ya kutoka tu ndilibaki. Akina Wavinya Ndeti hao elect na siji wipe, hao walienda kitambo. These people, I'm not going to lie to you. Wavinya Ndeti was found in a room with somebody from UDA. So ndo maana unaona anaamka asubuhi anasema hataki kuona Raila in Machakos. Hao ni watu walishajulikana and we know what is happening. Said we don't know. So don't be surprised. You are going to see more inaitwa nini? Watu kutoka mtaona wengi sana. Wengi bado wako. And if, I can even surprise you right now with one person. Wengi wataenda. So msiogope. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Derek. We appreciate that. Twists and turns in politics as Kenyan people are shocked at the turn of events where people you trust today turn into your enemies or your adversaries. Somebody you keep close to yourself yet is working for your opponent right under your nose. It is about time Kenyan people began to tell themselves the truth about this great country. But what I push for as an individual and corporately, I believe we need to get back to being truthful. We need to get back to honesty being the best policy in life. We are going too much in the south. We may never find our way back to the north. So let's try and stop this corruption before it swallows us up. Kenya ni yetu wote. Karibu. Kenya ni yetu wote. You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. We can't hear you. You must unmute first. Unmute the mic is on the side of your screen, on your name on the screen.
Oh, sawa. Nimeona. Unanipata hapo?
Hapo sawa. Vipi lakini?
Mimi niko mzima, nashukuru Mungu. Mimi kwanza acha niseme mimi ni diehard member wa ODM since 2007. Wakati huo walikuwa
samahani Peter sio zamu yako tafadhali. Ni zamu ya okay. Kenya ni yetu wote.
Nimeona amenyamaza nikasema acha
subiri kwanza, subiri tafadhali. Kenya endelea.
Unanisikia?
Tunakupata, endelea.
Asante sana. Pole, ilikuwa inanisumbua kidogo. Nashukuru sana Bernard.
Yes.
Wacha mimi niseme kitu moja wenzangu. Hii watu kuenda State House isipatie mtu yoyote tumbo choto. Mimi kile ambaye najua Raila ni engineer. Na Raila aende kawa alichua mbele kuliko hata sisi. So mimi hao watu 9 na waona kama tone. Msione hao watu 9 wameenda na wale watu waliwapigia kura, hakuna. Kwanza kuna mtu anasema hapa alienda kwa Jarango. Mimi niliingia kwa Jarango nikatoka hiyo YouTube nikatoka. Na tulikuwa watu 10 tulitoka. Kwa sababu ile mkutano ya Kebira Jarango hakuongoja hiyo mkutano ishe. aliyeitwa aongee akawa ametoka mapema. Kwa hivyo hawa ni wale watu walikuwa wanakuja pale kama spies, tulikuwa na wachua mapema. So kile kitu mimi naweza sema, hii mpango wa Raila, tafadhali tusiseme ati Raila amechelewa. Kumbuka ile notice alipeana ya wiki 2 pale tukiwa Chakaranda. Kumbuka ni siku ngapi imepaki hizi. Msifikiri Raila ajui kile anafanya. Raila ni engineer. Na kila Mkenya saa hii ameinuka. Na kwanza hao watu 9 wameenda State House tena, wameongeza namba, imeenda juu ya kufuata Raila. Raila ni Wakenya wale wakawaita wanamfuata, wacha mambo ya MP. Hawa ni kasia, wanaenda kutafuta pesa. Na Charango kama ananisikia mahali hako, sasa wacha mambo ya MP. Hata akiruti MCA hawezi hona Lang'ata. Hiyo ni ukweli wa mambo, tunamwambia hawezi pata. Lazima ajue hiyo kiti anakalia ni kwa sababu ya favor ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Akasawatiwa hiyo kiti amekalia. Kwa hivyo sisi wa Kenya tuko nyuma ya Raila Odinga, vile anatuelekeza. Raila ni engineer, mipango yake iko kamili, mipango yake iko sawa. Wachana na Wavinya Ndeti ati anaweza kusimamisha Raila mkutano. Raila ni Ndeti. Huyu mama kwanza, huyu mama anaenda tamu moja. Kwani yeye ni nani anaweza kusimamisha mkutano wa Raila? Sisi wa Kenya tuko imara. Wacha nikwambie, wakati baba walikutana na Joe na Junet, mimi kile kuna aliandika kale kalinika dogo akaposti pale, akasema tuko imara. Na hiyo tuko imara anajua ni nini anafanya. Kwa hivyo angejibu hao watu walienda pale, alionyesha ya kwamba wa Kenya msichali na wale watu 9 pato, tuko imara. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzangu, wacha tusiingize tumbo choto, tusiingize maji kwa tumbo. Hii ni tone tu imeanguka katika kati ya bahari. Na ndio sasa Wakenya wamekasirika saiti. Wakenya wamekasirika kweli kweli. Nimesikia maoni ya Wakenya vile wanapiga vitole, wanauma vitole. Kumbuka watu waliitwa kutoka Nyanza. Jarango kwa studio yake ni Nairobi Lang'ata. Naungana na msimamo, aliweka ile point vizuri. Ruto alikuwa anatafuta strategy vile ataenda mazizi ya Magoa. Kumbuka Jarango kwao ni sehemu hiyo. Jarango aliitwa pia changia kuleta vijana wakuje kusangilia Ruto. Hiyo ndio strategy nyingine ingine. Anafikiria akichukua bunge yote kupitisha mabili kwa bunge ndiye ameweza. Hata akipitisha kila kitu, Kenya ni yetu sisi wote, na Wakenya tuko imara, na Wakenya tumeamua. Wacha tu tumpe Raila Amolo Odinga afanye engineering yake, atupange, wacha apange mikutano. Raila anajua kila anafanya. Raila alienda nje akaongea hii mambo. Raila alisupportiwa kutoka nje. Raila atasema ya kwamba hii kitu imemshinda. Raila raundi hii ameamua, amesema liwe liwalo, tutachukua ushindi wetu. Hakuna vile kunyese mfua, kufanya nini watu milioni 8 tuwatakiwe na watu milioni 5. Hakuna siku. Wakenya wenzangu, hakuna siku. Ukisikia tuko hapa tunaongea hii sauti, walio nyuma yetu ndio wengi sahihi. Wangepewa nafasi waingie hata na yeye, sio mtu wa kucheza na yeye. Ruto ana panic, Ruto alali. Kwa hivyo wale vijana walikuwa hapa jana, ile machungu walikuwa nayo, Hende kaa wengine tunaweza kuwachukulia vibaya, lakini inauma wakati unaona makupe wananyonya mzee kutoka hapa na wakijua ni biashara wako nayo, inauma. Wale vijana inawauma sana. Wao ndio wanakufa na Raila. Unapata huyu mtu mguu mmoja ako hapa, ingine anakanyaga hapa, yeye ndiye anasuia ile kijana asikuje mbele kuchukua mic kuongea. Inauma. Wakenya, let us stand up and say no, enough is enough. Tumekataa. Wacha Charasi waende. Charanga atarudi kwa TV yake mahali alikuwa. Aanze kuhesabu masiku ile imebaki kutoka saa hii. Hatuna rata na yeye. Alikuwa mfani yangu sana, lakini kile amefanya siku ya leo, Mungu alisaidie tumsamehe, lakini hatuwezi sahau amefanya kitu kibaya. Kwa wale ambayo ni majeshi, anakuja kujifalia kofia ya uongo pale kwa mkutano, sio vizuri. Hawa ni makupe. So Wakenya wanataka kuchukua muda mrefu sana. Tusije tukaingize tumbo. Tuko imara, Bernard, tuko imara nyuma ya baba, kila kitu takuwa sawa, na siku ile filimbi ya mwisho italia, ndio mtaona mambo imekuwa. Asante sana Bernard.
Sawa, asante sana Daddy, tunashukuru ujumbe umefika. Kila Mkenya amakinike, ukweli ndio huo. Lazima mtu asimamie kitu. Wale watu ambao wananunuliwa hawafai kuitwa viongozi. So lazima kila mmoja amakinike. Yellow blogs anasema why can't we comment on the other channel? I don't know, that's why we are giving you options. You can follow on Facebook Mtembei official page, Mtembei YouTube, Mtembei TV YouTube channel, Sound Candid Talk. We are live on all the 3 channels. So ukipata shida huku, tunaomba ingia na ile nyingine, utaweza kufanya comments zako. They are all ending up in the same place because they are all linked together in the software that we are using for broadcast. I think there are other modes, like there are things that are regulated by YouTube. There is the membership activation on Mtembei YouTube channel that is it kicks into effect by YouTube because YouTube wants members to pay their fee or to subscribe as members, and so it kicks in, and then after a while it withdraws. We don't have an on and off button from where we are. So hiyo ni masuala ya YouTube na vile YouTube inafanya kazi. So kama for Sound Candid, we are yet to be monetized, so you will be able to do everything you want to do. Hatujafika hiyo kiwango ya kuwa monetized and then tuanze recruit membership. But all in all, we are all together one family. Let's do what is right for this great country. I feel disappointed by young leaders who sell their birthright for a morsel of bread. It is disappointing because the future doesn't look good with this crop of young leaders who are short-sighted. They don't see tomorrow. Baba has been in this struggle from the 80s. He did not achieve everything. He got into the 90s. He did not achieve everything. The 2000, the first decade, he did not achieve everything, but he's still in the struggle because he wants to see a changed Kenya. How can you join the struggle and you can't survive 5 days? It's terrible. But let's keep going. Thank you, everybody. As you join, help somebody else to join into the discourse. And if you have not subscribed to our channels, please make sure you do so. You follow Mtembei Official on Facebook. That's our official Facebook page. It's called Mtembei Official. And we also want you to subscribe on Mtembei TV YouTube channel and Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel, where we are live right now, and we want you to be part and parcel of the growth, especially of Sound Candid Talk. It is a small one, but it's growing fast because of you and everybody's input. So tuendelee mbele tafadhali, usichoke, hii mambo itanyooka, usiwe na pupa. Ukiona vyalea vimeundwa, kwetu wanasema whatever comes slowly shines eventually. We're going to have our great victory celebrated in a big way. We're going to have the last laugh, but it will not come pop. There is a process towards that. Let's allow the process to take full fruition. It will deliver the fruit that we are all looking for. Mr. Guru, take it. How are you today?
I'm fine, Bernard. How are you all?
We are great. We are great. Thank you so much, Karim.
Bernard, I want to repeat what I've always said here. RUTO is the best student of Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. What we are going through right now is exactly what we went through in the 1990s after adopting multi-party system, where MPs from the other parties are called and given money. They are bought, literally. There is an underlying information that when the Jubilee MPs visited the State House, they were told to defect to UDA. They would be assisted to reclaim their possessions. But I think more of them found that path to be very slippery, so they are not willing to do so, because you see also the public has become very very tricky. You cannot be sure, you can't assure anybody of reclaiming a possession. But I'm not surprised that this is happening right now and targeting the ODM MPs. This is what we are going to see in the next 5 years. People will be bought right, left, and center. And that means then what the government does is to make sure they look for money within the budgets. And in most cases, what happens then, corruption goes up, because you have got to get money to buy these people. So when there are issues to be passed in parliament, people line up in places to go and receive money. I have often heard young people saying that they will not elect so-and-so because he's old. Bernard, youthful leadership is overrated. If this is the kind of leadership that the youth are looking for, then this country is in danger. I have often also asked on this forum, where did the politicians of the Kariba, of Matiba, of Rubia, Raila Odinga, Koigu Amwere, Itobu Manyara, Martin Shikuku, the late Waruru Kanja, where did they go? And George Anyona? Because what we have today are profiteers, buccaneers, wash, people who are just there to find ways to make money. And normally they inch their way towards leaders like Raila who have influence and who sections of the Kenyans trust, and then they ride on the crest of their popularity to get positions of power. They neither believe in their policy, they neither believe in their political philosophy. They just position themselves
to get into power so that they can make money and nothing else. Bernard, Kenya is in danger. We cannot run a multi-party system of government in this manner. We are cheating ourselves. There is no multi-partyism we are practicing here. We have tried to bring party discipline, but one way or the other, that has been defeated through machinations and through the court systems. Nobody is ever punished by the political party that sponsored him or her. And not unless that comes to an end, the kind of indiscipline that we have right now, we will never graduate to democracies like South Africa, where you have a stand. You have a stand, you have a political party, and if I were to be asked at personal level, I think the political party that gets more votes should produce the presidency. This issue of going to vote for individuals is one of the things that have killed the democracy in Kenya. South Africa, yes, what they do is that they go to vote for political parties, but already the political parties have told the public who will be given the presidency if they win, if they get more votes. And that is why they recall their presidents who don't perform midstream. The political party, like ANC, meets, even if it is after 2 years or 3 years, evaluate the performance of the person they gave the role or the leadership to implement the policies, the programs that they promise the people. But if the president, that person, that leader is not driving the country as they had promised the people, he is called midstream and replaced with another one to complete the term. And that is why there is no individualized, personalized, egotistical battles, political battles. In South Africa, we have personalized leadership in Kenya to a level whereby contest is about individuals. We talk about RAILA, we talk about RUTO, we talk about Uhuru, we do not talk about parties. What are the parties promising to do for the people? And that is where we are failing. In fact, we are not going to grow a democracy if this is the position that we are going to take, where people win positions of power through a political party, then the following day they are called by the rival party, given money, and then they start doing the opposite of what the party that is sponsored them to go to parliament expect them to do. It is wrong. It does not help anyone. It leaves Kenyans in a helpless situation. Right now, I really want to know what the people of Rangata are feeling. Did they send their MP to go and do what he was doing today? Or is it that he was doing a personal initiative? If he did not listen to the party that sponsored him, then he was acting on his own private, personal, selfish interests. And that is why we make a step, then make 5 steps backwards. Because right now, if you ask me, the Kenyan democracy is dying. And it is deliberately made to die by people who think that they can have their way anytime they wish. Bernard, the leadership we have today and the youth who are here should listen very carefully. Dictatorship comes in small installments. And then finally, you find you are in a situation where you have to use a lot of energy to reclaim the rights that were bequeathed to you by the rights of Raila. He sacrificed his youth, and the same youth who he sacrificed for today are the ones who are now killing democracy and maybe postponing yet another big fight. I wish they could know the sacrifices that were made by Kenyans between 1988 to 2002. They would never joke the way they are joking right now. When we go to elect leaders and then we pick comedians, people would take everything to be a joke. Then that country, we are in danger, because that is precisely what we have done. We have turned leadership positions into a joke. Simply because somebody is having very many followers through his Twitter account. Simply because some are involved in outrageous actions in social places, fighting over men, and they become popular. Then you make those kind of people leaders because they are known by more people. Leadership is more serious than that. It is more serious. So therefore, me, I'm not discouraged. In fact, Baba should now be happy, because if there is any one time that he's going to know the people who follow him, if there is any one time he is going to know the worth of his support, it is now. Because you see, Bernard, there are those who think Raila is owned, and therefore perhaps they could be told with this mzee, by the next elections you'll be finished. So why are you following an old person who is going anyway? But they are not God. They do not know that they could even go before him. And in any case, political processes outlive their authors. I believe, even if the worst were to happen, I believe the spirit that Raila has put in the leadership of Kenya will find somebody else to drive it. So let nobody think here, because in Nyanza, may think after all this mzee will be going. I am telling them, perhaps even in retirement, some of them will never see leadership positions as long as Raila is alive. If he goes in an area and he says, we can't trust this one, that will be it. And I know that is going to happen. So wacha nisimamie hapo, Bernard, for now.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. A very good overview and a great concern to the serious and concerned Kenyans in terms of what does the future look like when our young people cannot resist to be bought. Okay, to be bought. Then let me just respond to one thing. Then I bring in the next person. Tulinde muda tafadhali, line ni mrefu. We are James Njeri say, why is everybody pointing Jalas for visiting President William? Is it not about money? Is it about ideas, growth? Wake up, guys. Being Baba followers does not mean you are a prisoner. That is what we are talking about, okay? You cannot be a Baba supporter and then you change tune amidstream. That's an epic call. and ethical. Jesus said, those who don't gather with us are scattering. Okay? You cannot be in between. And leaders are known for a stand. What did Jalango mean when he was in Jacaranda, when he was in Kamkunji? When we said we no longer recognize the presence of William Ruto, what did he mean? What did he stand for when he went to Jacaranda and spoke when he was leading Jeshi la Baba? Now, what has changed? Let us not support evil. Let us not support evil. There is no imprisonment. And those people talking about imprisonment, they should tell me who else in Rift Valley is in parliament on a different party. Okay? Give me the list. Then we can talk about freedom in Nyanza. Nyanza, there is liberty, like Western. People run on different political parties and they're in parliament on a different political parties. Not all members of parliament in Nyanza on ODM ticket. So the liberty you're talking about is constrained in Rift Valley, that people like Alfred Qatar are out of parliament courtesy of UDA man. And right now, the whistleblower, by the way, my team for numbers, tafadhali, tuanzia midnight ama nini, tuanze hizo maneno ya numbers, kunaonekana whistleblower ameonyesha vizuri kwamba hata Wazingishu, William Ruto lost the elections. Wazingishu kwake nyumbani. So ningependa hapa tuelewane. Sisi hatuko hapa kwa kucheza. Si tuko hapa kufumbua mambo jinsi yalivyo na tusimame imara. Sisi ujinga hatutaki. Okay? Watu kwenda State House kukula, hiyo haijaanza jana. Kwa State House kukula ilianza na Martin Shkuku in 1992. Okay? Kusambaratisha Ford ndio kukawa na Ford Asili na Ford Kenya. So kwenda State House is not innocent like you think. Hata kawa ni millennial, you need to just use the history you went to school and read. Understand, politics are long range and everything is implied. Look at the kind of flashy pictures they send everywhere. Implying what? If it was innocent visit at State House. And State House is not visited as an innocent. Si ati nilikuwa napita nikajisikia yako kuja kukusalimia yako. It doesn't work that way. Everything is arranged. Usitubebe wajinga. Tunaelewa hii maneno. Okay, nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali tumakinike. Hakikisha wewe ni subscriber wa Sound Candid Talk, Mtembei TV or YouTube a channel, as well as follow Mtembei Official on Facebook page. Alafu kuna kampeni hapa na leo anasema unsubscribe from Chalangos channel. Kama mnaona hiyo ni good punishment, you can go ahead. Sijasema hivyo lakini nimesema leo ndio amesema. Na leo mwenyewe yuko hapa, so ataweza kujitetea zamu yake ikifika. Cha muhimu hapa, hakikisha kwamba unatekeleza wajibu wako. I'll be sharing the link shortly. Nimesikia mzee ukiitisha link. Tuende moja kwa moja tafadhali, dakika 2-3 ili hiyo mkururo iende. Ni iko mrefu lakini naomba tusonge mbio mbio. Joshua, Moses, nafuata hiyo mkururo, tutachanganya bado. Thank you.
So, jambo wa Kenya wenzangu popote mlipo. Bernard, asante kusema hicho kitu. Watu wengi wajui baba anezaliwa wapi. Waingie kwa Google wasome vizuri. Pale Kikomba, kama mtu anajua Kikomba vizuri, kuna nyumba zinaitwa mashimoni, gorofani. Hizo nyumba za gorofa hapo ziko na green. Zimewekwa manguo hapo, ndo Raila anezaliwa. Watu wakifikiria anezaliwa huko Ingo. Yeye si wa kukuja, yeye ni wa Nairobi. So anezaliwa ndani ya ghetto ndani. So watu wasifikirie Raila anezaliwa huko. Anaenda Pomwani Sportive, anaenda kucheza bola hapo Ziwa. Ni mtu anajulikana huko Kongo. Yaani ni mtu wa mtaa kabisa. Hao ndo original ghetto people. Watu wasiseme ati walitembea na sandals. Sisi tunajua Raila vizuri. So wacha niambie bwana Jalango, yeye alijifanye ndo anajua kuwa joka. aenda arudi kwa Churchill akacheze mchezo huo. Hapa hakuna mambo ya kucheza cards na kucheza ile ya kuhanyahanya mademu hapa na pale. Mi nilimuona kule Coast akiwa na Sabina Chege na anaitwa nani Sonko, nikamsuspect na si mtu mzuri. Hao vijana jana walikuwa na uchungu hapa. They know the secret of these people, wako kwa ground. Ukiona walikatalia hapo wakasema hamtatuweza sisi, tunajua, wanajua. So sisi tuko hapa tunajua mengi kuliko hao watu wa UDA. Wale naambia mtu yoyote anajua kitu yoyote, ati najua siri, asiseme najua fulani na unanyamazia kabla hujagongwa chuma na hao watu wa UDA. Tambua wananchi wajue. Mtu yoyote, nawaambia Wakenya wote popote walipo, mtambue kila kitu mnajua, mko mnasema kwa watu wengine, ndio kitu kikitokea Wakenya wanajua. Sasa hata wale wakora wanajua huyu jamaa shatambua jo, tukimgonga tunajulikana ni sisi ndio tulifanya. So be very very smart. Napenda hii Mtembeo TV channel hii yetu Bernard, ambaye ni ya ukweli wa mambo. Sasa wakora walijua, wanajulikana, ambako walikuja hapa kina mliwatoa usiku wanelala, asubuhi yake leo mafarasi mangamia wale walikuwa wanasema uongo wakakimbia State House, kwa sababu hao vijana wawili walikuwa washatambua mpaka kwenye TV, mpaka usiku wa manane walikuwa hapo wakizungumza asubuhi na mapema. Ruto anasikiza hizi channel na ako na wafanyikazi wake, kama sijui yule ambaye anatoka Canada na mwingine sijui ndo anaitwa sijui nani anatoka huko States, wako hapa daily. Sasa ile walianza kujua tunawachunguza, wanahepa na wanakuja usiku, wanajua watu ambao wako out of the country, hapa ndo tutawaweza. Na wale ingekuwa kuna mchana, Bernard, ungekuwa na mchana, wale wako Kenya wangekuja. Sasa wale wa mchana wako kwa sababu wanalala. Sasa wale kina nani na wale wako majuu. Let us be too smart. Ukiwa Coast ukijua kitu fulani report. Ule uko Machakos report. Kakamega tena mbaya sana. Hao watoto wote ambao unaona ni watoto. Hao watoto wote wanalelewa na Raila, wanasomeshwa na Raila. The same thing. Ruto alilelewa na Moi, na Moi akamfukuza kwa sababu ya kufanya uwizi na kulala na wanafunzi wa Kabarak, kuhanyahanya hapa na pale. Akasema hapana, hapa utakaa hapa. Since that time anakosana na watu. So tukue focused. Kitu yoyote tunajua tu kidogo, msiseme kesho na baba sijui tunangojea ni baba tuambie twende State House. Tukingojea kungojea matumbo, wale watakuwa wanafika mbali sana. Na wacha ni correct ndugu yangu Garo, unasema 2027 ni mbali, ni kesho tunawatoa watu, kesho asubuhi. Hata tunachelewa sana, ilikuwa 3 months ago. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you very much Bwana Osolo, we appreciate that. Tafadhali naomba tuokoe muda, and then kama umemaliza submission you can take a short break ili wengine waingie, na line ni mrefu, tafadhali tulinde muda, and then that is on housekeeping. Nini lingine, I wanted to play a video but I can't for now. Wacha tumalize, mkururo ni mrefu na lazima nifuate hivyo. So Bwana Moses, dakika zako 2-3, Innocent 2-3, dunia ina mambo hivyo, tukimbie tumalize hii mkururo, tusonge mbele. Lakini kama huja subscribe, tafadhali be a subscriber of Sound Candid Talk. We want that channel to stand on its own feet, and we need to reach the required number of sizable subscribers, kama 5,000. Right now we are at 1,430 or so. So tuendelee. Bwana Moses, mbio tafadhali.
Okay, Bernard, thank you. Hi to everyone. for me, before I'll start with calling upon all Kenyans worldwide, those ones who have been following Jalamo on his all his media platforms to run very fast and unsubscribe this guy. He should take back his comedian because this guy has let all comedians down because he went there to represent them, working at church here. Because the trust is now gone. Like our brother said here, now people will not take them for serious. They will know for sure these ones are real comedians. Because before even you have not even started moving, you are still crawling and you are doing this. I wonder. It's by the way, I was surprised. Who our brother said that the Kenyans are voted because he was having followers. No, he was only voted because Baba trusted him. He introduced them to them that here in Langata we trust. Let's vote for Jarang. I'm very sure if it happens to go in an election again, even MCA Jarang cannot get, can never. So some people, like you said, they forget very quickly, very fast. Jalango, a comedian. Anyway, we leave it at that. Kenyans are always there and watching. They are very sober and monitoring whatever is happening. Then I'd like, before we say, I keep saying Kenyans here. This RUTO has nothing good. He doesn't have any good intention for the country. I'm hearing people comparing him with Moi. There are some dictators who are good, because I remember I was young, but my parents used to go to Kenya to hustle during Moi's regime. They could go and make some money and come back and develop themselves. So that means he was a dictator, but it was not worse. This one will make things worse. Not bad, just he's worsening everything. Reason being, Bernard, this guy, the money they are collecting, calling people to pay tax and what, you can never develop a country because all the money they are collecting, they are not doing anything good to help Kenyans. But the money is buying politicians. They are using it to buy politicians. Because if you can pay someone 50 million to come on your side, that is the business. That's why you can ask yourselves. I heard they are collecting how many billions per day. Where is this money going? Everything is being cancelled down. The help that the former president put there to help Kenyans, he has been blocked. But where is this money going? Buying politicians. So this is where we always call upon Kenyans. If you keep sleeping, you feel comfortable in your zone, it will reach you. It doesn't matter wherever you are. There are some who say that, no, for me, I'm not a politician, I don't care. Wait for it. It will force you to come out. And it's not for Raila, it's for you, ordinary citizens, not Raila. Raila can manage anything. But because of his heart, he doesn't feel happy when he's eating and dashing everything, but see other people suffering, they are eating in dust streets. So maybe another person whom I ever trusted much, Orengo. Where Orengo, I used to think, now they are giving an image. I never believed that, in Uganda, for us, we have Bob Wine. We always say that these literate people are the one are the ones so very corrupt, and they are the ones taking our country back. Very soon, maybe I'll come to subscribe to that, because someone like Orengo, it was a shock to me. And also, as ordinary citizens, as Kenyans, now if time comes again for election, such kind of human beings should be just trashed somewhere and leave them there. Because these are the people, you see others cry. It's like you can kill. You are killing others, your own fellow citizens. They are crying for you. You are at a certain level. You are not in this. You are not down here. You have something. You're earning something, and they are getting paid well. But you do this all. That is uncalled for. Lastly, uh,
You are mute, Bwana Moses. You mute yourself. Conclude, please. Bwana Moses, you're still mute. Unmute fast. Okay, he has issues. Thank you, sorry for that. And we want to move forward. Probably there is a caption I wanted to read about Orengo. You mentioned Orengo, and there is something here. Let me just get it, and then we move to the next. Where is this? One moment. Let me just. Okay. Okay, I will read it when I find it. Let's listen to Innocent. Orengo gave out a message to the members of parliament who went against the party. Both Orengo and Anyang', they were not in support of the team that went to State House, and there has been also official communication from the Secretary General of ODM as well as the top brass of the leadership that those people went without the blessing of the party, and so they went there on their own in their own selfish interest, and that's why we are castigating them for placing their personal interest at above the national interest and the quest for justice. Innocent, please go ahead.
Bernard, good evening all.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Bernard, today it's a very painful day. Actually, it's a very painful and shameful day to me as a youth and as a young person. Okay, what I saw today that some MPs from Nyanza walked to the State House to go and meet so-called their president. It was so painful. And I challenge them. Also, I challenge Jalango. If he really thinks that he has the numbers, or people voted for him because he has some weight, let him resign from ODM. Then he go and vie again. We see if he'll get any vote now. Because when you don't want someone, you leave everything that person maybe is using. Like say that when you don't want anything to do with me, you wash everything. So if he says that he doesn't believe in Baba, Raila Amolo Odinga, then let him now, or let them resign, so that they say that as for us, we have seen that in this Azimio, there is no focus. People are not going nowhere. So we have decided that we are going now to follow RUTO, who is now their party leader. So let us resign, and then let them resign, and then RUTO come and campaign for them through that UDA, so that we can see if they win those spots. You know, they have taken Raila like a bridge. That I remember back then, Jalango was crying that even the certificate was not given to him. But Baba is the one who said that, this is my son. Let him be given the certificate, and at least wacha tumpigie. So I was shocked that today he was in State House laughing, and just the day previously he was in Jacaranda. Kumbe alikuwa anatudanganya, like anacheza na sisi. He doesn't like feel anything. We are going through pain. Kumbe yeye ako pale kwa podium anatudanganya. It's so shameful and so painful again. And another thing, I've listened to the governor Wavinya Ndeti. Wavinya Ndeti is giving Raila, and that is like talking she's like talking to her kid. You know, sometimes leaders, sometimes they do forget that anything you say sometimes comes back to you, and one day, one time, hurts you back again. How can you give a Raila demand?
Okay, sorry, Innocent. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate, I think your point is made, although your net has failed. Pole lakini. Naomba tutasonga mbele mbio mbio. Kuna line mrefu lakini tutafika tafadhali. Tegea tu kidogo. Mzee Michael, I've sent the link both in your inbox as well as on the comments. Check your WhatsApp inbox. It has the link for getting the studio. Only that tuko na watu wengi na studio inajaa. Hata tukicreate space usipojinini kuna shida inatokea, lakini naomba tutasonga mbio mbio. Nani huyu? Kuna mtu ambaye ningependa kumjibu. Raila Odinga is Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is not made by the member of parliament. Is not made by the people who dance around him. He is a man on his own. He has proven that for years. That's why he's still on the scene. The people who started politics with Raila Odinga are long even forgotten. Look at Koiki Mwere. Those people were firebrands during those days. Now they can't even capture a seat in their backyard. Raila Odinga has remained a national mover in the Kenyan politics all along on his own. So whether members of parliament are with him or not, it makes no difference. Wait for the weight to be released on you tuone kama utasimama. Dunia ina mambo. Dakika 2-3 tusoende mbio mbio.
Yeah, Bernard, asante sana, habari zenu wote hapo. Asalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tuko poa. Karibu.
Kitu ambayo nataka kusema hapa Bernard ni kitu rahisi sana. Jana Gaucho na Okanga walikuwa hapa. Mimi nilikuwa tu kwa comment pale chini na cheka tu vile watu wanawarushia maneno kalikali, lakini jamaa walijua kitu wanaongea juu yake. So waliongea hapa, kesho yake tuliona nini? Leo tuliona nini metendeka. Na bado kuna wengine watatoka, bado wako wengi. So kitu itafanyika, kitu mzaa afanye, asafishe room, abaki na watu kidogo ambao wako serious, ambao wataweza neno vita. Usiende kwa vita na watu wanafiki, utapigwa risasi haraka. Kwa sababu gani? Watageuka wakuache huko mbele. So mimi kitu kwa nataka kusupport hapa, wale vijana walitoka hapa, akina Gaucho na Okanga waliongea kitu muhimu sana, kitu mzuri sana. Hata msimamo yako bila walisimama, watu wanataka kuwapaka hivi, vitu zingine tuseme kwa bedroom, wao vitu zingine tuseme under the bridge. Hakuna kitu under the bridge bwana. Kitu kioza imeoza, itanuka, tupa. Kwa sababu sasa pale wamefika, so mambo umejulikana. Hata ile group ilitengeneza si jeshi la baba ile, hakuna mali itaenda. Kwa sababu ile ni spy imeletwa pale. Na mspy pia umeshatoka. Na pia nimeona sijui wameenda huko. Nasikia kuna pesa wamepewa mzuri, si mbaya. 50 million si mbaya. Nasikia wao MP wamechotewa 50 million. Kulingana na mmoja ameanalyze hivyo. Wamepewa 50 million. So kitu naambia watu, kama uko na msimamo kwa na msimamo, kama una msimamo pia kwa katikati, kwa neutral, kwa munafiki, unakubaliwa. Njia ni mbili. Kwa na msimamo au kwa katikati, kwa munafiki. Ni right yako. Lakini ukikuwa munafiki utakufa vibaya. Kwa sababu ukijulikana utanyang'anywa kila kitu mpaka maisha yako. So wale wabunge wametoka Nyanza. Sasa wametoka wapi? Nyanza ni mahali ya kupinga mzee. Safadhali umesema wametoka Coast, wametoka Nyanza. Kwanza wao kesho nyumba zao tunafikia mapema. Tunachama na mahindi. Tunawaambia aenda jenge nyumba huko Rift Valley. Hiyo ndio kitu tuamkia asubuhi, hizo manyumba zao asubuhi. Tunangaria mapema kumaliza hasira. Ya pili, kitu namalizia sasa.
Dunia na mambo, enda polepole.
Namalizia. Mtu kama Jalango. Jalango anagani siasa ni comedian. Anafanya comedians. Anajua Lang'ata kweli. One time hiyo mko na bahati sana. Hata sijui kama one time utamaliza. Hata sasa apeleke maendeleo gani? Hata pia kila mtu ghorofa 10 Lang'ata. Yeye ameenda hivyo. Hani ama MP. Kwani walikuwa wamefikiria nini? Walikuwa wamefikiria nini? Hani ma MP, hani mmoja anatoka Bondo. Eh. Hii ni maombi kweli, hii si uchawi. Kwa sababu kama ni uchawi ingepiga kona. Hii ni maombi. Ni hayo tu Bernard. Sina neno.
Asante Tunina mama, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Asante sana. Lakini masuala ya nyumba tafadhali tuende polepole. Watu tutawapunish. Secretary General ashasema wanakuwa suspended. Na ukiwa suspended inamaanisha utaenda kutafuta kiti upya. Mimi na support hiyo. Okay? Watupwe nje ya ODM waende kuomba kiti upya. Tuone kama UDA itawapatia kiti Lang'ata. Hapo ndio ngoma isimame, kwa sababu hii maneno ya forget, let's move on, no. Just as we are not forgetting and moving on with the presidency, we are not forgetting and moving on with betrayers. Hawa watu watimuliwe kwa chama, turudi kwa by election, tuone kama watapata hicho kiti, tusisumbuliwe. And then somebody talked about Orengo. Orengo amesema hivi: we disassociate ourselves with the visit of State House by a group of ODM MPs. The visit by the MPs was personal and not sanctioned by any of the official of ODM party organs. And there has been also another communication by Anyang' Nyong. Anyang' Nyong was a long-serving whatever Secretary General of ODM. He condemns the whole scenario. And so this is the corruption of UDA trying to infiltrate ODM and trying to paint Baba in bad light. So let's interpret it that way. Kupewa hela na kuuza destiny yako, sioni mimi kama ikitia shangwe, lakini cha muhimu kama we ni kijana na uko katika siasa, grow yourself into proper size. Don't buy yourself into a size you cannot. Shiko, tafadhali mbio mbio. Shiko, tukimaliza Nyarendero then Mohamed, hivyo msimamo ashaongea. Shiko, mbio mbio tafadhali.
Hi Bernard.
Yes.
Wrong time. Sijakuwa, nimekuwa nikikaa behind the curtains, but at least today I had time to come here and say something to other royal people who are in Azimio. I believe we don't have moles here. So I don't like pretenders, yeah? So it's sad. I would start by saying it's sad to see those readers that we thought we are sending them to parliament, na pia to be on Baba's side. They are the one who are betraying their constituents. But I want to tell people, those who voted for Jarango, those who are from Rangata, au wenye walipigia Jarango kura, hata sisi, there was a time, there was this inaitwa nini conference, ilikuwa na the former Kiambu governor who was anaitwa nani, Nyoro. Wakati Nyoro alienda asema ana support Ruto, niliingia hapa na nikasema, Nyoro akisema ana support Ruto, it doesn't mean me as Shiko I voted for Nyoro and James Nyoro, the former governor. Na wakati Nyoro anasema ana support Ruto, mimi hakuhama na mimi. Mimi ni wa Jubilee Party life member, hata tukibadilisha jina, but mimi niko Azimio opposition. I never thought even opposition is this sweet. By the way, it's so sweet. So Nyoro hakuhama na kura yangu. If he comes again, hata akuje opposition arudi, hata akuje na party gani,
I will not vote for him. And I also want to tell those nyinyi wenye mulipigia Jarango kura, I know it feels bad when you see someone who you had entrusted and you are loyal to akihama with alafu tena unamuona akiongea vitu za hana msimamo, and that's what we are seeing in Kenya, political prostitution. At the end of the day, Nyoro hakuhama na watu wenye tulimpigia kura sisi watu wenye wa Kiambu, hakuhama na sisi, yeye alienda peke yake. So those guys, they wanahama for their own political interest, not about mwananchi. And it's good, nilisema hapa na hiyo siku, it's good, let's see we are seeing their true colors. Huyo mtu hata akakuja na party gani, let's not entertain that. I like people who remain true to the cause. If you are in opposition, kindly, you are in opposition. I mean, it's so bad, you see, like even those, some of, we used to call them the bloggers who are on opposition or who are supporting the government. Then all of a sudden, because we didn't go to State House, unaona sasa mtu anaanza kupiga Raila. I mean, that's childish, I would call it childish, and also, hakuna venye unaweza support mtu miaka 4 ama 3, ukirima RUTO kwa social media, then all of a sudden, because now he's the president, you start praising him. My friend, you have a problem, yeah? And royalty, people define royalty into so many ways, but it also doesn't mean royalty, you just have to follow someone. Royalty, if you are royal to yourself, royalty, you are even royal to your decisions. You can't deceive yourself. You can't cheat on your partner. That's how I define royalty to me. Royalty is more, it's not just following someone, it's more than that. So we who are in Azimio, let's thank God that these people, they are coming to the limelight. We are seeing them in State House. You saw even those who are in Jubilee. It's okay, it's all right, let them go. But it's so bad, and that's why we need to clean up our house, our opposition house. If we plan something, these guys are there. Then they will go and they will go and report and say, this is what we are planning. We need to know how many malls. Let them come out. In fact, we should start fasting. Bernard, you should tell us how many days we should fast and pray, so that those guys can come to the limelight. Let us see them, so that even when we are planning something, wasikuwa wakijua, because if at all tutakuwa tunapanga vitu na tuko na malls kwa nyumba yetu, it means that they will tell their chief priest whatever we are planning. They will tell the chicken one. So you guys, msisikia ati Jarango ajama na wewe ajama na kura yako. In fact, you voted for him. So hata akakuja na ODM ama akuja na UDM atengeneze party yake, don't. And if you have subscribed to his channel, you should unsubscribe na utoke huko haraka sana. But that does not mean hata kama kuna kazi atafanya, wacha afanye the 5 years. But I also feel there should be a role whereby kama umeingia na chama fulani, then all of a sudden you change your mind in less than a year. There should be that chama or that party, kuna venye they recall you, wanakuita, then they take the ticket, then that seat inakuwa declared vacant. So mnachagua mtu mwingine. Because you saw also kuna hii Bernard, as I wind up, sitaki kukaa sana. Kuna huyu sijui alikuwa mbunge wa wapi pia huko Nyanza. Wakati hata RUTO alianaunziwa president, I think in less than 3 weeks alikuwa ameenda kwa RUTO. And those uliona hao watu wakiprotest wakisema watamtaki, wanataka hiyo seat kuwe declared vacant na wamtaki tena. Because it's a betrayal, I would say so. Because mimi watu wengine nilikuwa nafikiria hiyo ni ticket ya Rangata ingepewa ule anaitangwa Cyrus Jaka. Is it Cyrus Jaka Kimba or something? But then Jarango, because maybe he had money or Baba trusted him, akampatia the ticket. Now see what has happened. So I feel like there should be a way hata in that the constituents mnachukuliwa signature, mnasema hamtaki huyo mtu, then all of a sudden hiyo kitu inakuwa vacant. From that then mnaanza mnachaguana tena au watu wanaenda nyumbani. It feels bad when we have leaders who are just there for their own self gain and their own self interest, but not for the mwananchi, because those people who voted for them when walimpigia kura, they are in opposition, so they believed on the Baba side they are safe. They are not safe on RUTO side because they know vitu zenye ataleta to their constituency. So all of a sudden then you see someone who you entrusted with your kura, because for me I always say here na nitasema mimi hakuna wakati mtu anaweza nipea pesa ya campaign ama hiyo pesa inapeangwa ya campaign ama anipe pesa nimpatie kura yangu. Kura yangu it's in my heart. If I want to vote, I will vote. If I am not voting, I'm not voting. If I'm not voting for you, you cannot give me money to go and vote for you. So it is a betrayal, but then hajahama na nyinyi, at the end of the day, you have the votes. So next time muonyeshe karamu, aende nyumbani, aende akafanye comedy kwa Citizen, arudi kwa Papa Shiratu ama aite jina ingine. About hiyo slot ya Form 1, Bernard, I would want to say, you know my area, I've seen so many students who are not going to be enrolled in Form 1. Reason being hakuna bursary, hakuna watu hawana pesa ya kupeleka watoto shule. But all what we are seeing in social media ni tunaita cat and mouse prey games on social media. We are not seeing anything that this government is doing. It's so sad that I've seen a student in Bungoma who had scored 4 or 5 marks in KCPE, amerudia standard 8 just because mzazi hana karo ya kumpeleka Form 1. It's so bad. Sijui kama I will have to share it on our group, maybe we can see what we can do. It's so sad mtoto mwenye amepata 4 or 5 marks then anarudia Form 1 just because the parents are poor. And what we are seeing, you guys, those people, some of them thought BBI inakuja kutengenezea Uhuru Kenyatta billionaire. Uhuru is a billionaire. Inakuja kutengenezea Uhuru akue sijui akue prime minister akue nini. At the end of the day, when you are going to vote, you don't vote for a person because this person is huyu ametoka kwa kabila yangu, ama just because a politician is supporting something. You have to read it for yourself, my dear friends and my dear brothers. You have to read it for yourself. We should stop this thing of you wait for a politician to read for you something, then akusomea akuja akwambie hiyo kitu ni mbaya. At the end of the day, you find yourself, you put in yourself in a hot soup, then you are crying. Because that's what happened. BBI was there to come and help in terms of constituency and all of those things. Hakuna NGCDF saizi. Basari ukienda utapewa 2,000. But hapo ulikuwa unaiba sijui UDA hampangwingwi na nani. So it's not about if Ruto comes with something right now, and I feel like whatever he's saying makes sense, not by just the mouth, by actions. Na niona hiyo kitu anasema, just because I'm in opposition, I will not oppose that if he's doing the right thing, okay? But if he's not, I will not support that. What I will not support is lying. Sitakubali uongo na sitakubali tu ya kusema na mdomo. But if the actions, and we always say, action speaks louder than words. If whatever he's saying, I support, amesema na ameanza kutenda, na ni kitu mzuri nitasupport. And I'm in opposition. So those who are in UDA, mkasema BBI iende, BBI sijui ni ya baba ende nayo bodo. Baba hana mtoto. Winnie Odinga hajaingia Form 1 size, haendi Form 1, haendi university. Who will suffer? We have to stop this thing of you rate a politician just because you entrust yourself with a politician and you think there is a difference between a politician and a reader. What we are seeing today, we have politicians, we don't have readers. So you have to ask yourself, whatever is this, not just watching news unaona hatupagwi Nyoro ama Kimani Ichung'wah anasema kitu just because he's from your tribe ama mwingine yako Rift Valley. You have to support whatever they are saying. You have to ask yourself, what politician hataishi kwa hiyo seat forever? At the end of the day, you still keep on voting. Then what about your generation? What about your students? Sisi saa hizi ndio tunakuwa wazazi. So what about you? What about your future generation? It's not about that politician. Huyu anataka kazi, umempea kazi. What about your interests? What are your interests? What we are seeing in Kenya, hata hiyo mambo walipinga BBI, 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. Hiyo ilikuwa ya kusaidia. And you have seen Ruto trying to implement BBI behind the curtains. And he is the one mwenye alisema BBI ni mbaya. So at the end of the day, you have to differentiate and you have to be a critical and an independent thinker. Stop letting politicians to think for you, for yourself. That you have to listen to a certain politician, then you make decisions just because a politician amesema kitu. Let's stop that and let's remain true to the cause. And Bernard, as I have said, is that I've watched, sijui kama ni NTV, huo mtoto amepata 4 or 5, I think is a boy, and hajakuwa enrolled form 1, amerudia class 8. I think we will talk behind the curtains. Thank you guys.
So thank you. You can gather enough information on the same, and then we see what can be done, because Wangamati had a scholarship for those children. I don't know what these people went and brought in Lusaka, who wants to now begin to supply, to engage Gachagua to supply wheelbarrows at 100,000 shillings each. It's so bad that we get rid of leaders, bring back jokers who are not serious about the future of this great country. It is important that we remain true to the cause. Thank you so much, Shiko, for that good reminder and good analysis of the same. So naomba tusonge mbele. Nilikuwa nataka kusoma the report from from the ODM whatever report, but from Itali, the director. But let's reduce the number of people on the line kwanza, and then also Mzee Michael anasema kuna feed mbili. It's because unasikiliza ya YouTube wakati uko kwa studio. Ukiingia studio, mute ya YouTube ama zima ya YouTube. That's the only way you will be able to have one feed. When you have double, inakuchanganya. So zima ya studio uingie ya YouTube, ama ya YouTube ukiingia kwa studio. That's how it works. Asante. Lakini Nyari Kadero, how are you, my own sister? Unmute. The mic is beside your name. Yes. No, we can't hear you. Angalia microphone yako iko na shida kiasi. Toa hiyo nini, kama umeweka headphone toa.
Okay, can you hear?
Yes, hapo sawa basi. Endelea.
Sorry, I think my earphone was not working well. Okay. Asante sana Bernard kwa mtandao and everybody else. Asanteni sana. So if I go to whatever happened today, imenikula sana. Nilisikia kama roho yangu inataka if I were there. Na nikasikia wengine wakiongea kwa media, I felt like jumping, you know, sijui walikuwa wamelala wapi. And the way wanaongea ni kama wanaongea Raila ni mtoto. And wengine wanaongea ni kama ati wanauliza ati huyo whistleblower mbona hakukuja wakati uchaguzi ilitoka. When you want to investigate things, you don't rush. Huku mali niko, even if it takes 40 years, they have to get it right in order to give the evidence out. You cannot jump just like that. Na wengine wetu huko wa kutoka huko kwetu Nyanza, ni kama wajaenda shule. You can go to school and be stupid with that school band. You can have HPD, I'm sorry. You can have PhD and na unakuwa stupid na hiyo PhD yako. Hata yule nyanya yangu yuko nyumbani, ako na wisdom na understanding. So wanaongea kama watoto. Uwezi chukua, ni kama tu sasa Ruto alikuwa anaongelesha mama ya Uhuru. With no respect. Wengine wamesaidiwa na baba. And it's like, in my language, na lugha ya mama, Chieromi tiedo emagawi. Yani umesaidia mtu na anarudi ana turn around against you. It is very, 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 very sad. Sad. Okay. Now, tukirudi kwa wale watu walikuwa wakina Jalango. Jalango amegrow hapo Homa Bay, mahali nimetoka. Na tuko na yeye kwa pamoja. Wakati alikuwa anasimama, tulikuwa behind him. Hatukujua akili yake inaweza kuruka hivyo. We didn't know that. Na amesahau tena baba alimfightia mpaka akakuwa nominated. Those are the people tunasema. Unasaidia mtu na narudi ni kama yani I don't know. Like mtoto umezaa anarudi amekusahau wewe ni baba yake ulimzaa na umemlea. Alafu ameruka anakuja anakunyonga usiku. So it is really sad. So kama blogger mwingine amesema leo vile walikuwa Kamkunji juzi, wale vijana wakina Okanga na Gaucho walisema baba anatakikana clean ODM hiyo ofisi yake. Before you know it, wamejitoa peke yao. So which is good. Na amesema wakwende kabisa na watutaki na hao wengine pia wafuate, because and I agree with him. So wametoka kabla watolewe. Hawataki wafanye nini? Wakuwe pinpointed in front of you. Wewe na wewe
Nyari, just give me a minute. Mzee Michael, restart your phone. Zima simu kabisa alafu anzisha fresh. Iko na shida. Yeah. Restart your phone completely from the beginning. Switch it off and then restart. Yeah. Nyari, continue.
So the thing is, mimi ninataka tubaki wachache na tumalize mission. To focus kwa ile mission yetu na tumalize kabla ya kabla ya end of December. Mimi hata sitaki kujua 2027. Watu wakiongea 2027 nasikia ni kama watu wamesha give up. Because for me, I believe that mtu anatolewa hata kabla hiyo the end of December, hata before June. I don't know why we are wasting time. Tukiwacha huyu jamaa ndani, anazidi kufanya vitu zenye anafanya for his own gain. Before we know it, every parastatals zimeuzwa kwa jina lake ama watoto wake ama whoever. The country will baki bila nothing. Hata yule mtu ataenda kuchukua after him, hakuna kitu anaenda kugovern. Unaenda tu kubuild property yake. I mean Kenya mzima. You are going to build the country in his behalf. So what are the Kenyans getting? Nothing. Sisi wenyewe ndio tunamuongezea tu. Country ni yake. We will go to tutarudi tu kama Uganda. So we have to think. Na sijui hata tukiongea hapa tunaongea na vitu zinaenda watu, something is cooking behind me. I'm just talking. So it has to be taken serious. Mimi hiyo tu. It's because of my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, whoever will be there if after I leave.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And we are here to see to it that the right thing is done. And I believe hiyo moto ile ya watu kukimbia State House asubuhi ilitokana na mazungumzo yetu hapa usiku. Hiyo ndio ilifanya watu wakimbie mbio milango isifungwe, because ni kama walishurutishwa hii ikianza kutoka hivi itaharibu mipango yetu. So wakaambiwa kimbia because it will be too late. But all in all, kuna kitu Shikwa aliuliza kuhusu recalling members of parliament. There are two ways. You take signature, but hiyo sheria inasema after 2 years. After 2 years, hapo ndio kuna mushkil. Huwezi muita tu until after 2 years na haja perform vizuri, can be recalled by the people. But the suggestion by the Secretary General of ODM, Nairobi Senator Sifuna, talking about suspending from the party, that's the right thing to do. Hiyo ina work automatic. Ukishakuwa suspended from the party and you elected on a party ticket, Huwezi kuendelea kuwa member of parliament, unaenda kutafuta fresh mandate. No, that will be challenged in the court, but if we follow the law accurately, hiyo ita work kama wildfire, watu waende kutafuta ticket ya UDA. Na Ruto akona tabia ya kusponsor watu kwa ODM, wakifika kwa parliament waende kufanya kazi yake. So sio kitu kigeni. Hawa watu masocialite, hawa kina Jalango, kina Bahati, kina Jichopevu, wote were sponsored by Ruto on ODM or on Azimio to get in parliament, then turn around and serve Ruto's interest. And it is embarrassing for somebody who wants to be a leader of the great country called Kenya be practicing corruption in daybreak. I mean, in daylight. To me, it embarrasses. Yeah, I don't know the people can be happy of that. Mohamed, karibu tafadhali. You unmute mic yako iko kando ya jina yako. Una click hapo kwanza ndio sauti itoke. You unmute that crossed animal. You click on it, ifunguke kwanza. Keep trying. You do it on the screen, yes. Endelea. Imefunguka.
Habari zenu?
Tuko salama, vipi?
Salama sana. Mimi hapa ni mgeni. Nilikuwa nawasikiza tu kwa muda mingi sana. Yaani
Yes, endelea.
Nimefurahia sana. Kwanza wache niwatambue nyinyi wote wale ambaye wanasimama na baba na wameamua barabara ya kukomboa nchi yetu, nchi tukufu, nchi ambaye wazee wetu walipigania. Sasa kitu ya kwanza kawaida katika kila juhudi haikosekani itilafu. Itilafu ni lazima, na pia haitakosekana pia wasaliti ndani yetu. Hiyo ni kawaida, lakini cha muhimu ni sisi kukuwa na malengo. Wafasi wa baba ama wale diehard, wale kweli wako na msimamo ya kukomboa nchi na kuokoa nchi kutokana na hawa wadhalimu. Tumepata viongozi ambaye watakuja kumaliza demokrasia ya nchi, watakuja kugandamiza haki zetu, na hii ikipotea, mara hii ikipotea, hatutaipata tena, na Kenya itaenda mbali, itakuja kuwa bloodshed, itakuja kuwa ni vita, watu watamalizana. Sasa afadhali kuokoa haraka. Hao wengine walioenda walijipeleka leo huko kwa State House, hata mimi nimesikia mbaya, lakini siwadhamini. Hawa si chochote, si lolote. Hawa waliingia tu kwa nafasi ya kura, kitu inaitwa kura. Hii kura saa zingine ni kitu mbaya, inaenda kuchagua kiongozi mbaya. Sisi ndio tunafanya hayo makosa. Naona Jalango huyu alipigiwa kura mingi kutoka South Sea, na South Sea ni Waria wanaishi huko wengi, na mwenye alimsaidia ni jamaa moja amesimama MCA huko, ambaye ni mtu wetu ni familia, hata tuko familia na huyo jamaa. Huyo jamaa alileta kura mingi kutoka sehemu zingine akaleta pale, ndo hata akapata MCA pale, anaitwa Abbas. Kutokana na hiyo kura hiyo jamaa ndo huyu Jalango alipata. Na hiyo tulisema ili kiti ya baba isipotee. Unajua ni mbaya ODM, tunaona hii ni ticket ya ODM, mtu amesimama na ODM alafu tena anguke hapo, ni pia ni aibu nyingine kubwa sana. Lakini ni sawa, yeye sasa ameweka chuma yake kwa moto, atajikaranga mwenyewe. Haina shida hiyo, isitujalishe sisi wote. Na labda pia tusikuwe ni haraka wa kuhukumu, tuangalie tu tujue ni nini kulikuwa kunaenda, acha tusikie baadaye, labda anaweza kuwa kuona mpango yake, labda ni labda kusijidi nini wameendea huko, labda ni interest yao, tutakuja kusikia. Sasa cha muhimu ni hii harakati iko kuendelea, hii harakati ya baba tunajua sisi wote aliibua kura, aliibua tangu sijui 2007, 2013, 2017. Yani hata sijui baba akona roho, yani akona roho kubwa sana, amevumilia.
Endelea. Okay, asante. Nini, inaonekana net yako iko slow kidogo, lakini tumepata ujumbe. Yes.
Nini napotea ndo kidogo.
Net yako ina delay.
Ni labda net ama sijui. Unajua huku kwetu mimi niko karibu na Ethiopia hapa, boda yangu niko boda Ethiopia, niko Moyale.
Okay. Asante.
Sasa ya muhimu kwanza ni sisi kujitokeza vizuri, wafuasi wa Raila kutoka kila mahali waamue. Mara hii ni kuchukua ushindi wetu, na hakuna kitu kingine. Watu waamue, hii ni kwa mass demonstration na revolution ya kuokoa nchi. Alafu hii mambo ingine tunaongea hapa, hii sasa tunakuja kurekebisha wakati hiyo. Hii sasa hata fai kuongea juu yake. Vitu zingine ambaye inaleta ikhtilafu ndani yetu, hata tunafaa kunyamazia kabisa, tusifai kuongea sasa. Hii italeta upungufu ndani yetu, itavunja nguvu yetu, haifai kabisa hata kuongelea. Wenye nataka, hii ni vita, tumeamua kwenda vita haitaki mtu muoga. Si hata Martha Karua alisema nini? Tulizaliwa siku moja na tutakufa siku moja. Ndio hivyo. Kwa hivyo wale wanaamua kwenda vita wataenda. Wale wanaoga watabaki tu. Kwa hivyo hatufai kujali na wao wenye wanabaki, hata tusishughulike na wao. Wale wachache wataamua kwenda vita, wataenda labda wakufe ama wamalizike ama wapate ushindi. Hiyo tu, hakuna kitu kingine.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mohamed kutamatisha.
Ndio. Sasa nimalize.
Yes.
Hii maneno akina Gachuo sijui na huyo mwingine, hao viongozi wa wapi? Viongozi wa bunge la wananchi. Hawa pia mimi ningewasihi kama ndugu yao wawache yani kutoa lawama yoyote sahi, waache kuongea hizo maneno za kusema kuna upungufu hapa ama kuna watu ambaye wanamnini Raila hapa. Sahi hatufai kuongea maneno. Sahi ile kitu tunafaa kuongea ni vipi sisi tutanyakua ushindi wetu. Hiyo ndio kitu muhimu sana. Malengo ikuwe huko kabisa. Hii maneno mengine kuongea sasa mpaka sahi hiyo maneno ya kina nini imeenea kwa mtandao, mpaka hata wale wadu wetu sasa ndo wanaanza kuongelelea, wanachukua video, wanatoa. Mtu kama yule anaitwa Dennis Tumbi amechukua ile video, anaanza kusema angalia sasa hawa watu wa ODM wenyewe wanapigana ndani yao. Hii ni kawaida yao. Sasa haifai kabisa kuongeza vitu nje. Vitu zingine ni ya kutatua kando, kama vile kuna nywele unanyoa mbele ya watu na kuna ile nywele unafaa kunyoa kando. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema sisi tumizane, kuwa na moyo na tuache pia hizi maneno zingine ya kuongea ati hao walikuwa hivi, hao walikuwa hivi. Ule mwenye ameamua kwenda pande hiyo aende pande hiyo. Hayo ndio mimi nasema. Kwa hivyo na watakia siku njema nyote.
Okay, asante sana kwa ujumbe mzuri. Tunaamini kwamba Wakenya wamekusikia, na asante kwa kushikilia doria sehemu hiyo, na jeshi la baba tunaona ni kubwa kweli. So tunaamini kwamba tunafurahi sana kama Moyale iko pamoja na sisi. Sisi ndio wengi. Wachache wakubali kutawaliwa na wengi. Hii story ya vice versa, hii fraction, sisi hatutaki improper fraction. Tunataka kusimama vizuri kulingana na sheria. Anaitwa Price Nimo. Price Nimo, unauliza jinsi ya kuingia studio ama jinsi ya kufanyaje? Kuna link ambayo na share, una click kwa hiyo link, alafu una allow StreamYard ina configure kamera yako na audio, utaingia studio, alafu utachangia kila ambacho unapaswa kusema. And then which other item? I think that is that. Nilikuwa nasema kwamba misbehaving members of parliament, they have a way of discipline. The disciplinary committee will take care of that. Lakini vile Mohamed ametukumbusha, let's keep the main thing. Kutafuta ushindi wetu, na hatuwezi kuwa na rais ambaye hajapitisha matakwa ya katiba. Tutakuwa tunaharibu katiba yetu na tutakuwa tunafanya sheria zetu zikuwe na uzito. Ukitaka kuwa rais wa Kenya, katiba inasema lazima upate 50% plus 1. Alafu ndio hivyo. So na shida tulionayo sasa hivi ni kwamba IBC iko na matokeo mawili. Okay? Matokeo ya kwanza ilikataliwa na 4 commissioners na ikamekataliwa na whistleblower. So watu 5 wako na shida na matokeo ya kwanza, ile ilipeanwa na Chebukati. Azimio iko na shida na hayo matokeo. So tunaona kama watu 6 tofauti wako kinyume na matokeo ya Chebukati. Lakini kuna matokeo mengine ilipeanwa na whistleblower. Hayo matokeo hajakataliwa na Chebukati, hajakataliwa na IBC, hajakataliwa na UDA, hajakataliwa na Kenya mzima. Okay? So kulingana na masuala jinsi yalivyo, ni matokeo tu moja ambayo iko na shida. Na hayo matokeo ndio yalitumika kutangaza William Ruto kama rais, na akaenda Supreme Court ika-confirm. So Chebukati and Supreme Court must be wrong, because the other results have not been disputed by anybody. And those results prove that William Ruto got 41%. Na huwezi kuwa rais na 41%. Hiyo ndio sababu ya maandamano, ndio sababu ya mikutano hii, ndio sababu ya sisi kutetea katiba yetu. Tupewe rais ambaye alichaguliwa kikatiba, sio rais ambaye alichaguliwa kinyume na katiba. Leonard?
Thank you Mr. Bernard, asante kwa opportunity na wasalimu wote. Habari ya jioni. Langu kwanza ni kusema shame on those members of parliament who defaulted and went to the State House. Shame on them. Kitu ya pili, hii kitu ilikuwa shocking for a real follower of Baba. It was shocking because it's just like ile shock ya Chebukati, shock ya Supreme Court. It was a real shock because you cannot imagine 9 people defaulting to the other side, wana shift to the other side. It was so much sad. So langu ni okay, let me just say Raila hajai kosa hiyo nini inaitwa aje, ile grip of the ground. Hata watu wamwache, he has supporters. Raila never had followers. Raila has supporters. So even if these moles go away from him, he remains Raila and he maintains his grip on the ground. So pale kwa wale watu wenye wako hiyo move ya kuenda side ya Ruto, it will be a regret to them because the ground will reject them 100% because we have an history. People who defaulted from Raila's camp, they shed tears later because even ule the first MP to shift to Ruto after election, also he left Raila and went to form his party. But after all, he retrieved because he saw he lost some grip on the ground. So he shielded on Raila so that he got that MP seat. After that, he betrayed Raila. I'm sure on the next election, he will lose it all because the party, even that party has no relevance there. So what I know about Raila, let us focus on this first because I think that thing is more of diverting the people's mind. The Azimio rallies, it was just to divert. It was nothing less because Ruto ni very clever. Ahead of this whatever, Ruto alikuwa na plan for hiyo kudivert hiyo rallies ya Raila because once pale sahi Raila akienda pale tuseme Siaya or wherever and these MPs will not attend, unaona ataenda aseme even he was not received by the member of MP. Ruto akienda Mombasa, he'll be using that narrative to criticize Raila that unaona pale even in his homeyard wamemwacha the MP, they have shifted to my side, meaning you should also, he'll be using that one. But for kina Jalango, they did something very bad, something that we didn't expect, something that even it will haunt them also in future. Because also, let me just hope what Walangata pia, they go with the wave. Let them not be fed with these propagandas, whatever. Because Ruto, what I know about Ruto, whatever he says he is going to do is the opposite. Like there was a propaganda when we hear Dennis Itumbi, that is Ruto speaking. In the last 4 days, I think it was all over in the social media that Itumbi, he posted that Azimio is planning to buy members of parliament from UDA, from Kenya Kwanza actually. But in 4 days later, which is today, we have seen the same thing happening to Azimio. The UDF took 9 members of parliament. The thing that was, I think it was, let me say it was prophesied by that Itumbi, because it has just happened the same thing. And Ruto was lamenting that we wanted some MPs from his side, but it has happened to us. So it means Ruto will just speak when Ruto speaks this way, expect the other way around. Thank you, Bernard, and have a good evening for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Leonard. We appreciate that. Very good way to look at it. And let's keep in the struggle. A few may fall on the wayside, but the struggle continues. We must get justice. Let's keep the main thing the main thing. Anybody who accepts to be bought for evil will not end up well. And as Kenyan people, this is not new, but let us not be derailed. Let us also understand that Raila Odinga is a man for the people and with the people. The members of parliament are immaterial. They can all walk away, but Baba will walk with the people against the William Ruto administration. And this struggle is not about, in fact, that is where the Kenya Kwanza people have missed the mark. They think by buying politicians, they are weakening Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is with the people, and this is the force of the people. Ni Wakenya wamekasirika na William Ruto na Kenya Kwanza, sio wabunge. Okay, wabunge wanaweza kwenda hata walale State House, wapewe blanket na sleeping bags, walale huko, waishi huko, wakule chakula Recho amepika. It changes nothing. When the Kenyan masses will rise up to march to State House, there will be no member of parliament to call them off. So the earlier Kenya Kwanza understands that and begin to look for how to buy Kenyans, wanunue wa Kenya, waachane na hao wabunge. Wabunge watakula hela yako, hawatazuia watu kukuja State House. Bembeleza wa Kenya, wachana na wabunge. Yes, Mr. Michael.
Asante sana kwa kunipa huu wakati kuongea siasa iliyoharibiwa huko Kenya. Nina maswala matatu. La kwanza, ninakuomba Bernard, wacha kuita hii serikali ati Kenya kwisha. Baba alituambia kwa mkutano kwamba hii serikali ni ya magaidi. Kwa hivyo tuwe tunasema serikali ya magaidi. Wacha kusema ati serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Hii ni magaidi. Unajua gaidi? Gaidi ni mtu mubaya. Huyo ndio anaitwa gaidi. Watu wale wa kuua watu, kunyang'anya watu vitu na nguvu. Yaani watu hawasikiagi. Sasa mimi nawaomba tafadhali msiwaite serikali, waiteni magaidi. Bernard, ninajiona peke yangu, ni nini inafanyika?
Endelea. Umepewa screen peke yako uaddress dunia.
Oh, okay. Sasa mimi ningeelezea watu wa Kenya na dunia mzima ya kwamba huyu Ruto amewekwa kwenye kona. Makende imeingia kwa tumbo. Hawezi kazi sasa. Anatetemeka. Ametetemeshwa na hiyo mikutano 3. Mpaka anaambia wale watu wa kanisa, wale makanisa zile mbovu zile yuko ndani, anawaambia watokee kwa mtandao wakashifu hiyo maneno ya mikutano. Mimi ninawaambia ya kwamba Ruto hatoboi. Na Wakenya mjue ya kwamba hao watu wamehama, wameenda kivyao, na hii kitu sio geni. Hata wale magavana walisaenda. Kwa hivyo tusiwe na wasiwasi. Sisi tusimame na huyo mzee mmoja mwenye maneno matamu sana. Matamu ya kumtoa nyoka pangoni. Huyo mzee ambaye anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Kichwa yake haina watu wengi Kenya. Naweza hesabu kichwa yake iko na Martha Karua, kwa sababu hata yeye ni she's a strong woman. Huyo anaweza lead watu wakaenda maandamano. Sasa mimi nawaomba wa Kenya, msijaribu hata kuongea mambo za hao wabunge. Tumezoea. Hapa tunaongea mambo ya Ruto must go. Na hiyo neno inalosema must sio neno hivi. Ni neno linasema ni lazima. Na kulazima ni kulazimisha. Hapana kurudi nyuma. Kama ulikuwa unasema Ruto to go, hiyo inamaanisha maana ingine ni kama anaweza kama anaweza toka. Lakini ile inasema must. Hiyo must ni neno la kizungu, lile linamaanisha na Kiswahili lazima. Na lazima ni kwenda huko na kumung'ang'ania na kumtoa. Sasa ile kitu iko saa hizi tunafuata vile baba amesema. Na nimeona picha ya baba anataka kumuonyesha Ruto watu 8,000,000 wale walimpigia kura. Na hao 8,000,000 walitoka Kenya mzima, hawakutoka kwa Wajaluo. Wajaluo ni watu 2.5 milioni. Hiyo milioni ingine 5.5 ilitoka wapi? Ilitoka huku kwingine Kenya. Kwa hivyo Raila ni kiongozi wa taifa, sio kiongozi wa sehemu. Na naomba sana Wakenya wajisikilie sana. Wasijaribu kwenda huo mrengo. Huo mrengo ni wa mashetani. tukae na mrengo wa Raila na tumung'ang'anie mpaka tupate hiyo haki yetu, kwa maana kura zetu ndizo ziliibiwa. Twende tuzichukue. Wale ambao wanaoleta maneno hapa ati mara watu watapoteza hamu ya Raila, hiyo ni uongo. Raila amekuwa na hiyo kitu tangu huko na anaenda tu nayo. 2007 waliwacha Raila peke yake. Haya tena wakaunganishwa na Raila wakaingia 2013. Ruto akaiba. Kazi hii ya kuiba si ya Uhuru. Kazi ya kuiba ni ya Ruto. Uhuru si mwizi. Uhuru alikuwa bendera inaenda na upepo. Ruto ndio ana hiyo mechanism. Mbaya mbovu. Haamini na uzuri, anaamini na ubaya. So kama anaamini na ubaya, na sisi tuwe wabaya kabisa. Tuwe pilipili kumshinda yeye. Na yeye mtu mmoja hawezi. Hata hao watu wamechukua watu wao. Watu wao hawawezi enda nao kwa Ruto. Watageuza mgongo waangalie Raila yuko wapi. Kwa maana wameshaona kila kitu, imeonekana kwamba Ruto hawezi. Huyo gaidi hawezi. Huyo gaidi Ruto na Gachagua na Gacheta gaidi, hao majina yao inaisha na gaidi. Ruto gaidi, Gacheta gaidi. Hizo ndio majina zao. Hawana majina zingine. Wametia Wakenya hali mbaya ya kiuchumi. Kenya ni nchi ile inatakikana kuwa hakuna hata mtu mmoja alale njaa. Na ni kwa nini itafanyikaje? Kwa muundo misingi bora. Muundo misingi bora ni hiyo ya Raila. Ile manifesto ya Raila iko kwa store. Hata alituambia manifesto iko kwa store bado inangojea. Kwa hivyo mfuate maneno Raila naongea kwa makini sana. Wateni kuangalia tu TV mnaona Raila ndio yule anaongea, lakini maneno yanaingilia hapa yakitokea huku. Sikizeni mambo yake. Huyo ndio mzee anaongea vitu ile ya maana. Mliona alisema yule kijana awachiliwe in 24 hours. Aliwachiliwa ama hakuachiliwa? Aliwachiliwa. Inajulikana. Wasipomwachilia Raila ataambia zile unajua sasa sisi ni mabulldogs. Ziko charged sana. Zinangojea tu kuachiliwa ziende. Sisi ndio bulldogs za Raila na tutauma Ruto hata amini. Kwa hivyo wananchi wa Kenya ninawaomba mtulie hivyo hivyo nyuma ya Raila. Hata wengine wakienda wacha wanunuliwe. Na mimi nawaambia ya kwamba siku ile tutashika Ruto, kwa maana Ruto yuko mbioni. Ni kukimbia na kimbia. Na amekimbia na ushindi wetu ndio ajikinge kwamba Wakenya wasimkujie waje wachukue mali yao. Ruto ni mtu mjinga sana. Sijui anatumia akili ama makamasi ama mafi ndani ya kichwa yake. Kwa sababu mtu aliye na akili timamu hawezi fanya kama vile Ruto anafanya saizi. Anachukua pesa ya Kenya ni kama ya mama yake. Alikosa kufunzwa adabu na huyo mama yake. Sasa tunalaumu pia mama yake. Mama yake ni mbaya sana. Ndio ametuletea hii kitu Kenya. Sijui alitoa wapi. Watoto waliolelewa vizuri hawawezi fanya ujinga kama hiyo. Ndio naona Uhuru alikuwa na roho ya binadamu, kwa maana amelelewa vizuri, amelelewa kanisani. Anajua hii ni mbaya na hii ni mzuri. Lakini ile force alikuwa nayo, alidanganyika wakati wa 2012 akishikana na hiyo jambazi. Lakini sasa hakuna kile ati hakiwezi fanyika. tunayo kubwa sana. Saa hii naomba wale watu wa pande ile wao wabunge wamehamia, watu watoke nje, wapige kelele, waseme hatutaki Jalango, hatutaki Jalango, waende waharibu city, pawe na standstill kidogo, Jalango atatoka. Impeachment ya raia bila katiba iko, bila katiba iko, kwa maana kama uwezi kazi, sisi hatukutaki, wewe enda, tunataka mwingine, na uchaguzi mwingine utafanywa. Hauko kwote kwa hao watu, huko kwa Wajaluo wote waende wafanye hiyo maandamano. Wacha kuwapiga mawe na nini na nini, hapana. Mawe ile ya kuwapiga ni maandamano. Dunia ione kwamba hao watu wamekataliwa. Na ile mchezo Ruto ako nayo saa hizi ni kupata wabunge wengi ili wapitishe mswada wa kuchagua IEBC. Hiyo ndio kichwa yao kubwa saa hizi. Ulisikia baba alisema Ruto anataka kuchagua IEBC peke yake. Hiyo ndio mpango wako nayo saa hizi, anachukua wabunge ndio wapitishe hiyo mswada ndani ya bunge. Bunge ya magaidi. Wakina Junet waliwachilia bunge kitambo, hawaendagi bungeni, kwa maana masuala yanapitishwa pale, ukipinga unawekwa nje. So Junet na wengine waliwachana na hiyo maneno ya bunge, waliwatia majambazi magaidi waendelee vile wanataka, lakini Junet aliwaambia endeleeni tu, lakini hivi karibuni mtajua, na akaenda. Mimi niliona hiyo clip. So nyinyi wa Kenya, ng'ang'aneni sana huyu shetani atoke hapo. Shetani msalabani lazima tumtoe, anatusumbua akili. Na kwanza mtu yule anakusumbua akili ni mtu mbaya sana, hata afadhali akuchape kofi, hiyo maneno ishe. Lakini si akili ati kila ukilala ukiamuka ni yeye unafikiria. Hapana, hii wimbo ya Ruto imekwisha, iishe. Na sasa najua hiyo rally ya Machakos, hiyo inaweza maliza Ruto. Na kuna mzee mmoja katika, hata sio mzee, kijana katika bunge la mwananchi Jakaranda, anaitwa Omosh. Huyo ndio Raila sugu. Huyo pia yeye aweze kujulikana, kwa maana anatetea Raila vibaya. Yani huyo sijawahi sikia akiongea kitu yoyote ya Raila kando. Yeye anasemaga damu yake ile ina flow ndani yake ni Raila. Raila ndio ana flow ndani ya damu yake. Anaogopa vitu tatu. Anaogopa Mungu, mama yake Raila, na ya ine anaogopa uji moto. Na unajua vile uji moto inachomaga hata kushinda pasi. Inatoaga nyama. So nawashukuru sana nyinyi wengine. Nyinyi ni wazalendo kabisa. Mapambano, bado mapambano. Tung'ang'ane, huyu mtu tumuondoe.
Okay.
Sawa.
Thank you sir. We appreciate that. Wito umefika, Wakenya wamesikia, kila mmoja ajisatiti turekebishe makosa, inji ipone. Naomba tumesikilize the real Isaac. Our lady.
Asante sana Bernard.
Yes, karibu. Namna gani?
Niko poa, mko aje hapo?
Tuko fiti. Toa maoni yako.
Unmute nada. Poa, mko aje hapo? Mimi maoni yangu
Mi maoni yangu kwanza naweza sema I'm so disappointed at Jalango and my senator, the person we voted for very early in the morning has just decided to disappoint us. Huh?
It's okay. Endelea tu lakini watoto wasitokee kwa kamera ama wasisikike kwa sababu ni YouTube iko kinyume na hiyo.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. So about that but for Jalango
Ebu wewe jiandaa alafu tutakuja baadaye. Wewe andaa alafu tutakuja baadaye. Oga Reverend, how are you? We have reverends here. Tumsikilize Reverend Seth.
Pastor Ben Ingozi, how are you, sir?
I'm well. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. Na wasalimu nyote. Amjambo.
Hatujambo.
Sawa, mimi I don't have much to say, lakini nimeshangazwa sana na tabia za wabunge ambayo waliamua kwenda kumwona Ruto. The timing was really bad, kwa sababu kiongozi ambaye ni Raila Odinga alitangaza hadharani ya kwamba yeye hatambui uongozi ama hatambui Ruto kama president. Kama kiongozi mwenyewe ameshasema hivyo, why are the lieutenant going there? Hiyo ni picha mbaya zaidi. Ya pili, kununua wajumbe inadhihirisha ya kwamba Ruto has a bad style of leadership. Anaweza kununua wajumbe akabadilisha sheria akawa imperial president. So jambo ambayo Wakenya wanastahili kufanya ni ya kwamba waende kwa street wafanye nini? Waondoe huyu jamaa. Wasipofanya hivyo, then Kenya itakuwa mbaya zaidi. Otherwise, sina maneno mengi. Mambo ya Jalango tulijua, unaona uwanjani aliitwa pale Kibra, aliitwa ongee, kumbe jamaa alikuwa ashatoroka mbali kabisa. Wajakoya aliwaona vizuri sana, kwa sababu mambo yao ilikuwa tayari imejulikana tayari. Kwa hivyo mimi sina mambo mengi. Wakenya wajitokeze wamuondoe huyu jamaa haraka. Barikiweni.
Asante sana. Kuna ndugu yetu hapa alikuwa anaitwa Ancestor. Alisema Jalango alitoka Kibra kama vile Juda alitoka kwa meza. Judas Iscariot alitoka kwa meza ya Bwana akatoroka mbio kwenda kuchukua 30 pieces of silver. So yani hawa watu hawakuruhusu Jalango amalize meza ya Bwana Kibra. Akaita akapatia 30 pieces of silver to betray Baba. Very embarrassing and sold out destiny. It's so bad. We really need leaders. And I agree with Reverend about William Ruto. William Ruto is an embarrassment to national leadership. You cannot be buying people like that. I mean, corruption is evil. Corruption is the main problem of this country. We can't have it from the top to the bottom. We will never have a country. So Kenyans of goodwill, let's not joke with this. Any person who can buy your leader and turn him into their puppet, he will turn you into anything he wants to. Don't give power to somebody who is out to buy anyone in order to retain power. That's a wrong person to be in leadership. And so those of you don't see the problem with this is because you don't understand. that the truth is you can't corrupt leadership and succeed in fighting corruption. It doesn't work. And that's why we must correct the ills of IEBC, correct the ills of how we get our leaders. The reason why members of parliament don't respect us is because they think they buy their way into that seat. It is not us who make the members of parliament. They make themselves through their money. We must stop that culture of the politics of cash. We go back to the politics of values. Is this person integrous? Is this person faithful? Is this person trustworthy? Can this person lay down his life for the country? Those are the qualities you check out in a leader, not the vocal and the dancers, the socialites. Let's get rid of these comedians and get really leaders. And we had this conversation on this platform. The issue of musicians going to parliament and these talent guys going to parliament, we had an issue with them, and see now what they are demonstrating. We need really solid leaders to be our representative. People who go to fight for us, not people who go there to feed themselves and look for something to eat. It is embarrassing and uncalled for. Thank you very much. Naomba tusikilize nani, nipatie wale watu wajaongea kwanza, alafu tutaenda round ya pili. Enthusiastic. Hawaisa. Naona unauma kitu.
Nimetoka kazi nikasikia hapo mnafanya kazi, so I had to this thing needs some food in the belly to have hiyo power ya kutoa huyu mjamaa. So nawasalimu nyote. Actually, I was just following the guy who just talked about the guys at bunge la wananchi. Those are guys who are giving the serious politics of Kenya, you know, what's happening. Watu wanaweza we may dispute them because they are informal, but those guys are putting very tangible points. One guy was so irritated, alikuwa ana scream every time anasema Ruto, he just screams. But coming back to who Ruto is, first, Ruto is a thief. And when he's a thief, is synonymous to those guys who used to go and loot a bank. And after being pursued, they start throwing the money to people and you stop following them. So you start picking up the money. So that's what Ruto is doing. Mtu kama Njelango, you know, he was there when, you know, it was unveiled how the stealing was done. But Ruto ameona these are the people who he can throw something to them and they stop pursuing him. So mtu akiiba bank, unarusha pesa kwa, you know, unarusha pesa nyuma yako, watu wanaacha kufukuzana na wewe. So Ruto is going to be there and he's going to look for the weak. And he'll know if you throw a bone to them, they stop pursuing. So wanataka to deflate this Baba's movement. You pick one, you know, una derail that one, you pick another weak one. But you know, one thing he doesn't know, there are just few people at the top. You can pick a few Njelangos there, whatever the other guys up there, in the name of development in your area. I mean, it's not something that you have to go for a photo hop in the State House, just simply because you are putting something in your constituency. You know, I saw what kind of explanation Njelango is saying, that there was a TVET, whatever, walikuwa wanaongezewa 50 million. I mean, those things are happening everywhere. So if you have to call everybody every day for, you know, because there's 50 million being sent to your constituency, then you have to be with Ruto. So Ruto is using the old tactics. But as I said, there are very few people up there. The worst people we should be worried about ni hao watu wako hapo chini. As I said, Njelango can go, everybody can go. Wenye walikuwa kwa hiyo dais. But when Baba is left with those people who are hurting, I think the movement will be unstoppable. And that's the people that Ruto should be worried about. These two people who are wearing suits when you are parliament, it doesn't matter. You can buy the whole parliament. You know, just go there, cash them out, and But the people who are there, I think those are the people you should be worried about, because every day you see people who are ready to do anything. I mean, hata sisi we need to get that uniform yenye ilikuwa ya vijana wa baba. I need to order one, sijui kama inaweza nifikia hapa, so I need one na nivae kofia, waanze kuona, you know, those people are bored enough. Ruto will pick them, you know, he'll pick one at a time, anawazungusha hapa, anawafinya anaoa a few of them, but you know, there is a movement that you cannot stop. The people are hurting. At us, hata sisi, you know, we are here, we are talking about him, you know. He may, if he approaches one of you up here, you know, because I've seen people infiltrating this channel. They are doing everything and anything. Unapata mtu amekuja hapa, anaambiwa go and see whether there is anything that is coming from, whether there is anything being formed, hata kama tuko diaspora. Unapata one of the sympathizers wako hapa, majudas wa Iskarioti wako hapa, watauza watu. They are among us, and I'm not afraid to say so, because I've had, unapata mtu amekuja hapa is being sent, and you can see what's happening. So it's not going to last long. So that's my contribution, Bwana Bernard, and everybody else. I'm so happy to hear from you. I see we are getting stronger and stronger. Tutakutia hiyo uniform, mimi nataka moja.
Sawa sawa, wacha nifanye mikakati, nitakueleza vile unaweza ipata. Asante lakini. Thank you very much. The struggle continues. Change must come either by fire or by force, or whichever way, because panel beating is not friendly, but it ends up very fine. I think we are about that time when panel beating is necessary. Ni wale watu wanaongoza sana kurekebisha gari yako vizuri, ukitaka ilainike tu vile ilitoka kwa Mercedes. Unaita jaluo mzuri. Okay? So engineer engineer atanyoshea wewe hiyo mabati mzuri, ikae vizuri vile ilikuwa inatoka kwa Mercedes. So hii panel beating tutaipiga hii nchi, lazima inyooke kuanzia kwa IBC mpaka kwa Supreme Court. Tukirudi parliament na Senate watakuwa wamelainika, lakini tukiruhusu uovu huu kuendelea bila kuzuia, then we can forget it. We will never have this country again. So this is our moment. This is our solemn responsibility. Let's rise up and be counted. So Price Nima anasema nisikubali kununuliwa. Mimi siasi nunuliwa. For what? This country is more important than any money anywhere in the world. It's more important than any position anywhere. Okay, even being made cabinet secretary, ambassador, and all that is not equivalent to a better Kenya. A better Kenya to me is more important than anyone. And I want a Kenya where every Kenyan child, now look like that story of somebody got 404 and 405 and is going to repeat. What is he going to repeat for? Okay, and it's in Bungoma County. Bungoma County is the number 3 man in this country. Number 3 man in this country, meaning what? The Speaker of the National Assembly is Wetangula himself. He's the one who went to mess up Wangamati's program for scholarship in Bungoma County by bringing back Lusaka and his wheelbarrows. And then, so we can't allow such people. That sense of responsibility cannot be allowed at this time and age. My own Secretary General, how now?
Nilikuwa nimejiomba speaker niongee nyuma ya curtain kwa sababu background yangu si mzuri sana. And
tunahofia unaweza kuwa umeenda kuvalishwa koti la blue, tie ya yellow, viatu za brown.
kuna njaa na watu kama sisi ambao tunapeana mwelekeo na kibali. Watu watakao simama next election, unajua sisi ndio tutakuwa tunapatia cheti. So tunaweza tafutwa na brown envelope. But so far so good, nobody has approached us, and like you, we are going to stand for the truth. Hatutakubali kuuza nchi kwa sababu ya pesa kidogo. It is unfortunate that the leaders have trooped to the State House, kula mulungula, so that they sell out their people. It is unfortunate, but we know that the Lord is on our side. And that is why you see, as they cross to the State House, the hustlers are joining the MDD. The many people who are hustlers, wale ambao waliambiwa ni mama mboga watawekwa kwa cabinet. Hii serikali tutaiunda na mama mboga, tutaiunda na bodaboda in the periphery. Wameumia sana, mafuta iko juu, so wameingia MDD. So tunapitana kwa junction. Leaders, as they go to get money at State House, millions of hustlers who are suffering, who have no money to pay school fees, who are unable to pay power bills, who are unable to travel, and who are hungry, are trooping to MDD, the movement of defending democracy. And that is where people are now. Majority of Kenyans, this government is so unpopular. In 4 months, less than 5 months in power, hakuna mtu anataka kuwasikia ground except the people who RUTO represents. Because, you know, I usually say this, Bernard, Mr. Speaker, that RUTO is a representation of many of us, because he is the manifestation of those people who like, for example, who like abusing the word of God, using the word of God to manipulate many Kenyans and many people. That is their leader. And there are many people in Kenya today who are using the word of God for self agenda. You know, he is also having a lot of following for those people who like land grabbing, watu ambao wanapenda kuiba mashamba, wash. Unaona mtu kama Jarango has been mentioned in many areas of wash. Kwa hivyo, he is not actually a person you can really trust on the road. Ni mtu ambaye anaweza kukuosha. So these are people who are attracted by the leadership of President Samoei Ruto, because if you are wash, this is the country. These are the manifestation of many leaders. So ukiona viongozi wetu wanaasi wananchi na wanaenda kupokea mlungula huko katika State House, hiyo ni kuonesha kwamba they have no principles and there is nothing they stand for. But I think Kenyans have now realized they were duped, they were conned, and now they are now taking matters into their own hands. This country must be reclaimed. Nimewatch majority leader na minority leader wakidiscuss kuhusu NHIF na NSSF deduction. Bernard, the issue is not the deduction. In fact, it's a good idea. Yeah. The issue is, who are we giving this money to oversee? Gachagua and this Kenya Kwanza. Imagine you being deducted 2,000 per month or 1,000 per month for 40 years. And Gachagua is seated there waiting for that money. We cannot trust these people with our hand and money. That is the problem. Because the problem in this government is as much as they fight for us to pay taxes, they are not addressing the elephant in the room. How do we deal with corruption? How do we deal with corruption? Because I have not heard, actually the word corruption in this government is not being mentioned. And that is where the problem is arising. Because as much as we give taxes, as much as we are willing to give tax na tujitegemee, who are we giving this tax? You know? And that is where the problem is. I want to give you a story as I finish. Sitaki kuongea mingi sana. Where Nigeria is today, it is it is in a position whereby it is started just like this way you see Kenya. A president comes with a very brilliant idea using the word of God, telling you we need to privatize this, privatize that, privatize that. Eventually, this privatization goes to his friends, his families, and some few people become very rich. And that is what happens in Nigeria. That after privatization, some governors and some people who are in government became extremely rich at the expense of the people of Nigeria. We will not allow this country to be auctioned. We will not allow few people who believe that they have the title deed and they are entitled to do whatever they feel like to sell this country to privatization. If they are unable to govern, the only honorable thing you can do as a human being is say, I am a bad leader, I cannot be able to govern, I cannot revive this parastatus, so let us allow somebody else to lead. And therefore, from where I sit, I feel like Kenyans are being taken for a ride. And I'm urging all Kenyans who love this country to accept that we are going to resist any move to privatize this country. To privatize mpaka education at university now will be manned by a person, an investor. How is that possible? An investor cannot come into education because his interest is not education. His interest is profit. And we cannot allow people to make profit with our kids. That's why you see the 4 months of Kenya Kwanza government, education has gone haywire. Haywire. We do not know where we are going. You can imagine that there is a junior secondary in the primary school where a class 7 kid is in secondary and a class 8 kid is still in primary. Unaambia mtoto aende avae trouser na tai, aende primary, wewe uko secondary, na mtoto mwingine kwa hiyo the same school ako na kinyasa na bado wako primary. It's total confusion, total irresponsible. For me, it's chaotic, and we must pray and participate in the movement of Raila Odinga, so that these things can come to an end. And therefore, as I finish, I am urging all peace-loving Kenyans. We want a non-violent demonstration. We want non-violent civil disobedience, where we make sure that this government comes to a standstill. Because it is not the government of the people. This is a government of the rich. They are going to continue being rich, and then they come on Sunday. This Sunday, they are going to be in Nakuru to give us stories, Thanksgiving, and pray for economy and pray for many things that require policy. Kwa hivyo wananchi wenzangu, tujikakamue, support Raila Amolo Odinga ili tuweze kuzami hii kitu, hii serikali iweze kuanguka. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, we cannot move on like this. We have to find a way of bringing things. We want a factory setting for Kenya. And that is the only thing that is going to cure this country. Until we come to a place whereby the country starts afresh, we shall never recover. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. We appreciate that. Go back to Mr. Gur. Mr. Gur, nilikuwa nimekuwa appointed prefect.
Yes, Bernard. I think those who have followed debates on this forum, we are not just against Ruto and his Kenya Kwisha government. It is because things that are being proposed and what has happened so far are so frightening that you cannot imagine. Just for 1 minute, think of privatized universities. What is the implication? The implication is that those who come from poor backgrounds will hardly find it affordable to get to the universities, because private enterprise is about profit. It's about nothing else. It's profit. So it is the bottom line that they look at. But university education and education as a whole is a social service that should be given to citizens of any country. So if you love this country, if you love the future of our children, you have to raise your voice. Look at it. They have proposed to sell nearly every parastatal or government body that cuts across all the sectors: electricity, agriculture enterprises like New KCC, and all those parastatals you think of, sugar industry, everything. So in other words, everything will be put in the hands of profiteers, people who can wake up tomorrow and say, we are crossing up this enterprise because we're not making money. And that has its own consequences. So when you see some of these policies that are being floated by this government, you wonder where Kenya will be in the next 5 to 10 years if these policies were to be actualized. I would want those in this forum to revisit the manifesto that was given to us by this party. I'm not sure because I've not read it, let me confess, but I'm doubtful if they said they are going to sell every single parastatal. It has its own implications. Look at what has happened to our transport industry when it is left purely to the private sector. We are at the mercy of a very ruthless class of people who don't want order, who don't want to be controlled in any way, who don't like regulations. And then what country are we going to make? Now, agriculture. We are told that farmers are being freezed by cartels, even to an extent of the deputy president saying he is now going to focus on cartels in tea, coffee, and milk industries. Until when are we going to be fed with the propaganda? New KCC belongs to her government, 100%. They bought it back from the Moi henchmen in 2003. So today, that parastatal is owned by government 100% on behalf of the farmers of Kenya. Now, if this government was genuine about helping farmers. What they should do is offer better prices to farmers delivering milk to new KCC so that they can offer competition to the private enterprise like Brookside. But what we hear, we only hear about cartels, fake narratives. What about Githongori, who buy milk directly from their farmers? How much do they offer farmers? What about Mount Kenya milk in Meru? How much do they offer their farmers? Kenyans, let's not just swallow propaganda by people who just want to hold on to power. Coffee industry production has plummeted from 130,000 metric tons in 1988 to barely 40,000 metric tons. Today, we can hardly assure a certain market that will be supplying them steadily with coffee. So therein lies one of the greatest weaknesses that we have, because we cannot tie binding contracts, because we are not consistent. So the government starts backing the tree from the wrong side. So therefore, when you cannot be able to be steady in the market, of course, you don't expect much from the market. Today, Uganda and Ethiopia are increasing their coffee production year on year. Ours has been going down year on year. But all what we hear are narratives, cartels. Yet what we know is that there is much more than what is being said. The issue is not just marketing level, it is also production level. Our sugar industry, what are we doing with it? We have killed a whole generation of people in Western Kenya. All what we hear are narratives of cartels. Sometime back, the late Joe Nyaga tried to go and solve that problem of sugar industry. He tried to reach out to the MPs in the area. He wrote a book and he said only one attended those meetings at the far end of his tour. So it means these people are very dishonest with the population. They just want to play mind games. They have no commitment. So when I hear the current leaders, more so the deputy president, talking about fighting cartels, I see a lot of dishonest talk in him. I don't know what these people take us for. Today's farmer is not a stupid person. Ni watu wameenda shule na wamesoma. And that is what they don't know. They promised guaranteed minimum returns. Nobody talks about it today. They promised that a coffee farmer will be getting 100 shillings per kilo of cherry. Nobody talks about it today. So Bernard, this is more than just meets the eye. And it is good that those who come to this forum to understand that we are not merely talking or opposing the government for the sake of it. No, it's because we know these things. We know when we are being cheated. We know when propaganda is being applied just to confuse people. Wacha niachie hapo for now, Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. This country needs help, and the help we need is within our reach, but we need to up the game. It is very disturbing when somebody gets in office and the first job he undertakes is to get rid of assets. It is bad news when people don't have value for the resources of the country, because things like new KCC, Kenya Railways, Kenya Power, and all that, they have been with us for ages. And their people, I mean, successive governments have worked so hard to keep them afloat. Kenyatta University, University of Nairobi, all these government entities. It is not that it was easy to sustain them. It is not that it was, a choice for successive government to sustain them. They went out of the way to sustain public education. It was not an easy ride. How do you get in office and now begin to talk of privatizing public education and privatizing public resources without even considering who are the owners of this place? Like now there is an argument about East African Portland Cement. The land belongs to the indigenous. They were given in the context that they will create jobs. And now you come and sell East Africa Portland Cement. The owners of the land, who is going to compensate them? At the usage that the land has been in use all along, who is going to pay them back? This administration, like Mzee Michael put it, ni ya wezi, ni ya machambazi, na kwa hivyo lazima tujisatiti kujiokoa na hii matatizo yote. Mimi sioni hapa kama kuna future. There is no future with this kind of leadership in the driver's seat. We don't have a future with this kind of madness. Let us rise up, get angry enough, do the right thing, and help this country recover from the folly that is being espoused to. Then from the fact that the person is shamelessly buying members of parliament and other stakeholders, it is a proof that we don't have anybody who can stop anybody from breaking the law. We have somebody who sponsors people in breaking the law and doing what is unconstitutional. And for that alone, we need to stand against Kenya Kwanza. We need to stand against William Ruto. We need to fight them tooth and nail until we get rid of them, because this is not how our country is governed. This is not how our country is built. You cannot do away with constitutionalism and rule of law and still be leading a country. It is not possible. So let's stop accepting the insulting of our intelligence by the Kenya Kwanza administration with William Ruto to think that they are up to any good. They are not up to any good. Look at the way they got rid of the Cherare 4 unconstitutionally, without following the law, without caring. And then they turn around, they reward Chebukati for breaking the law and subverting the will of the Kenyan people. This is a madness that must come to an end. And so Kenyans of goodwill, let us stand up and be counted. Tuache mchezo, tuache mchezo. Huyu ni mtu ambaye amekusudia kuharibu nchi na kuikandamiza kabisa. Msiangalie kama the Francis Imbuka ndo alisema green snake green grass inside green snake. There is green snake inside green grass. But when there is green grass inside green snake, that's more dangerous. So please, let's rise up and see to it that we correct the wrongs in this country. Don't defend corruption. Don't defend corrupting leaders. Don't defend any person who wants to corrupt the judiciary, corrupt the parliament, corrupt the senate, corrupt the churches. Of all things, do you go to corrupt church? And then from there you say, Bwana asifiwe, asifiwe vipi, kuanzia wapi sangapi? So let's call these people for what they are and find them guilty for what they are committing. Don't look for justification for them. Kuna huyu anaitwa Pole Baba, vipi? Upo, mbona umejificha?
Hi everyone. Bernard vipi?
Salama, namna gani?
Sambamba sana. Mi Salimia Mohamed Dabajilo. I've been following your channel. Following, watching and listening to your channel from Moyale. It's a Kenya border. They say in a country of blind people, one-eyed man is a king. You can imagine living in a country where everyone else is blind except one person. Kila mtu anafuata huyo mtu. Immediately after Kibera rally, was it last night ama ni nini ulileta kina Gaucho na Nuru, and then walianza kucomplain vile walisaidiwa pale kwa dayas and everything. Sasa ndo hata mimi nimeelewa. I'm even thinking watu wenye walikuja wakajiita jeshi la baba, watu waliletwa na nani? Do you know yule jamaa Jalango aliwaleta watu, he introduced them to the public, aliwapatia nafasi pale kwa dayas, wakarudisha kina Gaucho nyuma, alafu akajitoa immediately. Aliepa ni kama alitoroka, sijui alikuwa alikimbizwa ama ni nini. So that's the beginning of division to create division within Azimio team, because anajua by the time anatoka pale anajua ame create division, kwa sababu immediately hiyo rally iliisha, sikina Gaucho na Nuru walianza kucomplain that walinyimwa nafasi ya kukaa pale, wakaambiwa warudi nyuma, hata chance ya kuongea yenyewe ilikuwa ngumu. It's like they forced themselves through kupewa nafasi ya kuongea. You get? Sasa this guy wenye walienda kwa Ruto, watu si wazuri. They have already betrayed Raila, I can tell you for sure. And number two, angalia method ile method Ruto mwenyewe anatumia kuwanunua na pesa. Do you know what money is? It works. In a situation like this where everyone is struggling, maisha yamekuwa ngumu, school fees ndio hiyo imekuwa ngumu, chakula kupatikana imekuwa ngumu, drought ndio hiyo, kama ni watu wa pastoralist zote, ng'ombe, sijui mbuzi, ngamia, nini imeisha. People don't have money. Maisha ni ngumu. And then here comes now the president anakuita, anakupea deal ya 50 million plus, alafu anakuambia usiattend hiyo rally with 50 million. Wewe unadhani watakataa hiyo offer? So as long as watoto wao wanasoma, wanaenda shule mzuri, watoto wao wakule chakula mzuri, watoto wao wavae nguo mzuri, do you think they care about my kids and yours? They don't. And then Ruto kama sahi anatumia pesa ku convince our MPs. In fact, there was a time I was even told MPs kupitisha msaada pale kwa parliament to support it or even to oppose it, hata na wananunuliwa na kitu 10k or even 20k, as little as 20k MPs wanapewa, wananunuliwa. wanakuwa tumbo terrorist. Hapa kwetu watu kama hawa tunawaita tumbocrat, watu wa njaa, watu wa tumbo yao tu, they don't care about others. So kama with all these resources at hand, at his disposal, bill gani Ruto hawezi pitisha pale kwa parliament as long as it favors him politically? So we are doomed. And then the only person mwenye akona gut ya kuweza kuliberate this country from this kind of people is Raila Odinga. And then yeye peke yake hawezi, he needs support. As much as akona support ya wananchi, he needs support from his fellow leaders, especially from his party members. But sahi unaona vile wameanza kujitoa, mwingine anakimbia pale kwa Ruto, already ODM, some of the members are already compromised. Jubilee ni hivyo, wengine wamekuwa compromised. This guy is buying these leaders left, right and center. So ile rally tunaenda, every time tunaenda kufanya rally, it will not give Ruto sleepless night, because anajua ni rally tu. Tunaenda pale, tunapiga kelele, tunakaa kwa vumbi, kwa jua, tunapiga kelele, and then we go back home doing nothing about it. So my opinion, we don't have time. These guys are buying members wetu. So with the few we have, we need to do more than rally. More than rally. Si ati tumetoka Jacaranda, tunaenda Kibra, then next time tunaenda wapi? Kamukunji. Then tunapiga kelele, baba anakuja, anaongea, Ruto must go, bla bla bla, vitu zingine wengine wanaongea, majibizano hapa na pale. And then at the end of it all, we go back home. Tumefanya nini? You get? So the plan has to be more than rally. Then we need people wenye wako na stand, not like Jalangos and the rest. If they wanasemanga, if you want to win your enemy, first infiltrate them. How do you do that? Unashika moja wawili, you buy them with what you have, make them happy, give them something lucrative. You get? And then you get information from them. You use them now to create in a fault line, to weaken line. Una weaken their strength, you weaken, you get, unapata a spy hapo ndani, you get the information, their plan. So everything Raila has been thinking and planning and discussing with these leaders, it is now already exposed. And Ruto has everything, every information he needs, as long as Azimio, Raila and Rally and the next plan is confirmed. Hata today, alienda kumita na nani na kina Junet na Joho. What happened in the previous rallies? Why didn't they appear? Kwa nini hawakukuja? Kwani Raila aliwafanya nini? Ama Azimio iliwafanya nini? Then we are talking of Junet na Joho, and then kuna hii sasa timu nyingine ya Jalango. So what's going on? They are putting their stomach first. And now if this guy is buying, so this guy knows the value of money. And as a president, akona resources zote, he has all this at his, he can do anything. So he can give them biashara mzuri, ama kazi mzuri, ama pesa mzuri, awanunue. Hata pale kwa parliament, apitishe deal zingine zenye inamfavor. Like the other day, sijui ni MP wa Mandera ama ni wapi alikuwa anaongea, hii term limit ya 2 term itolewe. Ni wa Mandera huko. Ruto can still do that because apparently he can buy any one of them. Awape pesa, awape deal mzuri, awape government contract, watajirike. You get? But sasa hiyo term limit ipigiwe kura Ni hivyo, jamaa aendelee kutururu kama Moi for as long as ako alive. You get? And then look at us now, the rest. Hakuna like tupike tu rally turudi. Nyinyi mlisikia Sri Lanka? It's the only option we have apparently.
Tafadhali anza kutamatisha, line imeanza kuwa mrefu.
Yes. Kwa hivyo that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, asante sana kila mmoja. Asante kwa kumakinika na kufuata matangazo haya. Naamini kwamba unajifunza mawili matatu wakati wa Kenya wanashirikiana na kusemezana masuala yanayojiri katika siasa zetu. Ni muhimu tusimamie ukweli, kwa sababu ukweli utasimama siku zote. Njia ya muongo ni fupi, wahenga washasema, na wanasema mtegemea cha nduguye ufa maskini. So kama wewe umeingia kwa siasa kutumia hiyo siasa kujinufaisha, basi wewe ni adui wa nchi. Sisi tunahitaji wanasiasa na viongozi ambao watasimama kutetea nchi, kutetea katiba, kutetea watoto mpaka wale ambao hawajazaliwa. Lakini kama uko katika hii kutetea tumbo lako, you are a disappointment, a big one for that matter. We encourage you to subscribe to the channels that we are trying to share the link on the comment section. Please let us help our other channels and our sister-friendly channels also to grow. So as a subscriber of Mtembei TV, Sound Candid Talk, and other friendly channels, let's also support other of our friends and veterans and fighters who we've been fighting with here, also grow their channels. Alafu of course leo ameanzisha campaign watu wa unsubscribe kutoka kwa Jalango's channel. Mkifanya hivyo mna subscribe kwa ile ya Emmy ili nayo ikue. Asante. Lakini Big J, karibu.
Thank you Bernard, habari ya asubuhi. Bernard, sijui kama mnanipata vizuri.
Uko sawa, lakini songa karibu na mic kidogo ili usikike vizuri.
Okay. Thank you. Bernard, unakumbuka kuna siku tuliongea hapa nikawaambia Baba must be very careful about our MPs. Kwanza mimi by this sijai kuwa fan wa Jalango, I hate him. And before that let me at first nisalimie
Bwana Big J toa hizo earphones
Sasa unanisikia?
Basi. Uking'oa uko sawa. Endelea.
Unanisikia? Okay. Kwanza wacha nikusalimie Bernard, Mzee Guru na kuona Moha na mwenzetu huyu ameenda, sijui alikuwa anaitwa nani, naona amepotea msiji. Pole baba. Bernard, Kenya tuko na shida. Kenya kuna shida kubwa, na shida ya Kenya ni corruption. Na watu wanafanya corruption venye wanataka. Lakini mostly wale watu wanafunja sheria ya corruption. The corruption enforcers ni MPs. And it's very annoying to see this Christianity, so-called Christianity in Kenya, it has become something else. Something else that someone can accuse you, someone can abuse you, in front of the pulpit. So I think it's good kina Jalango wamefanya hivyo. Watu kama sisi sijai amini kina Jalango. Hao ni kina Simeon Makonde walikuja tu just like that because of UDA vile Jubilee ilikuwa imechukua hiyo kiti ya Lang'ata, so I think hakukuchunguzwa vizuri who will be an MP for Lang'ata. Bernard, let me tell you what the so-called RUTO planning to privatize university. That is the biggest mistake that will ever happen in Kenya. There is no country that all universities belongs to private, that becomes private. Some universities must private, some universities are government universities. And nikwambie mahali kama hapa Japan kuingia university ya serikali inakuwaga ndio ngumu zaidi. The level of education in government universities is very high. So I don't know what they are thinking, but anyway, if we have people like Duale, is from Northeastern. He comes from a very dry land that he could have initiated some few things to help the people of Northeastern. Duale amekuwa katika serikali zote. I expected him to talk about, for example, slaughter, aweke watu wa Northeastern a slaughter, mahali watachinja mbuzi, because hao ni wafugaji, mbuzi, ng'ombe ama ngamia. Angekuwa na mpangilio because amekuwa katika level ya juu ya government, because alikuwa I mean, he has been playing very high level but lower level in development. There is nothing these guys will change the country. They are just speaking and speaking and speaking. Sasa kama nani anaongea kuhusu cartels, is the biggest cartel because yeye mwenyewe alikuwa amechukua pesa ya serikali na akinini amerudishiwa. Sasa who is a cartel? This Bernard, and I don't mind kina nani kwenda hawa wabunge wa ODM kwenda kuona Ruto in State House. Wacha waende, because definitely, Bernard, you read the Bible. There is that story of the mtu jamaa alikuwa anafanya harusi, wasichana wale walikuwa wanangojea bwana na bi harusi, walijitayarisha, wengine wakawa na mafuta ya kutosha, wengine hawakuwa na mafuta ya kutosha. Sasa zile wametoka nje kwenda kutafuta mafuta, maana mafuta iliisha, wakapata bwana na bi harusi wameingia, so wakafungiwa nje. Let me tell you that when something good is almost going to happen, not everybody will go with it. Definitely there are people who are going to be locked out. And I'm telling you, the 202, if you remember before 202 election, I was in Kilgoris. Raila came to Kilgoris, I was just behind him. Like, nilikuwa tu nyuma yake kabisa. By that time, hata security yake ikuwa tight sana. I was just behind him. Watu wa KANU wakapiga gari zake mawe. Gari zilipigwa mawe. I can still even name the MCA who led the destroying of stones. Alikuwa anaitwa Councillor Naitiba. From that time, those things happened. I'm telling you, 202 KANU iliangushwa na Naitiba ilibidi atafute wazee akuje kutafute baba amsamehe. So I want to encourage all the supporters, because actually Mr. Guru ameongea vizuri a lot of things that they are not going to do. We don't even have to talk about it, because this UDA there is, it's like sasa kama hiyo ndio ile Madam Koome alisema hot air. Hao ndio hot air. Hao ndio the goose. There is nothing will come out of them, because they think that only money can manage the country. Money cannot manage the country. You can buy those MPs, you can buy senators, governors, and everybody, but the money cannot manage the country. Because already the people are suffering. The school fees is hiked. Electricity is too high. The petrol and fuel is too high. Ukienda mrisavu, ukienda kukata miti ya kuni, sheria za kukata miti bado ziko, gas ndio expensive. So I don't know how they want people to eat. So I think, Bernard, the only thing for us who still stand, because we stand for the truth, we stand because we know tunataka nchi ibadilike. Manake tumeteseka kama hii maneno ya unapata simu karibu 100 ati niko na hivi mtoto shule sijui nini, yani unapata simu mingi sana mpaka unasikia uchungu. Mr. Guru, umeongea vizuri and I like the way you have spoken. Na umesimama ukiongea the truth. But these people, saa zingine hata hakuna haja, sasa inabidi mahali tumefika, hata hakuna haja, we don't have even to talk about it. We need to do something else. I'm really getting so disappointed. I'm really getting so annoyed. Ile mahali tumefika sasa, hata hakuna haja hizo mamikutano zingine. We have to start now going in the street. That's the only way. We have to go to the street. Because now, if we continue like this, and Ruto atatoa moja, that ama baba afanye hivi, akifanya hiyo mkutano abaki na wale abaki na which is very difficult. Sijui hata atabaki na nani, because wao already kama hawa youth wa jeshi la baba already, hata hawa ni watu waliletwa na Jalango. That means ni watu wametolewa mahali. And I think Sakaja is playing ako ndani sasa, ndiye anachezea Nairobi. He's not showing but he's playing. And I want Bernard, kwa sababu wewe uko Nairobi, you will tell me someday. Kwanza hilo jeshi ya baba definitely ni Sakaja alitengeneza. He's playing underground. So we have to be very careful, and I don't know how Baba is going to do that so that we stop this thing. Afadhali tu atuambie watu waende kwa barabara. That is it. Mimi the way I feel, I think hiyo tu ndio imebaki, because we cannot keep like, for example, sasa akitaka kubadilisha constitution atabadilisha. Definitely he's going to do that, because unasikia huyu jamaa kutoka Northeastern ameongea vizuri sana, amesema he's going to change the constitution. Hiyo time limit atoe. And we cannot do anything because the MPs ndio hao wamenunua kama patiwa 50. So Bernard, hata sina ni mchache wa maneno kwa sababu ya nasikia tu nimeisha, nasikia tu nimechoka, yani I don't know. Wacha niachie wengine waongee. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you so much, Big J. A great observation there, and also the suspicion of Sakaja. Sakaja promised that he would deliver the other side of the political divide to Kenya Kwanza. We remember the altercation at KICC when they were doing some digital something, and then it was before the bombshell of IEBC. Was it during or before? Before Kamkunji too. So the underground outreaches are there. But what I think Kenya Kwanza is not appreciating is that the people have owned the movement of go. It's no longer in the hands of the members of parliament. It's no longer in the hands of the senators. It is not even in the hands of Baba. It is people-driven movement. And when it is like that, it is immaterial what the members of parliament are doing right now. And so from, I think from Friday, from Friday is when we'll be having straight full weekend rallies. Full weekend rallies, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, across. So I believe the build-up is going to be strong. And then the frontliners are going to be the national, I think the national Azimio campaign team. That is the Joho, the Junaid, and of course Baba Matakaru and all that. These members of parliament are still going to play the underdog jobs that they did during the Azimio campaign. They were not so much put in the limelight to campaign for Baba in terms of being on the front of the rallies. And so that also makes it makes their move immaterial and least significant. But all in all, Baba has been with the people and the people trust Baba. They even vote for these members of parliament because of Baba's voice added to their choice. People like Jalango and all that, they have no chance of winning a seat in Nairobi if it were not for Baba's name. But what is coming out clear is that the people who went to State House, they are going to State House did not begin yesterday. Like I said, William Ruto has the old KANU habit of sponsoring members of parliament in ODM and other opposition parties where he has no strong candidate. He will go and get a strong candidate in ODM, sponsor him into parliament, sponsor his campaign, so that when he gets in parliament, he's going to cross over. The reason why these people had no choice and had no voice to tell Ruto no is because they will be sponsored by Ruto chini ya maji. The same way they did with Jichopevu, the same way they did with Aisha Juma. And by that time, Aisha Juma alikuwa second in command for Baba. Okay? Yeye ndo ako mbele ana lead campaign ya Baba, kumbe sponsor wake ni nani? Ni William Ruto. Kishaingia hivi parliament, ana cross over, anaanza kudefend William Ruto. So these are the manifestation of what the old can used to do, sponsoring strong candidates in opposition stronghold and then tie them down to serve your purposes when they get to parliament. So these 9 people done well. They did not begin to dance with Ruto yesterday. They have been with Ruto all along, even during the campaign. They must be the ones who are leaking some of the information to William Ruto when they were trusted by the Azimio team. And partly, that is part of our problem as a country. But what we are looking forward is these things come in the light so that they help us clean up. Because where we are going, we don't need baggage. We don't need burdens. We need to carry soldiers who are able to fight rightly and be able to give us the victory we need. I want also to appeal to my night class teachers, Mato and team, Julia, Makiadi, nani mwingine leo ni leo saa 8 imefika, rudi kwa class. As an admin napaswa kung'atuka mapema kwa sababu keshoye ndio hiyo. In the next 5 hours or so I'll be starting out that program. And just before Pogon comes in, let me just play the advert for the program. Those of you who love Bible teaching and you enjoy a scriptural way of looking at the Bible, there is a program for you which I promise you that you're going to enjoy every bit of the same and enjoy Bible expository analysis. Hapa hautasumbuliwa na maneno ya mbegu, utasumbuliwa na maneno ya guza, anguka, teremka. Utafundishwa tu ukweli. Ukishaujua ukweli, ukweli utakuweka huru. Shortly, we get back.
Nami Willy Kibali, tukutane kila siku ya Ijumaa kutoka saa 7 mchana hadi saa 10 jioni, tukichanganua, tunadadavua, kuangalia injili ya huyu Yesu Kristo. Kumbuka ni kwenye Triumphant Bible Media, tunachangana, tunapambanua na kuangalia injili kamili ya Yesu Kristo. Kipindi hewani kinaitwa Gospel Cafe kwenye Triumphant Bible Media, nikiwa naye Daki pamoja na Shadi. Usikose.
Bible says, my king is king of the Jews.
Okay, sorry about that. We are going to get the right video shortly. Let me just respond to this shortly. Kuna mtu anasema nini hapa? I think it's a UDS sympathizer or something. anasema how we seventh estate we are used to him. He said, Bernard, you are the one that advised Raila not to care that Mudavadi and Weta are not in Ford. Of course, Weta and Mudavadi are insignificant. There was no need of rigging an election if they were significant. Why has the whistleblower given results? And na sijui timu yangu ya analysis imeenda wapi leo. Tulikuwa tuchambue hiyo maneno. The election was rigged because Matividi could not deliver, Weta could not deliver. Hizi vitu zingine mnadanganya nazo, they don't exist. Results are Jebukati, they were imagined results. They are not the reflection. No. William Ruto is not a match to Raila Odinga in the national politics. Forget about that Chebukati thing. There is no neck-to-neck result between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. William Ruto could hardly get 4 million votes in this election. Whatever that is given is Chebukati. Na ndio huu ujinga tumekataa. Tuwezi kubali nini kuchukuliwa kama wajinga. Na waliopiga kura ndio wanakuambia hivyo. Raila Odinga is miles and miles ahead of William Ruto any day. Hata Raila Odinga asipofanya campaign yoyote, William Ruto cannot win against him in a free and fair, straightforward election. So it's not a matter of mtu anapaswa kwenda kula anataka kwenda, lakini kujifanya kwamba uko na huku na kumbe haupo, hiyo ndio propaganda ambayo na uongo ambao hatuhitaji. It is part and parcel of the corruption syndicate. Pogon, karibu.
Good morning.
Morning to you. How are you?
Bestest. You know, I'm saying bestest because it says we are not in the best of times. Tukiangalia na macho ya kawaida. But tukiangalia na kindani, if you are a movie lover, if you've watched and you love the movie 300, and if you've watched and if you've loved the movie The Passion of Christ, and also the old one, The Life of Christ, you will notice that it did not take a bunch, it did not take a whole bunch to bring about change. Sometimes even the betrayals turned out to be best. And when the final nail was pushed in on the coffin, really began the whole revolution. So according to me, I don't mind mambo ya kina Jalango kujitoa. I don't mind kukuwa na betrayers kidogo kwa nyumba, because hao ndio watu wenye wamekuwa wakileta this too much noise. Why are we so many and we are doing so little? Why does it look like we are winning and yet we are not getting the victory? Understand? So these are the chaff, and it's good that they are going now aside. And that little that will remain are the ones who are going to deliver the victory. I remember one time I was here and I was talking about somebody in the media, and who was endorsing the governor, the now governor. I had nothing particularly against Sakaja, but the one thing that was termed as the only thing that was making it like the weighing scale for Sakaja to deliver was the dimple. I was like, huwezi kuwa Kamenegoro. It's no wonder, by the way, she's been kicked out of Kiss, or it's no wonder she kicked herself. She signed off from Kiss. Unajua, huwezi kuja ukasema ati a whole Nairobi governor, the only reason utaenda kumpatia vote ni dimples. It says something about yourself inside, unajua. Alafu akaulizwa kuhusu Jalango na akasema ati unajua Jalango ni be ama ni kama bae ama ni baya be. hiyo slang mimi sijui kidogo, I'm older than that, but alikuja kasema oh ni just Jalango ni bay, so there was nothing about Jalango that made Kamenegoro. And you know Kamenegoro is a name in front of many names behind. You understand? This is a person of influence. Alafu anakuja nasema kuwa ati yeye Jalango ni bay. So if I love him, you also ought to love this guy. But for Sakaja, impulse. Many other people fell for that, and I was like, during that time nilikuwa niko nasema tuko na Jalango, tulikuwa tuko na DNG, tulikuwa tuko na Bahati, and this was celebrity kids. Even Sakaja himself is also another ex-musician, and I was like, no, we should not use the clout yenye wako nayo ya hiyo fame ya art, even though there is a way that art tries to imitate real life and real life tries to imitate art, but we shouldn't use your image yenye inakuwa portrayed in art kujaribu kuleta vitu into real life, you know. And I remember, was it 2 years or if it's not 2 years, it's 1.5 years ago when we had some scandals about Sakaja. And I said here that these are not the parameters that we are supposed to be using in electing leaders. And even those that come to our side and pretending to be the strongest names in our side, and then we try to portray them as the strongholds of us or the strongholds amongst us. Nilikuwa naona ikiwa iko very very wrong. Kuna huyo mwenye anaitwa Mohamed Abu Jilo. By the way, tuko na familia ya mtu anaitwa Jilo. Our county, West Pokot County, is now hosting more than 470 something camels kwa familia ya mtu anaitwa Jilo from huko hivyo northeastern, kwa sababu ya drought imekuwa the only place penye inaweza kuwa hosted camels zao ni West Pokot. As EB, by the way, imekuja kutunzwa ili zikuwe na afya, alafu when things are okay there they'll go back there, but things are getting dire. The government is lying to us. The purporting government is doing very less, and they are not talking, by the way, with the right tonal variation. You cannot be talking to people who are so serious in soprano, you know. So the situation is so dire. Now, people on our side and people in northern Kenya, they don't want a serious talk that is of threats. They want a serious talk that is of thought out plans, thought out methods to get people out of the problem that is there. You know, you cannot have a people who are suffering in hunger, and the only easiest way out is to be a bandit. Today, we don't have a single community that is not a bandit that is in the northern of Kenya and southern of Ethiopia and southeastern of South Sudan, or of South Sudan, yes, and northeastern of Uganda. If anybody gets me, I believe they do, because what I'm talking about is something very, very peculiar. You know, everybody, everybody wants us to be like, I don't know. I don't understand not only Kenya, but I don't understand the whole region, because everybody wants peace, but nobody seems to be pursuing it. You know, we cannot love peace. We should be those people that wants to stir up peace, to bring up and settling peace in amongst us, and then bring the real peace that is supposed to be there. You know, we are in this age that we should not be relying on the things that we relied on in the 1990s. And when I'm talking about this peace in the northeastern Kenya, and that region of East Africa. I'm also talking about this spectrum in our Kenyan politics. We should not be these people that are being manipulated by people who come in the name of ODM only to leech on us, to suck our blood on those people that have been there. You know, tuko hapa hivi watu wengi, by the way, wenye tuko kwa ODM not for fame, not for nothing, but because we have children that we've not even sired, but we have that generation that we want to secure and to make sure that they have everything that we could not afford, that we do not afford now. There are things that even now that I'm talking here, there are things that I want that I will not see. But as it is said in the Bible, the old will have visions, and the children, the young, will have dreams. Now I have visions, things that I will not see in this life, but things that my children will live up to see. And those are the things that I'm here to pursue. And these are the things that make me become not only an ODM, but as well now an Azimio member. We do not want these vitu ndogo ndogo yenye nafanya mtu anakimbia State House kwenda kupiga pale hivyo picha. That's so cheap. That's not me. And if that's not me, I believe that's not many of us wenye bado still tuko hapa hivi kwa hii channel, tuko tunaendelea kuchanganua hii mambo. You know, it's annoying because it's myopic when watu wanaweza jitokeza, they have all the means and all they need to succeed and to survive in this life, but then give it all up because they want more selfishly. You know, leo nilikuwa niko nasikiza, was it either it was a discussion for today in the morning or yesterday, because today is Tuesday and yesterday was Monday. They don't discuss anything in Citizen Breakfast. And then there was this lady, the lying lady, anaitwanga Sholei, boss wa kudanganya. She was there and then she was saying that, you know, maybe she was asked about the 100-day promises, and then she was like, you know, you cannot blame anything on this government. We've not had our own budget, so you cannot expect this government that just came in the other day to deliver everything that you had, that we said we will deliver in 100 days, to be delivered in 100 days when we do not have our own budget. Then she was asked, are you not the same people that have taken out those people that are in leadership in different parastatals, in different departments, that are heading those departments, that are running the budgets that were made in the other government, now that you've taken in, and you promised, regardless, that in 100 days life is going to be better. Now you're saying you don't have that you don't have that obligation to deliver anything in 100 days, since you do not have a budget. and she was like, no, wait until we did our own budget, then we will deliver according to our own budget. Now that tells you, Kenyan, wewe sijui shida yako wewe Mkenya iko wapi? I cannot have that lady as my neighbor. Mimi mwenyewe I cannot have that lady as my neighbor. It's either yeye anahama penye yako akiwa jirani yangu, ama mimi ninahama juu. Seriously, we cannot share a fence, we cannot even share a chief, mimi na muongo kama huyo. The things that you say that are not only built on bricks, they are made to stand. My friend, those are your words. Either they fall with you or they fall on you. So we are living in such a very sad times that we're exposed to so much information that is so candid, things that are supposed to make us make very, very, very sober decisions than people that were there in the 90s. Surprising and how do I call it? Like paradoxically, it's made to be like in the 90s when we had not so much information dispersed out to amongst us, so much was done, unlike now. Now we are living in a generation that okay, we are living not even in a generation, in a time where we are benefiting to more of the changes that are there that came in the 90s, way before the triple W, than it is now. Now we are seeming to be conforming and every time to be chameleoning to everything that is coming up. And this is a very sad thing. Really, we ought to be so smart. There are so many of us wenye wamekubaliana na ukweli and they have made peace with it, with the truth. With the truth. They have made peace with it and they're like, I will follow the truth. It's not popular, but I will follow the truth. But why do we in the majority still stay stuck up in the falsehood, in the misinformation? How did this government come into being in place? I can tell you, Ruto invested so much in prophecies. If you're somebody that is calling himself a Christian, not all, but many that are calling themselves Christians, they were always there on the televisions, on the internet, on the wwws, looking for every prophecy that is going to deliver for them things that is mandated in the constitution for you to make a sober choice. Not ile choice yenye unaambia ati wamesema itakuwa alafu ikakuwa. Unapata many board pastors, many board prophets walikuwa wanatuambianga kuwa rais atakuwa ni Ruto. Rais atakuwa ni Ruto, and I've had many friends, my very dearest friends, and the reason why I'm calling them friends is because I don't want to call them by name because that will be turning them into foes. I don't want to do that. But I'm calling them my friends because they still are. Walikuwa nakuja naniambia, by the way, mimi naaminia Raila, lakini nilikuwa ninasikiza prophet fulani anasema ni Ruto. That's because they were born. If not by Ruto, by the cronies. Because I know God is not so foolish mpaka akaleta idea ya kuwa we will have a democracy where I will give you a sober mind to make a sober choice. And not only now, even in the years before, right before King Saul became the king.
Naomba okoa muda.
Okay. Dakika moja. Right before Saul became king, people had their sober mind bila pombe mingi. Maybe ilikuwa iko lakini bila pombe mingi, bila uganga mingi, lakini waliamua wataongozwa na Sauli. Lakini mwisho akakuja wakasafa mpaka wakaanza kujisalimisha wenyewe kwa Mungu. So please, tuache kudanganywa, tuache kufanyishwa ukora. Hii serikali ni ya Raila na ukombozi inatakana ifanyike, turudishie Raila uongozi wake. Uongozi wa Raila inamaanisha azimio yetu kwa uongozi bora. Azimio inamaanisha aspiration to a better leader. Raila personifies the best leadership. Everything that we want the Kenya to be, according to many of us that are here, believe that Raila personifies that. And that's why we wanted Raila, and that's why we are pursuing that one thing. Wengine wote ni kelele yenye utakuja kupita. Who's Jalango? Who's hao wengine 7-8 wenye wako na yeye? So yangu ni haya machache kwa sasa, but I'm with you and I want us always to remain sober and always to remain focused to the cause. Amen.
Okay, amen. Thank you so much for God. We appreciate that. Ni muhimu tusimame kwa ukweli kwa sababu uongo utatupotosha. and the great country called Kenya must be salvaged. Whatever it takes, let's be willing to ensure that that is done by reaching out to those around us. And one way is to be an ambassador of Mtembei TV. Share the link with your community. Let everybody tune in and be able to learn one or two things. Some of the things we are talking about right now, we exhausted them during the campaign time. We painted for you the picture of the kind of leader William Ruto is. And we told you that the leopard does not change its spots. Swearing in does not change anything. It's just like wedding vows. Okay? If you're a lazy man and then you get a lazy woman and then you march on the aisles, we sing for you, we throw flowers for you, and then we ask you, do you do? You say, I do. Do you do? I do. When you reach home, laziness will not have left you because you took a marriage vow. The lazy one is walking home with you, just like you are lazy walking home together. So the office of the presidency will not change the person you put in. It is the person you put in that will change that office. And so let the character of leaders be placed on the scale before we conclude on what is needed. Two quick videos, and then we bring Jeremiah. I'm still waiting for my night school teachers waje ili mimi ning'atuke, lakini nashukuru. Tuendelee mbele, endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu. Subscribe, follow, and continue commenting and sharing. Let the deceived people continue to be deceived, the Bible says, and let those that want to deal rightly do it, continue dealing rightly. And from there, we will get everything done the right way. Thank you so much.
Wanavyo ndivyo akuavyo, lakini sisi hapa nazo tunasema unaposikiliza neno ndivyo unavyokuwa, na si kusikiliza neno tu, bali kusikiliza neno na kukaribisha kwenye online Bible Summit kila siku ya Jumatano kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi hadi saa 7 mchana, ukiwa naye Apostle CJ, Reverend Bernard Ngosi pamoja na Bishop Silas Kanali kwenye Triumphant Bible Media. Usikose.
Aisha Jumwa, 19 million graft case withdrawn. Murder charge against Aisha Jumwa withdrawn. Case against former Kenya Power MD Ben Chumo, Kentus and 10 others withdrawn. The charge of rape against Mithika Linturi withdrawn. Businesswoman Mary Wamboi had a 2.2 billion shilling tax case against her withdrawn. Another case in which she was charged with illegal possession of firearms and ammunition also withdrawn. Former NHIF boss Jeffrey Mwangi, alongside 13 others, also had graft charges against them withdrawn in a 1.1 billion shillings graft case. In November last year, the DPP made a decision to withdraw corruption charges against former Samburu Governor Moses Lenol Kulal, but he later had a change of heart and rescinded this decision, opting to allow the case to go on to its conclusion in the courts. But you see, it's not just withdrawal that is affecting the office of the DPP. You see, in December last year, the courts acquitted former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko of corruption and money laundering charges during his time as governor. The court also released his co-accused, Anthony Otieno Ombok. The court cited, get this, a defective charge, stating that the evidence did not meet the threshold needed to prosecute. That's not. Joe Sang, Kenya Power Managing Director at the time, was acquitted of corruption charges related to the 1.9 billion shillings Kisumu oil jetty project. He was acquitted for lack of evidence. Also acquitted were Gloria Kafafa, Vincent Korir, Nicholas Gitobu, Billy Aseka, and Samuel Odoyo. Now, I have one last illustration before I make my point. Businessman Humphrey Kariuki had his tax evasion charges quashed by the High Court in May. All of these, ladies and gentlemen, point to something. Just what is going on at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution? What is driving these withdrawals of cases against file individuals? Now, let me address the political rumors around it. Let's assume that the charges were politically motivated by this administration. Well, you see, the Constitution of Kenya anticipated this and protected the office of the DPP, stating, and I quote, "The Director of Public Prosecutions shall not require the consent of any person or authority for the commencement of criminal proceedings and in the exercise of his or her powers or functions, and shall not be under the direction or control of any person or authority." This clause in the law protects the holder of the office, guarantees him or her security of tenure that allows them the independence to decide which cases to prosecute and which not to. So if the question were politically motivated, then did the DPP violate the Constitution? And should he then be removed from that position in line with Article 158 of the Constitution? Okay, let's put that aside. I want us to now take the other scenario. Perhaps this is a change of heart. The law does allow the DPP to withdraw cases. Article 157(8) of the Constitution gives power to the DPP to discontinue a prosecution, of course with the permission of the court. It provides that the DPP can, and I quote, "discontinue at any stage before judgment is delivered any criminal proceedings instituted by his office," end quote. All right, well and good. But so what does it then say about the judgment of the holder of that office to institute proceedings, spend taxpayers' money through a judicial process, only to realize along the way that they do not have enough evidence to sustain the charge? Does that not point to a competence issue? By the way, incompetence is one of the grounds laid out in Article 158 for the removal of the DPP. Now, if indeed these cases either did not pass muster or were politically motivated, then imagine the damage done to the reputation of those accused. But here's one interesting fact. The withdrawal of those cases seemingly favors the high and mighty in this country. So what of the ordinary citizens like you and I? Is it possible that they also suffered the same fate? And if so, who will speak for them? You remember former Chief Justice David Maraga defending the judiciary when it was accused of dragging its feet in resolving cases? He turned the heat on the prosecution, citing instances where the charge sheets had too many counts, a long list of witnesses and lawyers representing parties, made it impossible for judicial officers to expedite the hearing and conclusion of such cases. Folks, there has clearly been quite a number of issues raised about how the office of the DPP has conducted itself. You see, whatever we are told as Kenyans, these are the facts as they stand. Every case that is being withdrawn today was first presented and even prosecuted by the very same DPP. And folks, we do not have any reports, images, or even videos of gun-to-head moments. So we are owed a detailed explanation of these cases. What happened? Are these the only cases that were defective? How many other people are sitting in remand with defective charge sheets in court? Is the DPP able to make independent decisions about who to charge, or is he swayed by political pressure? Was there political pressure applied to charge certain individuals in the previous regime? Is there political pressure to drop them now? The Constitution took their time to put in protections for this office to prevent all the back and forth we have seen from this office in the last few months. The mandate of the office holder is very clear. The method of appointment, resignation, or removal is
Thank you very much for your continued followership and support. For Gon, what is it?
There is somebody that was asking about the cases of insecurity in the northeastern region, and his name is. I just wanted to ask him to answer him. It's called Blue, and
Okay,
I
Blue.
wanted to tell him that whatever that is happening in northeastern is nothing that is reported. Actually, people are reporting their feelings and their thoughts towards it. Not nothing that is actually happening in reality. I wanted to tell them that if a cow is stolen from Baringo, 15 herds of cattle, and it's headed towards our place in the West Pokot, they will always report it in the hundreds. And this will happen in the daylight. And a chopper will be flown in the air, but it will not see a cow. Is it true? Is it factual? Is it possible? Leave alone being factual. Is it possible? No, it's not. No, it's not. Because this one is now becoming a business. It's now becoming a political business, and it's drawing you, the ordinary Kenyan. Maybe you're from the northern side, but you're not residing in the north. Maybe you're from the northwestern side, our side, and you're not residing there. But if you're there on the ground, you will tell that only 15 cattle will be stolen. This one will be multiplied by 100, and it will be made only to make news headlines. But the truth on the ground is nothing as reported. Why is this one happening? For convenience when it comes to the government side, for them to make a decisive action against one person or against one community. But in reality, it's different. This one's not what's happening there. So what I want to tell you people, that these people don't try, don't even imagine thinking about the true reality of the situation up there. But the situation needs a whole lot different approach than the bigger guns that they're bringing. They're bringing bigger guns, but now we are having much more deaths. We cannot be having many people dying when the government is so present there.
Okay,
And the government is not present.
Let's not divert so much into that.
Oh, okay. I was just answering somebody, and
Okay,
just to know that these people are not of the truth is because I want them also to know that we do not have and we do not get to know about the judgment of Paul Gicheru, whose sentence or whose judgment was in tandem with that of the now president. So much is lied to you, so much is hidden from you, just so that you don't know the truth and you are kept to speculate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pogon. A lot is there. Probably we'll get time to just explore that. But our country is very interesting. We need God to help us. Jeremani, karibu.
Thank you, Bwana Bernard. It is indeed always a pleasure to hear from you as you take us through these sessions of what I call nation building. I know many people don't look at it that way. They look at this forum as maybe a talk shop or a talk show, but the wisdom of the nation building component in which you take us through will in time manifest. And I thank you for the opportunity. I also acknowledge the presence of Guru there. I acknowledge the presence of Pogon. Mr. Wangira is there. And I see Wamama Kibao Mbele. I salute you all. I wanted to throw in a few, well, as usual, I like expanding horizons, but I will also be cautious not to go beyond bounds as you have guided us. And I wanted to throw a few things in here for consideration. Some may land, some may not, but as usual, the most wise will be able to decipher or make the necessary relevant inferences. Just a second. Apologies. There was some music playing in the background. I did not want it to interfere with our broadcast. The things that I wish to throw in for your consideration are the following. Number one, I wish to speak a little bit about 1825. 1825 was a momentous period for the country we now today know as Russia. In 1825, a group of revolutionaries from the noble class organized what many thought would be the overthrow of the Tsar at the time. They did not succeed. They convened at a square in Moscow, hoping the masses will join them and hoping that they will have provided the first shot at replacing the Tsar. At the square, some of their leaders did not come. When soldiers ordered by the Tsar went over to the square, what they did was, and this is subject to possible propaganda, they shot at what were known as the Decembrists or the Decembrist revolutionaries, and they shot at them with dye, red dye. They did not actually use bullets, but the actual sound of gunshots going off and then people seeing red dye all over gave the impression that this was a bloody affair. As I said, it is still subject to interpretation and historical propaganda, but it's also possible that they were shot at with real bullets. Some of the Decembrist revolutionaries were found cowering in their offices, did not march to the square to join their fellow revolutionaries. I will leave that suspended and I will jump to another historical example. I will speak about Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar was out in the field conquering lands for the Roman Empire. When he was coming back to Rome, he found that they, as soldiers out in the field, were experiencing hardships, and the decision makers about the course of social welfare in Rome were mostly senators who were living in comfort, politicking, not knowing what the soldiers on the ground were actually going through. And Julius Caesar, this was a very disconcerting period for Julius Caesar. And when he got the chance to go to Rome, he worked with two other gentlemen, one of whom is known as the richest man ever in Rome. And they formed a triumvirate. So the triumvirate included Caesar, the richest man in Rome, I forget his name at the moment, and one other influential senator, probably Pompey. And their intention was, with my money as the richest man in Rome, with you, Caesar, military might, we can be able to rule Rome. In time, Caesar discovered that the only way to rule Rome was to become a dictator. And that part of history we all know well. I will jump to another example. Napoleon Bonaparte was having tea sometime in a cafe, in one of the French cafes, when the French Revolution was starting. In fact, he complained bitterly that how did the guards, king's guards, allow a bunch of low-class people to march up to the palace gates. Napoleon Bonaparte was wondering, why didn't they open cannon fire and mow down a couple of these people? And then the rest would have just run away without any recourse. In time, the Corsican called Bonaparte, Corsican because he came from the area called Corsica in Italy, became the emperor of the nation called France. But what is it about the psyche of the nation called France that allowed Napoleon Bonaparte to rise and become the leader or the emperor of the French nation? Those are some of the things that I debate today. And I will leave that suspended and jump to another example. In the 1950s, a gentleman called King Philby defected from a very high flying position in the MI6. At one time, he was even an envoy level to Washington, at the heart of secrets of the British Empire, and at the heart of all that was also going on in international affairs. He defected to Moscow as a communist. And the question was, how did such a high-ranking person, at the heart of everything British, defect to the communist state? It still remains a debate to this date. But when he wrote his biography, he said that one of the things that allowed him to be a double agent for so long was the British class system. The British class system could not fathom a situation where one of the people in their class, higher echelons of class, could be outed out as a spy, as a communist spy. And they worked very hard to protect him. And by that, he got away with some of his double schemes. I will leave that suspended, and I will jump to a final example. And this is a gentleman called Rudolf Hess. Rudolf Hess, for those who do not know, was the number 2 in German Nazi. He was the number 2 to Hitler. And he made a very daring move as a number 2 to Hitler. Rudolf Hess, he jumped into a plane and flew it across the English Channel, landed in the United Kingdom, a country that was at war with Germany. And Rudolf Hess was trying to make overtures to the British, to Winston Churchill, saying, I am here, the number 2 to Hitler. I want to come and share secrets with you. And I want to make a trade with you. The question remains, how is it that Rudolf Hess, who was number 2 in Nazi Germany, defect and find embrace in the British system? Of course, he was not readily welcomed because they viewed him as a potential double agent, pretending to come in peace, but potentially wanting to find out what they know on the other side. So he was kept at bay. But ultimately, it was uncovered that he actually defected. Now, what am I getting at here? My key illusion is this, that I've seen the 2 gentlemen yesterday, that is Okanga and what's his name, the president of the ghetto president, come in, give us a few tidbits about what was happening here and there. And I make this allusion to the, and I call this the freedom fighters dilemma. The freedom fighters dilemma is what the 2 gentlemen are facing. They're on the ground fighting. They know what is happening on the ground, but they also have a bit of what is happening within the organization, composite organizations that people are involved in. When they come to a forum like this to share with us, we give them an open welcome so that we hear what they have to say, because there's some things that they say we are not privy to. It may be possible that they know much more than we may ever know, and all we can do is probably give them a hearing. I say we give them a hearing because without casting aspersions on them, without rejecting them, because in 2003, when the LDP brigade started talking about problems in government, that they have been betrayed, most Kenyans, at least the ones I know, were saying, what is wrong with these people? We are a NAC, we are a rainbow nation. We have just come from Kanu rule. We want a united country. But the problem was that they had started seeing some fractures, which they started pointing out. And most people were saying, we do not want to hear that. I say, let us hear all that is being said. Let us know all the people that are involved. Look right, look left. Can we trust the people that we are marching with? Because ultimately, they are the ones that we are entrusting our lives with. I want to propose, or finally, after my long-winded statements, that as we're marching forward, some of the things that I wish to see, for example, and I've shared this in previous discussions, some of it may sound far-fetched, but I'm hoping that in time, wisdom will prevail and we may start seeing some of the options as viable. And one of them is the following, that we need to separate the role of head of government from head of state. We need to have a head of state separate from a head of government. Let persons running the government run the government. If they run the government well, we give them a thumbs up and they continue running government. If they run the government wrongly, let us get them out, get a new set of people who can run government properly and to the effectiveness that the sovereigns of Kenya want. Let us have a head of state who is a unifier regardless of party. That is where we fail, because most of the time we see our head of state as the head of government, and then we also forget that this head of state, head of government, comes from a political persuasion. And that political persuasion at times takes over, and they forget that they are head of state, supposed to unify the nation. So my plea is that let us consider that we need to separate the role of head of state from the role of head of government. The other one that I wish to submit is that we need to publish all commission reports. Everything that has to do with the Kenyan nation must be published. And when I say this, I say that there are some reports that have been written in the past, the impact on the nation, but have never been published. I would name some of them, but I want to limit my time so that I'm also within the guidelines provided. But I know, given the opportunity, there are some reports that have been written impacting the sovereigns or the citizens of Kenya, but have remained tucked away from public view. We need to publish them so that everyone knows that this is what certain people discussed about the Kenyan citizens with or without the authority. And we have some of the decisions that they made then impacting us to date. I also want to talk about, or in closing, that in 10 years, every 10 years, we must have something called a national constitutional conference. Every 10 years, we must service the constitution and see, do we need to replace oil? Do we need to check filters? Do we need to empower commissions? We must do that every 10 years. It should not be that the political class runs the show year in, year out, and we only wait for every 5 years to make a determination of how they proceed. We need every 10 years to have what I'm calling a national constitutional conference. Finally, the activities that are lined up for by the Azimio team, it is my plea that these activities be presented in a manner that will lead us to achieving a wholesome overhaul, not only of government, but also of the public service, of commissions, of the judiciary, and every other arm that enables activities of the nation. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jeremani. I want us to, in the interest of time, there's a video I wanted to play, but I want Wangira to come first, and then thereafter we can add the video. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Oh, thank you, Bernard. How are you? Good morning.
Morning to you. Moel, karibu.
It's a good morning here. Good morning to everybody in the studio. Bernard, just before I make my deliberation, my contribution for today, let me just touch a little bit on yesterday's debate around the two young gentlemen and this other outfit called the MDD. I think it's called Movement for Defense of Democracy. Bernard, you know, my take will be very, very brief on that particular subject, Bernard. I listened to the two young men, Gaucho and Okanga, and then there was this other issue of, the coming in of the MDD, Bernard. And, my take would be very, very simple. I don't want to demean anybody's contribution towards the fight for the democratization of this country, Bernard. And, when it comes to a point that, a particular individual wants to personalize that fight, Bernard, then that's where we lose it, Bernard. Because when I listen to Gaucho and I listen to Okanga, I saw that particular aspect of wanting to personalize so that you now own it as you. Yeah, and you don't want anybody else to come in, Bernard. And that did not come out very well for me. Because I also know some guys behind MDD. For example, I know that gentleman called Masiga personally. And I know that this guy has been at the forefront, Bernard, of, supporting especially ODM party and, fighting for the democratization of this country. So if a person believes that, perhaps MDD should not be there and they should be the only ones at the forefront, Bernard, then we could be losing the larger picture. And that's all that I wanted just to put forward in regard to that, so that we allow everybody to play his contribution towards democratizing this country, Bernard. For example, I spend my time here debating about how we can make Kenya a better country. So, it will be demeaning for somebody else tomorrow to come in and say, that perhaps my contribution does not matter. It is only his contribution that matters, Bernard. Let us learn to appreciate each person's contribution, Bernard, so that we pull together, Bernard. Instead of these small things of, you want to personalize so that you are seen as if it's only you, and that when you are not there, then things are not going to move, Bernard. That's all that perhaps I'll say about what really happened in that debate you had here yesterday with those two young gentlemen, Bernard. Now to the talk of today, Bernard. Bernard, I don't know how to describe it, Bernard, but in 21st century, when we have the 2010 Constitution, Bernard, it's so saddening to see that we still have young people and young parliamentarians, Bernard, people who have been elected to represent their people, Bernard, still believing that, Bernard, that, the manner of development, Bernard, in this country, Bernard, comes from the president, Bernard. I thought we did away with that particular mindset when we promulgated the 2010 Constitution on the 27th of, or when we promulgated it on the 27th of August 2010, where we say that, the president will not be the alpha and the omega of the Kenyan situation. But, because guys are used to the scenario of the new wine in the old wineskin, and what can happen, from the biblical perspective, when you put the new wine in an old wineskin, Bernard, it's the wineskin is likely to burst, Bernard. So that's the scenario that we are in, Bernard. Bernard, it is so sad, especially when we are talking about parliamentary discipline. Parliamentary discipline means that you are elected on a political party, and you adhere to the ideologies and principles of that particular political party. That's why we are in a parliamentary system. And if you don't want to adhere to the principles and the disciplines of a particular political party, you have a leeway of running as an independent, Bernard. So at this particular time, Bernard, when the push is about electoral justice and electoral reforms, and especially when people believe that, as we move towards 2027, Bernard, it should not be business as usual. We need to reform our electoral system. We need to have electoral justice so that perhaps we can come up with better electoral results, Bernard. We still see scenarios of young elected leaders, Bernard, who still believe that, the alpha and omega, lies with the president of the republic, instead of knowing that, the alpha and omega of the Republic of Kenya lies with the constitution. I remember Bobby Wine one time, writing a small note to the people of Kenya, and he told them, Bernard, that defend this constitution before it is too weak to defend you. That is what Bobby Wine said. And I think that is what people, young elected parliamentarians, should be doing. They should be defending this constitution before it is too weak to defend it, to defend them better. And by defending this constitution, it means that, we had an issue around the elections of 2022. How do we reform that environment, Bernard. That's how we can defend this constitution. Instead of everybody wanting to run and be seen to be taking pictures, with the head of state, Bernard. It's not that there is anything wrong with running and wanting to be seen taking pictures with the head of state, Bernard. But I tend to believe, Bernard, that in post 2010, Bernard, the alpha and omega of the Kenyan development does not lie with the president. It lies with the constitution. And that's why the constitution of Kenya is supreme. Everybody else is subordinate to the 2010 constitution. So, Bernard, I always ask myself a simple question, Bernard. The 1980s and the 1990s was so hard environment to work in. But we saw people who are really principled, people who believed in wanting to push Kenya forward. People who wanted to see a more democratic country called Kenya. Those were days that Moi had everything to bribe anybody there. But we saw people who stood firm for the goodness of this country. We saw people like Wakina Paul Mwite, Gitobu Manyala, Raila Odinga himself. You can name them. There are many, Bernard. People who stood firm and were even ready to go in detention for the goodness of this country. Bernard. Do we still have such characters in the post-10 constitution, Bernard? I tend to believe that, such a number of people, Bernard, are diminishing, Bernard, and what the majority that we are seeing, Bernard, are guys who are only driven by, what goes into their own stomachs, Bernard. That it has come to a point in this country, Bernard, that, if you believe in the goodness of this country, Bernard, you are seen as a mad person, Bernard. You are insulted, you are abused. Anytime you say that we need to do things differently in this country, that is the time you end up being abused, being seen as mad, Bernard. Because what matters today in this country is what do I have that will come into my stomach, and it's a very, very unfortunate scenario there. For example, yesterday we saw the picture that was going around of some parliamentarians, Bernard, who are members of our own party, the ODM, Bernard, who visited the president. I don't have anything wrong with them visiting the president. It's their democratic right, and the president is the president of the Republic of Kenya, Bernard. But how does it anger, especially just 2 days when some of them were seen alongside their party leader Raila Odinga and purporting to to sell the aspiration of the party, Bernard. And the next day they are seen the other end, Bernard. What type of message does it take? Has it reached a time that when we need? Has it reached a time that moving forward, Bernard, before we give any person a ticket, Bernard, we will need to have an intelligence report of that particular person, Bernard? We don't want to have people who are hanging on the court of Raila Odinga. And that's the disadvantage of it all. You find people hang on the court of Raila Odinga to be elected to parliament. And it has been a scenario over the last 15 years. And when they are looking to get elected, Bernard, they'll say any good thing about Raila Odinga. They'll say everything, so that they become elected. And immediately they get elected and they become elected leaders, Bernard. Oh, you see them, now changing guards, Bernard. And perhaps that's where I agree with the young man Gaucho, who said that we end up either having people hanging on Raila Odinga's court for purposes of being elected or nominated. And when they get elected and nominated, and they start earning salaries, Bernard, they forget that without this old man, Bernard, they could not have become what they're supposed to become. And people who end up now pushing for the well-being of this country and for the democratization are the guys who are not on salary. Perhaps guys like Gaucho himself who are not on salary, who end up pushing for the goodness of this country. But for those who have been elected and who are supposed to be playing that role, we'll always tell you that I don't want to be seen to be fighting the government. It's not about anybody fighting the government. By the way, the Kenyan 2010 constitution, does not anticipate the fighting of the government. It only foresees the checking of government. And if you have been elected to check the government, Bernard, and you want to go to bed with the government that you're supposed to check, Bernard. What type of a message are you taking to the people of Kenya? What type of a message is it, Bernard? They are supposed to check the government, and especially if you are a member of the minority, Bernard. If you're a member of the minority, Bernard, that gives you even a higher stake to ensure that you check the government. But you are in the minority where you're supposed to be checking the government, and you're going to bed with the same government. Then who will check the government, Bernard, at the end of the day? So we are in a worse scenario, Bernard, than we were in the 1980s and 90s, because it seems as if there's nobody to speak for the common Mwananchi, Bernard, and everybody is only speaking for his own support. And that's a very sad scenario, Bernard. And if we continue like that, we might end up not defending this constitution. And if we don't defend this constitution will end up being too weak to defend us. People must just stand up to defend this constitution. Bernard, if you're an elected leader, you are in the minority, defend the constitution, because what is supreme is the constitution. But if you end up not defending the constitution, for example, we now have an issue around the panel, the law that was assented to, that is supposed to come up with a panel that will be constituting the new commissioners of the IEBC, Bernard. If you see such pictures like the ones we saw yesterday, then you wonder what is their position on the constitution of the new IEBC, Bernard. To them, is it business as usual? Are they seeing anything wrong with it, Bernard? What is their point, Bernard? What is their point, Bernard? And again, after their visit yesterday, what is the take of the common Mwananchi from that particular visit? Apart from the selfies and the big good pictures that we saw yesterday, what is the take of the common Mwananchi, Bernard, after that particular visit? Because at the end of the day, Bernard, what matters is what you get for the people you represent. It's not about the pictures you take, and it's not about who you take the pictures with. So long as you are fighting for the goodness of the people that elected you to represent them, that's all that matters. Bernard, I don't think that we are going to see the like of Jaramogi Odinga in this country, people like Wakina Kajia in this country, people like Wakina Paul Mwite, Wakina Gitobu Imanyara in this country. If we continue with this mindset, Bernard, this mindset of what we call democracy, Bernard, is not going to help this country. And to some of us, it is not very, very good picture, Bernard. And, I don't know what to say. Let me just leave it at that, Bernard, and perhaps I allow some of the days to come in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wangira. It is a sad state of affairs because when the people that are supposed to take over the leadership from the elders are behaving like traders, then the elders must be very worried and the younger ones must be very scared because they will, in one way or another, they will still be left under the care of those particular irresponsible leaders. And as a country, we need to come to terms with the situation where we're in. There is something amiss with the way we are training our young people in assuming responsibility. I believe most of us who are not millennials need to get back and conference with ourselves. What are we dispatching into the future? One of my Bible teachers, Mrs. Oyedepo, has a saying. She says that our children are the gift we send into the future, which we cannot go. Children are the gifts we send into the future, we cannot go. And she asked the question, so when your child gets to that future, what kind of gift will that child be to that particular generation where you yourself cannot go? Will they be congratulating you for raising him, or they will be cursing you for sending trouble to them by the way you raise your child? As a country, and I also speak for the church world, we are doing very poorly in preparing the young people for the future. I don't see young people who are ready for the future. They are all compromised or compromisers. They can be bought by anybody and lie for anything, fall for anything. It scares me when I look at the future of this country with the caliber of this kind of people who can't stand for anything. And so I invite us to ventilate on this. But more than that, I think we need to roll up our sleeves and face it that we are doing poorly in generating reliable leaders, especially the young men, the boy child in this particular country and in life in general. We need to up the game. I must say that we need to up the game because it's pathetic. It's pathetic. Being a pastor, I participated to issues of dowry negotiation, and then you're taken, to negotiate for a guy, and you become embarrassed because he can't articulate issues, haezi kujitetea. Na hata ukimtetea itabidi umbebe. Mtabebana mpaka wapi? So let's wake up and do what is required. So tumsikilize Kelvins, alafu kuna video ambayo nataka kucheza, alafu ning'atuke. Karibu Kelvins. Unmute kwanza.
Asante sana, umechekesha. Unajua Kenya siku hizi inaboeka mpaka nastuka, nimecheka. Hii nchi ujinga imerudi zaidi yenye ilikuwa 1963 wakipata uhuru. Kwa sasa itakana watu wapewe chanjo ya ujinga because the stupidity of the highest order. Unashangaa, how are these people reasoning? Ruto is talking of taxes, mulipe ushuru. Hajai kuja akawambia watu expenditure yake in 1 month. Hii pesa na spend kuenda Burundi, Somali, na hata hiyo ya church ya Kiambu imetoka wapi? Tell us where this money is. You tell us to pay tax for you to travel, to pay tax for you to go to church, uende uenjoy watu. Upate wajinga kwa barabara, uambie Kenya watu wako sawa, wafe kila mtu alipe ushuru, ati shamba la wanyama. That thing really killed me, Bernard, nilicheka. Unasikia wengine wanapiga kelele chini, walipe ushuru. Na hii gari Ruto amesimama juu inalipwa na hiyo tax. Yeye hajatembea kwa mguu, wewe uko chini. Pesa yako ndio amesimamia hapa juu. Na nakwambia wewe ulipe, aende nayo kanisani, akuja kuenjoy nayo. Kwa hiyo everything yenye yako nayo hiyo convoy inalipwa na gava na tax. Have you asked him, mazee, before utuambie tulipe tax, show us the expenditure. How are you spending that tax? Umeenda Kiambu, umewapelekea nini on that tax unaongea? Ama niwe kuenda kupewa kurusifiwa? Wamekuwa praise and worship, worship Ruto kwa kanisa. What kind of, sini wajinga aje? Okay, tumekubali tutalipa tax, but where are we spending it? Kwenda Burundi kutuma tusiu nani kwa Mseveni, anaitwa nani yule? enda ngenda Mseveni, ona amani hiyo yenye anataka tulipe. So hata kama mama ngine amekataa kulipa, si the same too because he's being wasted. Tunalipia nani ushuru? Watoto tuko naye hawajaienda shule. Bei ya chakula iko expensive. Somebody was telling me ati Uhuru nani alishinda Ruto. Nikamwambia good, alishinda. But alishinda nini? Hiyo title ya president peke yake ndio ameshinda. Nikamwambia this is not a football match. In a football match ndio mnafunga, game inaisha mnarudi nyumbani. But hii Kenya unaongea, unashinda uchaguzi. Then ndio kazi iko. Ruto will only perform after 10 years. Ndio unaweza sema alishinda. Kama akigeuka nyuma unaona mashule zimejengwa, mabarabara ziko, utasema ameshinda. Na huyu ameshinda na naongea is doing nothing. Bei ya ugali iko juu na wewe unashangilia. School fee you can't pay. Imekuwa juu. Nimeona a whole MP amepea mtoto uniform, amelipia mtoto a poor child uniform na school fee, then amesimama kando na yeye. Nikauliza, we ni MP, simuangalie kama kuna shida, huyu mtoto ako na shida. How many of them have the same problem ya kulipa fee? What are you doing as a leader? Na unasikia anasema venye Ruto ameweka life imekuwa whatever, the government is moving in the right direction, but children cannot afford school fee. Wewe ndio umeenda umemlipia, umesimama kando yake na uniform unaonesha, kumaanisha unajua kuna ujinga you are doing. The other thing I'm asking myself, nimesikia basari, nikauliza jamaa, na hii basari si ni government, shule ni government, so gava inakulipa ulipe gava tena. That's stupidity. Mbona wasipanda way ya kupeleka hii pesa ikuwe kwa hiyo docket education iende direct, shule ikuwe affordable? We are not asking such like things. We are talking of electoral injustice. Inafanya nini? Turudi tuongee. Kenya italeta honesty in Kenya ni kuweka kazi ishinde mtu ajue after hiyo kuiba hiyo electoral injustice hiyo kuna outcome na ile outcome ndio inakushinda. We will be honest, hatutapea mtu ovyo ovyo. Tuweke tu kama ameshindwa leo venye watu wanasema Ruto toka, the next guy mwenye atakuja hapo nyuma mazee atasema mazee yule jamaa aliiba lakini alishindwa, nisiingie hii kitu. The reason why we have this problem, unaona hata wenye wanavai for presidency wako wengi because wanafikiria ni mchezo. We still take it as a joke. We have never sit down na tuseme hey mazee, we need civic education. We need to tell them after kushinda hiyo uchaguzi what is expected of you. Ni kuongea mingi ama kufanya nini? Kuna kazi, do it. If you cannot move. They are talking, wanajicompare na America. Ati America knows how to use their taxes. Hiyo nchi hao watu walirevuka kitambo, they are so organized, they know, hey, you can't do this. Si bado tumejana ufala. So Jalango anakuja, anasema yeye ni member wa ODM. Na akili yake iko kwa Ruto. Okay, huyu jamaa tulimchagua aje? Kumaanisha hata tu kumwangalia. Huyu jamaa amekuwa kwa radio singi ngapi akitangaza akitoka akitangaza. Huyu jamaa ni tangatanga pia. Hana policies, haona nini yenye amesimamia. It stands for no policy. So we should be at some point tuangalie before we talk of taxes. Let's check on our expenditure. There's a big wastage. If reji inatererika, yani ni kama River Nile inapeleka maji Mediterranean Sea. And then to narrow our brain to speak about paying tax. Then we don't talk of expenditure. Na mtu amepanda ndege, Bernard ni nchi ngapi anaenda kwa hii month? Only 1 month. Just in 1 week, ameenda nchi 3. On whose budget is that? How much did he spend kwa hiyo wiki moja hiyo? Juu nimemsikia kwa Somali, kidogo nimesikia kwa Burundi. Kesho nikamwona Kiambu ameenda church. Anarudi. Hizi vitu zote zinalipwa na taxpayers money. Then we narrow our brain to discuss tax. Hiyo ndio inaleta, we never challenge these guys. That's why even hata hao jamaa leo nini. Jana nilitamani sana nikuje kwa kina Gausho. Kuna story faa tuongee. Ndio to trap these guys. We should be ahead of them to block them. To block them because tunarudingi kama tunadiscuss hiyo ujinga yao, unaona? Somebody came here, wanakujanga hapa. And the reason why they are coming here, they know they will make us narrow our minds to discuss stupidity. And we fall in that trap all the time. We end up discussing kitu yenye ifai to discuss. I don't know, we should have somewhere tuandike points chini tupeane bena. Former group tuandike points. Kama ni kuenda kwa hiyo rally ya RAILA, kuna mtu anaenda kuturepresent na this is what you're going to say. Because when they talk of taxes, we should counterattack it. Show us the expenditure. So utapata amenyamaza, ajua hawezi rudia hiyo juu anajua who is wasting it ni yeye, kazi ameshindwa nayo. Let's not talk, let's not divert our attention to other things. Let's come to the life, real life. How are people living? Niliangalia jamaa anataka kuenda shule, alituomba do tumchangie kuingia hii shule. Ni shule ingine sio inaitwa Rio Kindu, ni shule ndogo, si kubwa vile. Fee ni 40k, uniform 15,000. Hiyo ni uniform. Kununua mattress nini 20. In total this guy needs 72,000. Who is earning 72,000 in Kenya? Who is earning 72,000 hata kama ni mwalimu wa secondary? Anaweza afford hiyo kitu? I don't even think Dio anaweza afford kupeleka mtoto shule. Hii ndio mahali sasa unasikia uizi inakuja. This is where we are getting it wrong and then everything. Why do we have to put education that expensive? We talk education is the key. And then the key is so expensive, huwezi afford. Ifaa tukae chini tuambie mazee, this is how we're gonna discuss these issues. Ndio wenye wako na akili ndogo wafukuzwe nje, waende wa discuss ujinga huko. Somebody came here anasema ati Mtembei TV ni kama Fox News. Nauliza jamaa, why are you coming here? Fungua yako, uende discuss ujinga huko. There are things we should not accept as a country. We have to speak straight as it is. Swali langu naulizanga every day. Bernard, wewe ni pastor. Kanisa inakuanga ni nini? What is church? Ni mtu ama ni hii building? Are we answering the right question? What is the role of the church? Is it to convert the souls to Christianity, to God, or is it, what is it? Hawa watu wameomba Kiambu every day na wana complain pombe imejaa huko, so wanaambia nani huko yenye wanakunywa pombe? Pombe is more than mpaka wanasema sasa hizo basi fungwe, meaning you are not converting, yani usaidia watu. Na naomba hivyo every day, ati we were in a church, we are God fearing, na pombe imejaa huko mahali wanaenda every weekend. We should be telling things straight. Maze, hawa watu wanatu enjoy because we are missing it too. We are not on the right track too. Tunauliza swali yenye hapa tuulizi. We are not looking at it where we should be looking at. So mtu wa 20 years ameanza kuomba pesa. Kijana wa 20 years nikamuuliza, man, at 20 you are unaomba, you are a beggar. So huyu mtu atalive aje for another 20 years? Tuseme afike 40. Na kuomba lunch ndio akule aende aombe pesa. Then we are talking of wizi. What do you think? Hiyo nchi hata devil worshiping inaweza kuja ijae sana. Because people lose hopes and nobody is there to talk straight. The leaders we have, mazeni wa ujinga karibu wameingia hiyo trend wote. Kusema ati ati Ruto, praise and worship. And he's doing nothing. Jalango is representing people. Na nilisikia akiongea juzi, amesema venye hao watu wanataka they should be helped. Na yeye mwenyewe ameenda huko. Ruto has never stand up to say maze, hatuwezi lipa unga. Hii life is expensive. Ajaika chini, hakuna mwenye amewahi challenge hata kwa kanisani asimame aseme maze, why do we get it wrong? Kama huyu jamaa alikuwa mtu mwenye ana akili, maze hata subsidy moja angerudisha. Kama sio ya shule, kama sio ya nini, angecut hiyo expenditure yake hiyo. Adivert hiyo pesa anaenda nayo Somali, hiyo anaenda nayo Burundi, hiyo anaenda nayo kanisani. Adivert ingia hata kama ni sector ya education. At least ikuwa bearable. Why are we stupid? Bernard, leteni chanjo la ujinga, asitoke kwa hii kitu. Asanteni.
Wewe unapaswa kusanction Bill Gates na ile timu yake ya kutengeneza vaccine. Tutafute hiyo vaccine ya ujinga. Alafu tulazimishe. hauruhusiwi kuingia kwa supermarket mpaka udungwe. Thank you so much. Interesting days, interesting time. We are getting back. I think my night class people inaonekana wote wamehepa. Sasa sijui nitafanyaje, but naona mwingine amekuja. Wacha tuone kama tutasemee. Now, kabla tuanze msamaha, let me play this video. It's a bit lengthy, but I think it has some things that will help us balance our understanding of the situation we are in and how we're going about it. So just listen out to this, and then I think it will be my last video to play. Niwache na huyu Kenya mwingine kama mtafika hiyo safari ama mtaachiwa hapo. Mtito ande.
Monday, 6th of February 2023, there was a super fascinating interview on Spice FM, the Situation Room, where they interviewed Azimio's Professor Makao Mutua. Now, there are a number of highly relevant to our situation today in Kenya, highly sensitive, but also very revealing issues that came out. The good professor, for instance, told us, in helping us try to solve the mystery of what really happened on August 9th, 2022, the professor told us that President Uhuru Kenyatta, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, was betrayed by people who were close to him. And then he also told us, wait for this one, that former President Uhuru Kenyatta, while being president, chief executive of the country, did not have control over vital organs of government, which were actually controlled by the then Deputy President, William Samoei Ruto. What? How is that even possible? While it is true, this information blows the mind away, it is also true that it neatly explains the puzzling things, which took many of us by surprise, including analysts like myself, that happened on August 9th, 2022, the day Kenyans went to the polls, not expecting that after those polls, many Kenyans would sink into depression. Many Kenyans would avoid completely TV news. This is a perfect illustration of why sometimes it is not good to be able to see into the future. Because there may be such horror, such terrible things in the future, that you're better off not knowing until they actually start unfolding right before your unbelieving eyes. So let's take a little time to break this down. You have the president of a country, in this case President Uhuru Kenyatta, is in full control of important institutions in the country. That includes the intelligence service, that includes the security organs, both of whom play a key role during our elections. A key role in that they're supposed to supervise those elections and make sure that there's no interference, especially foreign interference, interference from a country outside Kenya. But what did we see last August? Last August, we saw something very frightening. We saw what seemed to be a division in our security organs. It seemed like our security organs were split right down the middle, just like it happens in politics. Now, why is this dangerous? The reason should be obvious. The security forces secure our security, all of us. And therefore, they are supposed to make sure that whatever decision they take, whatever moves they take, is for the safety and the security of the state. They be able to divide. There's somebody asking me, Chris, what are you talking about? What do you mean they're divided? We never saw that. Can you give us examples? Let me give you one. Very well. When the Venezuelans who came into the country with election material were apprehended by the DCI, Bona George Kinotti. Now, I don't know if you noticed this. We know that the DCI has been going public with the ongoing investigations. But in this particular case of the Venezuelans, they went overboard. It seemed that they were very determined to bring out to the public the issues, the investigative issues, the issues linked to an ongoing investigation to do with these foreigners. You'll even remember the DCI boss at the time, George Kinotti, issued a public statement raising a number of questions directed at Chebukati. Now, this was very strange. I found it very strange. Why? Because Kinotti and Chebukati, were they not in the same government? Were they both not serving government institutions? What was so hard with a meeting being called, and Kinotti raising these issues with Chebukati and receiving a response on the spot and sorting it out on the spot? Instead, it was brought out to the public. Of course, what was going on in the background is that there was a lot of pressure from other quarters of our security forces to release the foreigners, the Venezuelans. And of course, that other force succeeded at the end of the day. And indeed, they were released. So there's a solid evidence that even our security boys were divided. Something very dangerous for any nation. And so it would seem, when Professor Makau is telling us that there are a lot of people close to the president, President Uhuru Kenyatta, who betrayed him, we can interpret that to mean that some of the people in the administration, some of the people serving the government at that time, were not serving the president of the day. They were going against the president of the day. And instead, they were serving the other side of the political divide, the deputy president. And this is probably the only explanation that can explain how a powerful president in office, who was determined to have a free and fair election, had people within that government who went against his orders and his wishes, and indeed the wishes of a vast majority of people, and gave us the very opposite. And we know it was the very opposite, especially because of the detailed information from the whistleblower. Now, there's a super fascinating aspect.
I guess something must have happened with Bernard while the video was playing. Can everybody hear me? Jeremani, can you hear me? Pogon, can you hear me? Moses?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, I guess Bernard dropped off during the video. I don't know what happened. Oh, here he is. He's back. I can see him coming back. I don't know, alivamiwa labda. Because pia mimi nimekuwa nimevamiwa vibaya huku. Bernard, come in. Come in. Sijui umevamiwa umetoa.
You're not seeing the
Jalangu
demons on the
amekukujia.
comment section. The demons on the comment section. Hawa ndio wanaleta kizaza.
Umekujiwa pia. Mimi nimekuwa pabaya, I couldn't even enter this thing. Hata leo nimejaribu tu cause nilikuwa naona nikuje nikusaidie. Lakini nimekuwa nimevamiwa vibaya sana, so
they don't want me to play.
Oh, they don't want you to play that video, huh? Okay, Bernard, endelea, sorry.
William Ruto lost the election.
Monday, 6th of February 2023, there was a super our locals and gave us the very opposite. And we know it was the very opposite, especially because of the detailed information from the whistleblower. Now, there's a super fascinating aside I'd like to share here. Yeah, it's not very directly relevant to what we're discussing today, but please allow me. It is super fascinating. You see, the whistleblower, in the website that he has put up with so much information that I've been going through, has the full election results. He also tells us exactly how it was done, etc., etc. I believe you can see the name of that website so that you can go and check it out for yourselves. But I came across the results of Uasin Gishu County and my eyes almost popped out. Guess who won Uasin Gishu? Ruto's home county. Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, let us appreciate the fact that Uasin Gishu is a very cosmopolitan county. It has Kenyans from all over the country. However, it is also true to say that the majority in Uasin Gishu are locals. Isn't that a fact? But Raila Odinga won that county. Now, doesn't that tell you a lot? I believe you can see the results as published in the whistleblower's website on your screens right now. Anyway, let's move on with today's topic. From what the professor told us, it would seem in summary what happened on August 9th is that key government institutions collaborated in frustrating the will of the Kenyan people. Of course, top on the list is the IEBC, Wafula Chebukati's IEBC, but they would never have done it alone. There are plenty of other people who betrayed not only their boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta, but they also betrayed their country. Yeah? And this is very sad. And it is something these individuals, whoever they are, will have to carry with them for the rest of their lives. And it is not a light matter. Yeah? Even if there are no consequences upon them in future, it is something they will have to carry like a heavy burden weighing down on them. Yeah? Because you can never bite the hand that feeds you, your own nation, spiritually, and get away with it. Never ever. Don't lie to yourself. But now let us take head on the elephant in the room. The question I've always been asking here, yeah, which was posed to Professor Macau, by the way, who's an insider. Is an insider because he's very close to Baba. He knows the whole game plan. He is indeed one of the very few people who are very qualified to answer the question, what is Baba's end game? What is his real plan? How are they going to manage to remove the man they say is an illegitimate president from State House? How are they going to do it? That is the burning question on the minds of many Kenyans. And it was posed. His answer to that question was most fascinating because he was very cagey in his answers. Yeah? Very evasive. And actually, if you've been taking in my video, you'll realize because video about how Azmi are playing their cards very close to themselves. Yeah? Not revealing their real cards to the opponent because they want to keep the element of surprise on their side. The good professor kept on emphasizing that everything they're doing, everything they're going to do, is going to be within the law and within our constitution. However, he ruled out in court or using the judiciary. Why? Because, he said, the judiciary is compromised. And he added that proof of it is a ruling on the presidential petition that was lodged by Azimio after the August 9th, 2022 polls, presidential polls. And so in a nutshell, what he said is that now they rely on the power people to bring about change. Now, what does that even mean? Because it is true that there's nobody who's more powerful than the people. The people are the ones who donate authority to leaders, electing them in a free and fair poll. Yeah, that is true. But we also know the way the people have gotten change in other countries, even in instances where it has been peaceful, has not remained entirely peaceful. There have been casualties. Bottom line, Procow's response left me more in the dark than in the light. I got even more confused than I was before this question was posed to him, and he offered an answer, or attempted to offer an answer. Of course, I will keep on giving information on this very burning issue in subsequent videos. Yeah, but for now, I believe it is okay if we stop there. But before I go, just a quick heads up. I was flooded with emails, yeah, since we announced the special offer. Free WIBs in memory of my departed colleague. Most of you know what I mean. Yeah. We marked 1 year since she left us recently, just last week. My appeal to all those hundreds and hundreds of you who sent me an email is please be patient as I go through each and every case. Yeah, make an announcement in about 2 days. And that particular free offer is now officially closed. Yeah, we're not going to consider any more new emails. Please. But then the other part of the offer, where we have a very special offer for a life subscription, yeah, based on the date of birth of my late wife, 1988. That offer is still on. And will expire in the next 24 hours or so. So please rush and take advantage of it before it expires. It is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Yeah, take full advantage of it. You can see details on your screens right now. Of course, the sensitive information in my WABs will help anybody understand our politics much, much better. Yeah, things will be much more clearer. And therefore, having a subscription is an investment that is worth it. Yeah, for somebody who wants to remain always ahead of what is happening in our dear country. Until next time, this is Chris Kum.
Okay, thank you everyone for staying by and continuing to follow our broadcast. I trust you're profiting from this. I requested to play that video just to help us put some pieces together of what we are actually up against and what needs to be done. This country is rotten. We have to get to the root of the rot, clean it up, dress the wound, and help the healing process. Failure to do that, we are in bad, complicated place. No. People do evil, people do wicked things, but not to this level. This level is beyond imagination. Beyond imagination. Because I don't see why people should conspire against 55 million people. A few clique of people just to come up with their own thing. And now look at the mess they have put us in. And they are regretting doing it, and there is nothing they can do about it. If only they follow the right path, we will not be in this mess. So it's our solemn duty to rise up to the occasion and make right what is wrong. So let's keep in the fight. Let's keep strong. I beg to sign out because I must be ready for the Wednesday online Bible Summit, which will be coming from 9 o'clock in the morning East African time all the way to 1 o'clock. And of course, the other youth discussion show that comes there after 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So, naomba, if you're not a subscriber to Triumphant Bible Media, do so that you can catch up with that particular show later on in the day. There is one person here who was teaching me on how to be a good pastor. I should preach unity and understanding. That's exactly what I'm doing. Unity that is built on lies is not unity, it's madness. And I can't be mad enough to join you in your madness of covering up the evil like this one of this great country. We can't do that. So look for those bishops for hire, those you pay to tell you and prophesy to you the way you want. But as for me, I will stick on what is right because it works every time, and it would outlive me. That even my children, my children's children will say that I did what was right because it was right for this great country. The twisted, the corrupt, the deceived can enjoy their deception. And that's the last scripture in the Bible. Let the wicked continue being wicked. Let the evil continue being evil. Let the righteous continue being righteous. Because if you have chosen that's your way of life, so be it. But naimiza kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo, usikubali kudanganywa. Tupigane, tukomboe nchi yetu. Hii sio mchezo. The mafia have taken the country. We must get our country back from the mafias. Mbarikiwe sana. Kenyan would love, I hope you have all capacity, if not, call the others to come for your aid. Me, I'm out of here. Look you when you see me.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for everybody that is watching us. Wenye wako kwa comment section, wenye wako hapa, wenye wanatusikiza bila kuwa kwa comment section or here. Welcoming everybody to come and join us. Personally, I'll say I won't talk a lot today. I just didn't want the show to be closed because, sometimes people want to be here, but sometimes they don't have someone who can keep them here, so the show gets closed too early. At least today I have an opportunity to be here, though I won't be saying too much, like I said. Personally, now that si ati ndio nihurumiwa ama nini, I just haven't been feeling well. Nimetoka hosi leo. Not that ati kuna kitu ya kuadmitiwa, it's just that, when you brush something off and then you have to go again and, make sure that you're okay. So I'm on medication a little bit, so I won't be talking too much, but I'll be here. I'll try and moderate. If not, I'm going to ask Jeremani to help me out on that as we move on. Jeremani, tafadhali, prepare yourself. You might be doing most of this while I'm working the backstage for you, or maybe being here and not saying too much. Now, for my submission, Jeremani, you're going to run this one, tafadhali, if that's okay with you, sir. If I might just say something about what is happening, this thing of Jalango, I really feel, because I still watch and listen, I'm always here. I feel the Jalango thing, we are taking it too much. And somebody, I think, already said my point. Jalango has been, Wakanda forever, sorry. Jalango has been in almost all media houses. He's always quit before his time of tenure. Remember the last time they went to he met Kaleche Mumok after Mefanya and Jeff Koinange. He's just up and down. He believes in that, quit this one, go to the next one. And that's how you make it in life. But what he doesn't understand, if really he is making that move, because I'm not really sure if he's made that move. I think he was lied a little bit, and I think there is something that we are biting more than we could chew. But again, without trying to become defensive on him, if that is what is happening, then there's nothing new. That's just Jalango. What mesmerizes me is how you don't have a backbone to where last week the rally was in your backyard. You are the one doing everything over there. And then all of a sudden this week, you are somewhere else. Who's ever going to trust you if you're that kind of a person who doesn't have a background? That scares me. But I think, I want to wait at least to see and to understand what is happening. I won't jump into it too much. I'll just wait, but I still know that's not the way to do, especially when ODM came and said that it was not sanctioned. But again, looking at him, he looked very awkward. Odd. The guy is not, the MPs, the people that were there, yes, they were from Nyanza, but where is he from? Where does he represent? He represents Langata. So why would you even go there and you're not? If you're talking Mandeleo of Nyanza, I could, because I saw his comeback, I could see that. But you're from Langata. If it was Nairobi people, I could see you going there. So there's a lot that does not make any sense. And if he thinks that's the game, he will get out there very fast. Kwanza ajui nini Langata ni wapi bwana. Atatoka hapo haraka sana. You don't play with Langata people like that. Remember, this was Raila's homebed. That is where he quit na akarudishwa. Forgone. Sorry about that. So, ni channel, vitu hufanyika. It's okay. Anyway, and I was happy to see Joho back with Kina Raila and Kina Gaucho and all those people. It brings a good vibe to me. It does bring a good vibe to see them all together. Well, Kina Gaucho came here yesterday and told you what was going on. But then I have a big problem here that I still have a big problem now when we move out of all that. The Constitution of Kenya. Because the Constitution, I believe nowadays the Constitution is being used as a backup. The Constitution is very clear in everything that it says. There is chapter 6, there is chapter whatever you want to call. So as we're moving, as I give it to Nani and Jerumani, I'll be very quiet because I can't talk too much. I'll be very quiet. I need you guys to also think about, do we have a constitution in Kenya, or is it a backup, or is it something that is just used when we need to use it, and when you don't need to use it, it's just haywire to find it to. What is it the constitution that tells us? Is it our binding factor? Is it our binding covenant that you have to follow that? Because we are having leaders who don't follow the constitution, and in fact, even the Parties Act is in the constitution. So why are we having someone getting people from other, other parties, and it's there? There's a party act, the Party Act in the constitution. I need us to now, right now, even Jioni, tafadhali, if we can look at the constitution and see the importance of our constitution, or should we just say we don't have a constitution, or we'll use it when we can? Or if you have this kind of money, then we can use the constitution. If you don't, then we don't have. Is this a thing that we need to play with? What is this constitution that we have? Can we interrogate what is a constitution and why do we even have it in the first place? And Jeremani, take over. Nitakuwa hapa naangalia. I got your back. You're the moderator. I just can't do too much today. So I just didn't want the show to close because I know people want to come and talk. And everyone in the comment section, everybody listening to us, if you want to join in the evening, like Bernard says, the evening class, you can join in. I'll be putting the link there, and you can always click on it and join in and have a conversation. And Jeremani, this is your show. Thank you so much, and thank you, everybody.
Kenya with love. Thank you. Good to see you. It's been a while since we were together on the show. I had wanted to share a disclaimer that I have maybe at best 40 minutes on the air, because after that there is another forum that I need to get some submissions ready for. It may take me the rest of the night, but you can be assured for the next 40 minutes I will be actively present. I'm hoping that other team members will be able to join us thereafter. I had shared a little bit earlier, but you've raised something about the Constitution. I just wanted to comment briefly on. My view of the Kenyan Constitution is this. We have a very good Constitution. I've asked this question before in the past, and the feedback I received is still online. I asked the question, how many rights does the Kenyan Constitution give to the Kenyan citizen? That night when I asked the question, maybe some were not present, but I do remember the feedback generally was that many people do not know how many rights there are. I can repeat it because it's something we discussed at length, but we have 10 rights that the Kenyan citizen or anyone within the boundaries of Kenyan jurisdiction is given. Those 10 rights, you'll be surprised that many of us Kenyans or Kenyan citizens, including residents, because if you're a resident of Kenya, those rights are also yours. We do not know them. And the problem of not knowing your rights is that other people can do as they wish with you. Now, the reason I say we have a very good constitution is that, yes, number one, we have those rights given to us contained in the Bill of Rights. There are so many other clauses that give us power as a citizen. And for the first time since the founding of the nation formally in the 1950s and 60s, the sovereigns, the Kenyan citizen is acknowledged as a sovereign. Not many people can talk about being sovereigns in the whole world, and that to me is a very progressive component of the Kenyan Constitution. Now, having said that, those are the strengths that I can immediately talk about. The downside is, as Kenyan citizens, we do not take time to understand the Constitution. We are always caught up on a day-to-day basis in the cycle of politicking. We always chase on a day-to-day basis what is happening now. We do not spend time to look at the bigger picture. Bigger picture will involve looking at the past, looking at the current, and then looking at the future. Most times we get caught up in looking at the now. What is on fire now, we look at that now. We don't spread our wings or spread our horizons to incorporate components that are beyond what we see right now. But so that I don't speak too much, Wakanda Forever must have a lot to share with us today. I just wish to reiterate that we have a very good constitution. It's like having a very good car and not knowing how to use it. It's like having a scientific calculator and not making use of all the functions except plus and minus. It's like having very good food in a 5-course layout, but only eating bread and butter, not touching the chicken that has been laid out. It's like having a very good cellar of wine and only touching what is near the door and what is not, and leaving out what is far back in the cellar. That to me is a failure of actualizing our constitution today. I submitted, and this is my closing remark, that we need to have a constitutional review process every 10 years, so that every 10 years the commissions that are complaining about being squeezed by the executive can present their findings in total to that constitutional review forum. It's a national process. The same way we did our 2010 constitution at Bomas is the same way we have that national constitution. Every institution that complains of the executive infringing on their independence submits those findings to that forum. And that forum will give you the power to go forward in whichever way. And I'm repeating this every 10 years, a constitutional review process. Thank you. Wakanda forever. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Kenyan in Love, Moses Masore, and Jeremani. Yeah, I think picking from where you've left, right now there is that debate, and let me tell you, if you start debate of reviewing the constitution, then you lose. It depends what you want. If you want, you either choose to claim a stolen victory or you push for constitutional change. The moment you start talking about constitutional change and stolen victory, you get a bit, yeah, it becomes a bit, you bring about a bit of confusion. So just take note of that. It depends. Yeah. So right now, and right now, that is the confusion we have, because we have two factions now in Azimio. One faction is pushing for the ones wearing regalias and members of parliament. They are pushing for for us to take go to the comfort zone. For them, they are pushing for referendum. and constitutional change. That is what most of the members of parliament, most of you see, even that group, the lobby group, that is what, for them, that is what they are pushing for. They want Raila to shift the agitation towards reforms and referenda. And then there is another group, the likes of Gaucho, who are pushing for reclaiming the stolen victory. And their way is, let's march towards State House. The other group is telling Raila, let's reform the IBC. So these are two conflicting ideas that, in the end of the day, will derail the process. Yeah. So to that extent, people have to choose which side, which direction are we taking. If the main priority that we have now is to address the issue of electoral justice, do we want to go the referendum way and reforms, or do we want to go and take our stolen victory? It is simple as such, but you cannot employ both strategies. You cannot say that you are going to march and take your stolen victory, or you want to do them both. You can't. So moving forward, these are two, I think both of them are trying to address something that we agree must be done, but how is now the difference. Like, people want to, there is the second group that wants to use the Article 1, that the sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. And earlier on, when this thing started, we say that the movement was moving well, MPs were not involved, and we saw, even by then, we say that once things start picking up, you will start seeing them. Now things are picking up, they are having pressure on the ground, they are now showing up, and they have just become saboteurs. So moving forward for Azimio, one thing, or Raila, or people who want to claim a stolen victory, they have to delink themselves with from the members of parliament. Otherwise, most of them will be just saboteurs. So, and personally, I agree with the likes of Gaucho and Okanga, and I still believe that there is a space for emerging leadership, people to emerge. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be young people, but people have to be, there is a space that has to be created for people who believe in the process. To that extent, in my submission, I just want to say that whether option 1 or 2 will be used, it's just a matter of time. I think in the next 2 months, Raila will have concluded all the national rallies, and we will know which way. So once in the next 2 months after conclusion of the national rallies, then we can sit back and reflect and see which way. That is where people have to be ready to decide which way they want to take. If people are tired of maybe a high cost of living, if Raila wants to go to address stolen victory through referenda, let him do so. But people can also choose to use part 2 which is the match to address high cost of living. So for us, that is the moment we are waiting for. In the next 2 months, will tell us which way. Yeah, other than that, let me sit back a bit and hear from the panel. Because I saw Kenya in Love raising hand. Yeah.
Right. Actually, I had seen Kenya with Love had an intervention. This is your opportunity. Go ahead, sir.
No, I just wanted to, when, there was an article of the Constitution I was just reading. There's an article here, which is knowing your tribunals. Now, when there's the reason I bring this up is because I was just reading and I was looking. Yeah. Here we come and find ourselves with two results that no one has said the other one is not, the other one is not. Yet we have a way of resolving things that is put in our constitution. When you have that in other countries, you would find hata kabla tuende kwa streets, there should be a tribunal to do all that. Now, I don't know if I trust our Kenyan tribunals, but according to our constitution, if we were to follow, this is what it says. Article 1(3)(c) of the Constitution recognizes the judiciary and independent tribunals as state organs to which sovereign power, hold on, my phone is going off, to which sovereign power is delegated by the people of Kenya. According to Article 159(1) of the Constitution, judiciary authority vests in and is also to be exercised by the courts and tribunals established by or under the Constitution. Article 169(1) further defines subordinate courts under the judiciary to include local tribunals as may be established by an act of parliament. So now then they explain here, out of the over 50 tribunals in Kenya, 20 have been translated to the judiciary in compliance with the Constitution. Below are the tribunal. Anyway, they name some over there. But you see, we've only used 20 tribunals since our Constitution has been made. So our Constitution is so young to where we don't even have a precedence of what do we do after this. And that is after something happens. And that is the problem we find ourselves in Kenya, because no one knows how do you handle this. You see, like last elections of Biden and Trump, when it came out that there was questions, people knew where to go because they've had a precedence of it. But in Kenya, we don't use that constitution, yet it tells us what to do. How do you start tribunals? It tells us everything, but no one ever goes to the constitution to say this is what it has to be. You have two sets of results, one given by Chebukati, the other one given by whistleblower. No one can refute the other ones, but we do know they are true. Because some of us, we said it a long time. Sava zilikuwa mbali sana. We knew the right zenye ziko. No, the true elections are the ones that whistleblower is saying, actually, nako short kidogo, the gap is bigger. So we do know this. There's a way to handle that in the Constitution. But no one will go to that and say, this is what we need to do. Okay, you've come and said this. Can we go, sit down, bring all these things, na mwingine alete hizi zote, and we go over it together, zote mbili. Of course, that's on a good day. RUTO will never allow that happen. He won't even let Chebukati go come and talk, either it's real or not. But then also, that's what I'm saying. Why do we have a constitution, Jerumani? And I'm asking the people who are watching us, why do we have a constitution when we have everything written down for us on how to conflict resolve, how to go about everything, but yet we don't even use it? We don't even use chapter 6. Look at how many people are being judged. I mean, they've been in courts and they are not viable to hold office, that are holding offices. Squeeze sonko ntundo mumechapa. But these other people, they are criminals. Go ahead. Let me just invite Germany, and then keep on inviting people if they want to come and contribute on the topic of the day, or you want to come and talk. I mean, this is an open forum. Ya jioni tunakwaga tumerelax kidogo. So if anybody wants to come in, I'm always putting the link there. Germany is gonna run the show for at least 45 minutes, and then I'll try to see if I can run any more. Other than that, tutafunga. But if you want to join in, the studio is open. You can come in and join in and have a conversation with us about our country, because the moment we stop talking, we start fighting. Jeromani, if you're sure, I just wanted to invite people to start coming in, because I'm going to post the link.
Thank you, Kenya with love. Still on keeping with the theme you've raised on the Constitution. As I said, our Constitution is superb. We have just not realized the full use of this Constitution. And that's why some of the problems that come up today, we're wondering, where do we go? I'd prefer to see a scenario in Kenya where we look at the Constitution as ours, not theirs. When I say theirs, I'm giving the illusion that as Kenyan citizens, we always look at the Constitution as a government document. We look at it as a political document to be used by politicians and political parties. We look at the Constitution as a legal document to be used by lawyers in court when they are fighting for or against a motion. We look at the Constitution as a document that parliamentarians in the National Assembly or the Senate use to debate. We never look at the Constitution as our document. That I will say on my phone, as much as I have this app for Facebook, Twitter, and all the others, I also have the Constitution with me at hand, and I can refer to it, invoke the clauses in support of what I want on a day-to-day basis. We do not have that culture, and I wish very much that as Kenyans, we adopted that culture of saying, this is my Constitution. Once we get to that point where we say it's my Constitution, we will stop fighting for or against political parties. Because today we are very efficient, vociferous in fighting for the political parties that we look at as ours. The Kenyan culture is more attuned to being for one or the other political party. But my submission is that I wish we get to that point where we say we are fighting for the Constitution. Let political parties fail, let them collapse, but let our Constitution remain supreme. When we get to that point, I can assure you, Kenya with love, Wakanda forever, we will be going towards a Kenya we want. As at now, we're not there yet. So,
and just to add on your point, do you know, like, if we really followed our Constitution, the current president that we have he should not even be holding any kind of office. He's a convicted person. The deputy president, convicted. They shouldn't even be in office. per our constitution. And the funny thing is that he swore to uphold the constitution. How do you swear to uphold the constitution while you've already messed it up? And it's the reason we have these things. That's what we agree, you know, and where we are headed into something that is called a revolution. Because when you talk about cartels are not included in our constitution, and your constitution says how to deal with them. But then now we're being led by cartels. And I can see this revolution coming. So I just wanted to say, like, we're being led by people who are unconstitutionally, first of all, in the office. Forget about the elections. You're against chapter 6 of the Constitution. How are you a president? Tell me.
Kenya with love, you raise very valid questions. In fact, one of the things I've always wondered is that William Ruto was against the constitution we have today. If I may paraphrase his words, was that let us tuiangushe this constitution and then we bring into place a new one that a better one. Those were his words. And my question is, on principle then, I would have expected him to say, okay, and let me borrow this example. In Britain, when David Cameron led the charge for Britain to remain in the European Union and lost Brexit, he resigned because essentially what he was saying is that the British people have chosen to go in a route or direction that I opposed. And now that they've chosen to go that direction, let me step away from government and let those who aligned to the Brexit vote to steer that ship in the manner that the British people wanted. And I expected that in the past then, William Ruto would have said the Kenyan people have chosen to go with this new constitution as is, with the clauses that I fought against. And 65% of them have gone to the referendum and voted yes. So for me, what I will do is that I will step back and provide my critique of the constitution and have those clauses changed to be as suitable as I wanted them to be, and then come back at a future date when now all those things that I campaigned against have been put in place. But here we have a scenario where William Ruto is now the president of the constitution that he championed or fought against. And the question is, where are principles in the Kenyan context? Allow me to throw in a little bit of history. The French Revolution took place in 1789, but by 1848, they had another revolution. 1848 was now when the first revolution brought about the First Republic, and the Second Republic came into place in 1848. The French had discovered that the ideals they fought for to bring about the First Republic were not holding true as at 1848. So in 1848 again, there was another revolution to bring the Second Republic. And that did not end there. There was yet another overhaul. And that's why I keep coming back, although Wakanda is saying if we start talking about constitutional change, I'm not saying constitutional change. I'm saying a review of how effectively the constitution is working for as was intended. And if there are constitutional bodies that are facing challenges at any given point within those 10-year period, so that I don't speak too much, also allow me to recognize Lala has joined us, Joshua Solo, and Nancy wa Kenya. I think Lala, you came in first. Would you like to make submissions?
Not right away. Let me listen a little bit, then I will step in.
Noted.
So,
Joshua Solo, did you want to make submissions or you also want to listen in a bit?
Wacha tuwe fair kidogo, wacha tumpatie dada kwanza azungumze.
Okay. Dada Nancy, you've been given the first bite of the cherry. Go ahead.
No, I just talk a bit and coming later. I was going somewhere here. I just wanted to talk about Jalango group. I don't know what the agenda was about them going to that place. You know, they're giving this youth mixed conflict. I mean, mixed, or is it called, motivation or whatever. But I don't think it will affect anybody in the ground. Because, you know, people in Kenya are alive, but they are dead. Yani, they are suffocating. Sometimes when they go there, I wonder how they survive, you know, and they're tired. Yani, they are tired. Anything that will bring hope, you know. And seriously, I was not expecting that from Jalango because he campaigned from the grassroots. Those ones from I was like hustler. I came from down, you know. But now he has 50 million in his pocket right now, you know. So he's not one of us. Let me just say that for now. I'll come in back later. I'll just going here. I mean, I'll come back later.
Noted. Your concerns, I think, are the concerns of many Kenyans. To tell you the truth, I have not actually followed very closely or heard exactly what Jalango said or did. But I've seen from the comments, and it appears he must have done something adverse. And I always go back to the statement where I always ask the question, when you're going on a march, look right, look left. Can you count on the person that you're marching forward with? Because infiltration in the Kenyan system is alive and well. Many well-intentioned people have started out well, but they get to a point where they give up. It's like they're torn between the loyalty to the cause, the loyalty to their self-interests, and the mouth-watering opportunities that are presented to them. And it always concerns me because I ask, do we have principled people in Kenya? Allow me to open the floor to anyone else. Wakanda forever, maybe. Do you like to make comments?
Jeremani, 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'll be back here. Please.
Yeah. So when we talk about principles and values, I think those ones were laid, and we were talking about the Constitution of Kenya 2010. I think Chapter 6 gave out the principles that should guide the nation. But Chapter 6 was thrown out in 2013 when all the institutions collapsed and allowed President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto to run. Yet they had issues of integrity, they had cases against them. So that was the biggest downfall. And today, like time, I don't know what to talk about time. Like President Uhuru Kenyatta took Ruto and they started demonizing RAILA. Today is the same Ruto that he used that is now biting him. So that should be a lesson to people who are jumping ship, that you might think that you are you are doing it to go bite or jump ship so that you can attack Raila or any other people or any other person. But whatever you do will come back and bite you. Similarly to Jalango, I'm sure Jalango will be a one-term member of parliament. So, and the reason why some of the MPs do not want to attend some of these meetings is because they have their own agenda. Like earlier on, someone was talking about other constitutional means that Azimio Kenyans can use. Someone was talking about having a tribunal. You cannot constitute a tribunal that will be sanctioned or paid by the executive. That one will not work. Because how the tribunal works is the bill has to go to the parliament. The first stage of having the tribunal, which is taking the bill to the parliament, currently as we speak, we don't have loyal MPs. Most of them will be bought out. That's why some of the MPs, for them to survive, what they are currently pushing is having a referendum, and they are bringing these constitutional issues as come back so that they are seeing that they are championing issues of wananchi, even things that they can speak in parliament. They don't want to do that. They want publicity. So some of them are pushing for a referendum, and some of them have also advised Raila that let's devolve our electoral process to counties, and most of them want that because for you to change that one, you have to go to the constitution. So most of them will support that and use that one thing to popularize themselves as they plan for the next election. So if Azimio chooses the comfort way of referenda to help protect the image of or to create relevance for the members of parliament, that will be well and good, but the majority of Kenyans will still remain in the wilderness as they champion for high cost of living, even electoral justice. So the second, like earlier on I said, the second and the first option that people are thinking of is through Article 1, where people can discharge their power directly but not donate it to people who are elected. So Article 1 is still within the Constitution. People can march to State House. People can visit State House. It's where, because State House is not a private property. It's it's being financed by the public. So people can march there to ask for issues of accountability. So whatever they do there, it's within the Constitution, and it is provided for clearly under Article 1 that says that the people have the sovereignty of the sovereignty lies in the hands of the people of Kenya, and they can exercise it either directly or indirectly through elected leaders. But this is a case where the elected leaders cannot be trusted. So the only option that people have is to exercise their power directly without donating that power. Is the people can claim their power and use their power directly to march or to picket. And the Bill of Rights has explained the rights that the Kenyan person, the Kenyan citizen or resident has, and those rights must be must be respected. And yeah, I think and the people have a duty to ensure that those rights are respected, that they get those rights. Those rights will not be given. You must fight for them. So yeah, that is the only thing. Let me rest my case for now. But for this process, Raila or the movement has to link themselves to members of parliament. These people are very comfortable. They don't care as long as they get whatever they want. And currently, for them, they are looking for per diem. They do get about 1M. So if they get per diem 1M, anything that will disrupt the system, I tell you, the members of parliament will not support that. So forward ever, let Mwananchi take and claim their space. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Wakanda Forever. I think your points are well noted, well taken. I just wanted to add something else arising from what you said, that Jalango is going to be a one-term MP. And my question here is, why have we concluded that he has to do his term? And this is my point. There is Article 104 of the Constitution. And remember here, I'm talking about the rights the Kenyan citizens have. Article 104 is about the right of recall, that the citizens or constituents can recall a sitting MP even before their term is concluded. And there's been a lot of hanky-panky about that clause, that legislators want a certain period to go before an MP can be recalled. But that was not what the spirit of the Constitution says. The Constitution was plainly written that citizens have a right to recall their elected representatives. And my question is, generally to all people in the studio, why aren't Kenyan citizens exercising their rights and saying, we elected, and in this case, I'm using the example you raised, Wakanda Forever, we elected Jalango to represent us. But 6 months into office, we have started seeing that he is not representing us as we intended. And therefore, we are exercising our rights as citizens to recall him. He does not have to he does not have to go the full term. Yes, he may be a one term, but that term does not necessarily have to be 5 years complete. Within 6 months, you're on probation. We have seen that you're not doing what we intended you to do. We are exercising the right to recall you as citizens or constituents. Come back, give us your manifesto once again. If we like you, we will put you back in. If not, bye-bye. You have other professions and other ways of making your living. Go and pursue them. Joshua or Lala, do you have anything to say?
No, before you jump into that, if today it happens that because I am aware of the party talking about the disciplinary action, if it happens that they are taken out of the party or they lose their seats through that, well and good. Or if Wananchi starts an impeachment process or how to remove them in office. But what I wanted to say in your last part of submission, even if they are taken, even if the process ends after maybe by end of this year, if they serve for 1 year or 6 months, that will be the end of their first term. Second to that, we must also be careful not to be distracted by small wars. There is the bigger picture that we must focus on the executive. So you might maybe you might end up focusing on small issues like Jalango, which can be which we can push the party to handle, and let the population handle serious issues under Article 1 and face the issue of stolen victory. Because if you have the issue of the stolen victory, and now we want to start also issues of recall, we want to go back to recall, our energy will be spent more on these lesser issues. So my prayer is we prioritize. Where do we want to invest our energy? Yeah.
Wakanda forever. Remember, it's possible to walk and chew gum. So the constituents who elected Jalango can petition his recall as other national matters are being addressed. And it's also possible that, and this one is a cautious statement, that if you only allow political parties to deal with their members, remember, the Jalango, as you have referred to, was elected by constituents, not by the political party. So the citizens of the constituents should have the right to also exercise directly their will, as opposed to delegating or deferring it to a political party. But allow me to allow Joshua to come in.
I think nilikuwa nainua mkono kwa sababu huyu alikuwa anazungumza na huyu microphone yake ilikuwa bado iko off. Kitu ambaye naweza kusema kwa sasa ambaye tuna wengi wetu hapa tunasomea law. The law is given by the people. The people are the law. Watu wanasahau hiyo kitu. We write the law as the people. So the people in the office are not the law. Even the judges wanaandikwa na wananchi. They are workers of the people. Kuna rights nyingi sana katika law. Even Kenya wanasema whatever they call it. There is international law. There is international human rights laws. Yeah. Na hapo watu wanasahau. Ndio kwa sababu hata unaona Martha Karua anaenda kwa East African law courts. Because watu wanajua koti ya Kenya ishanunuliwa. Yes, but ijanunuliwa because the people are there. Period. Na watu wakisema out is out. Don't mix up. Kwa sababu hao watu kwa ofisi kina Ruto wanajua nishanunua watu wangu au ma MP ni wangu, judges are mine, but the people, hiyo Ruto anasahau. Ndio kwa sababu anaingia makanisa kuchukua wale watu wako ndani ya kanisa, small pieces, anaweka kuwa nyingi. Unajua ukichukua maragwe kwenye shamba hii ukaweka hii, ukatoka hapa ukaweka ile, inajaa gunia. The same way is doing now. Ndio vile alifanya wakati ya campaign for 4 years. Na huyu mtu watu wasipomtoa haraka iwezekanavyo, huyu mtu ni mbaya, atawacha Idi Amin ama Bokassa, even Hitler is better. This guy is going too far. Kama anaweza kuacha watu walale njaa mpaka maji ni kuwa too expensive, chumvi ilipanda bei, salt. Sasa what else? Kama anaweza kufikia mpaka Mama Ngina, the first lady of Kenya, kumwattack huyo mama, is it 89 years old woman? The first mother of Republic of Kenya. Sio first lady, She's our mother. Na watu wanasahau huyu mama bwanake alikufa akiwa ndani ofisi. Bado hajaenda retire huyu mama. Bado afikiria watu. Because the first president 24/7 wanajeshi wanamchunga. These small kids like Ruto, they don't know this. Raila ukimwona ananyamaza si ati ajui, he knows. Si ati ananyamaza, anawachunguza. Alijua mambo ya kina Jalango kitambo sana. This is madness. Mtu anesaidia watu, anawasaidia njia zote zile. But the right ya binadamu. Na kama Kenya itaendelea hivi, utaona international people will interfere. Utasema no, this is going too far. Ndio unaona kuna makoti za kina Ruto pale waliletwa huku. Wanahusika. Sasa ile is too late. So the people are supposed to react. Na namuomba baba afanye haraka iwezekanavyo. Asingoje sana. By the time anangojea hivi, people lose hope. And then anasema to hell with it. And Kenya, they are so, sijui kichwa yao iko namna gani, wacha niseme ukweli. Wako saa zingine ni watu wa kusahau haraka na kusamea haraka. And that is very dangerous. Wakiendelea hivi itakuwa story ya vile Museveni anafanya Uganda, itakuwa ni vile upande wa Central Africa iko, ama Congo. Na si ati ni Ruto ananunuliwa, anatumiwa na nchi za nje ambayo sisi tunaishi. Kwa sababu mtu kama niende tu direct, sifichi, Trump ajui pali pesa ataficha, so anapatia small countries wakiwa na brigade na whatever, hao watu wa mafias wa America, kwa sababu pesa zao zinatafutwa, so they give these guys to use. So later watoto wake ni mafia. Kwa nini anakimbia America saa zote? Really? Alafu kuna maofisi za huyu Ruto ziko Canada, ziko America, hata wengine wanakuaga hapo, mnaona mafaili wakifungua kijiita lawyer. Every time mimi wanasema huyu mtu kama anajua law. Nilimuuliza tu just a small question, so simple, intelligent question. What is the work of Minister of Social Services? Ananiuliza vitu zingine atu, unataka nikufundishe? Na ni mtoto kwangu. Nilikuwa nataka ajibu wa Kenya. And the same thing is ile Ruto anafanya. So lazima tuwe focus na tuambie baba, kwa sababu anasikiza hii pale tunazungumza. Tuwe focus. Ruto must go. That is our topic. Tusilete law nyingi, wananchi wakishaamua kwenda pale kutoa. That is a law. We have the right to remove that guy. 2 million people, they remove that guy. In German, anaambiwa we give you only 48 hours. Just talking. You go. In England, the same thing. In America, the same thing. We have the same law like America. Hiyo constitution wanasema is the same constitution. Wacha kutuambia blah 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 mingi. The people say out is out. Mkikuyu anasema jane ja. Mluya anasema chiano che kabisa. And other tribes, mtoto akiwa anaharibu kitu, mama anamwambia wewe ushakuwa mtu mzima, toka kwenda ukajilishe. That is the thing. Asije wakatuletea wazimu, wanetukana wazazi, wanetukana nyanya zetu, wanetukana sisi, mpaka watoto na wagonjwa mahospitalini. maternity wajui vile watazaa. It's terrible. Hii watu wanatakana waende. Hata ingekuwa ilikuwa kitambo 3 months ago. It's painful kwa sababu sisi tuko tunaangalia huyu mtu anaiba. Kina Jalango ni useless. Those are pickpockets. Wacha tutoe huyu mtu. Let us focus na topic Ruto must go. Tukianza mambo ya kuleta sheria wanasoma zote si tunasema hapa. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. I was about to request that you allow me to interject kidogo, but there is something I need to go and prepare for, and I had requested Kenya with Love to allow me to exit at this time. But when I finish, I pledge to come back. Hopefully, I'll finish in good time, but thank you. Allow me to exit at this point.
Okay. It is me to come in? Okay. Greetings to all of you. It's good to see all of you. I'd like to follow up on a constitutional question that has been raised here. I think Kenyan constitution is borrowed a lot from the US and other Western constitutions. And to me, it is my submission that if we don't get rid of RUTO at this time, we will not have a constitution. It is gone. Let me say something about the American Constitution. The Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. Of course, we know it's been a challenge. People are getting killed in the streets of the US and people are fighting these guns. But Americans are tied to those guns because it is a fundamental right that comes from the very foundation of the country. You see, most of these people came from Europe where there were totalitarian governments. And so they were afraid not to give up their constitutional rights and democracy away. So the gun, right to bear an arm, and not a gun in the home, was not to fight thieves, not to fight, animals. It was to fight those who would come, the government that would come to take away their right, their democratic right. They were fighting for that right that a constituent or a mwananchi has, that is to vote. That's how we participate in a government. If that is taken away from you, then we are heading the way of Haiti, Somalia, and those places, because people don't have hope. Our voices will be gone, and they have been actually taking it away slowly by slowly. What they're running on now in Kenya is not the constitution. So when we talk about Wakanda Forever, talking about those constitution, what need to be done, that now cannot work. It is us, the Wananchi, who own that constitution. We simply donated our right so that it can be run by someone we have elected, but we can take that right back. And the US knew that. So the right to bear arms was the fact that no one should ever, ever, ever come between us and the vote, because that's the only way a mama, anyone in Kenya can say, have a voice in the government. That's the only way. We are taxed. All of us are taxed. The 500 million that RUTO borrowed, we are the holders of that mortgage. It is our names that is written on that. It is us that are going to pay for that. And then when you hear that money is used to bribe people, give it to people, when it's our money, then the question is, what do we want? Are we a nation at all? If we cannot resolve this particular issue, then we may as well go our separate ways. And so I don't think the country will survive past 2027 if we don't take care of this. Because 8.1, million voted for a change. They were tired. They were actually voting against what I would call corruption, wastage, theft that has been going on. And because even now when they're collecting taxes, how sure that those taxes will be used when these people are so hungry for more? I remember some years back, Korea had a difficult financial time, South Korea. And you know what they did? Their citizens donated. People are taking out their bangles, their gold earrings and others, donating it to the government. The people were giving. But in Kenya, they're taking it away from us. Now they're selling those parastatals. They want to sell them to raise money for themselves. That's raising money. I do some work for American Red Cross. I'm a mental health specialist. I go out there. And when there's a disaster, I've gone to every disaster you can imagine. In the United States, whenever I've got clearance, I have to, better than even the Trump's kid, you don't have the clearance that I have. I have clearance, special clearance to handle certain information. And we go out, whether to the militaries and other people that come in to help. The first thing when there's a disaster is not just to restore lives, it's not just to give out food, water, hospital, but there's also what we call an economic stimulation. So you have to go there and try to make sure that the economy is working well. We give vouchers, we buy cars, we buy things, we send people, because the idea is to be able to help these people who are down, that they can come up. You don't go there and start taxing them. They don't have anything to tax. They need subsidies to kind of help them come up, and that stimulates the economy. Kenya is doing the opposite. So when they talk of we want to, it's economy, I don't know, what couldn't they talking about? I've been taught by the best economists at Harvard Business School, the best of the best of the best, and I don't understand what they're talking about when they talk about economy. So it's like a spirit of delusion, a spirit of some evil spirit. Remember when Samuel and Samuel, Saul, and David, evil spirit would get into Saul and he start doing crazy stuff. It's as if there's some evil spirit that have been sanctioned by, I'm sorry, but the church, which is, I would call almost in the same rank. I don't want to use certain adjective, to describe them, but they're not speaking for God. And so when we see this unfolding, then it's upon us, those Kenyans, to step forward. And finally, last night, some non-Kenyan, called me and they are talking about what they are witnessing. These are from other African nations, okay? They are looking to Kenya. They said, if Kenya can do it, then the rest of us can do it. So what we are doing now is not just about Kenya alone, but it's Africa, because of, if it's electronic theft, it's going to be happening in all over. It's happening actually, because they are selecting people they want to to have to rule all these countries. They don't now have to use other methods because all they do is sell you, electronic stuff which are faulty or which they know they are bungled and they know what the answers are. And so Kenya is a test case. And so I listened to them talk and they said, we are watching. And so if we fail, we are failing Africa and I believe the rest of the world. And so we are on the right course. We are in the right place. The Jalangos and the rest, those are small cases. And I believe they got to be taught a lesson. And as you stated, Baba knows all that. I believe he does know all that. And I think probably they're getting the message. But we want to know more. But the whole idea is they're being used. The optics, even if they got nothing, but simply standing there when we are in this kind of a warfare, I would call it, is wrong, is dangerous, is send a wrong message at this time. And so they got to be told what, that is wrong and taught some kind of lesson. I think the Constitution, if we are following it correctly, it's very, very simple. The party that took them to Parliament can simply meet tomorrow and say they are no longer, they're suspended. It means we are going back to election. It's just as simple as that. That's what the law is. The ODM says, whoever, this person has been suspended. They seize if the people are following the law, the Constitution. That's the way it can go very quickly that way. And also we can follow other ways of recalling and impeachment and all that. That may take a long time. Just ODM cutting them off and they're gone. But let's hear what they have to say. So that's what I wanted to say for the time being, and somebody else can come in. Thank you. Is somebody talking? Hello? Oh, okay. Nobody's talking. Okay. I believe they made a mistake, and if they have betrayed us, they have to pay for it. I'm glad that there are others who have come forward, like Think Orengo and Yang Nyong'o and others, to condemn these acts, and so people are intact. And I think there's no alarm at all. And so I think we shouldn't give platform to people like Jalash and Ruto and the rest, because this is what they want. They want us to be sidetracked and begin talking about what's going on, how ODM or Azimio is disintegrating, when actually it's not. And those things will come. People will move out and get money sold. That's an old story that we see even in the biblical days. Money, the love of money is the root of all evil, and we have seen that. We have seen, the Karen now was bribery, headquarters. I was in Kenya during the campaign time, and people would go in there, churches and others, and go in there and come out with money. It was headquarters, and now it is in the State House. The move thing now is that the money may be a little scarce, but when you hear people giving money, then the question is, where is that money coming from? It's not taxpayers' money. It's still tax going on in a large scale. The truth here is that we are doing what God would want us to do at the time. Nobody should come to you with a different theology, to let you know there's, something else, that that should happen. I've seen some writing all over the internet. Some people that even volunteered, talking of humiliation of Baba. You should go and talk to RUTO and those are scared. Those are what they are, peddling out there to kind of confuse us. Our purpose is one: electoral justice. Justice is what will, and truth is what will save our economy. Nothing else. Right now, the cost of doing business in Kenya is so astronomical, is so huge that any product made in Kenya cannot sell. Tanzanians probably a cheaper stuff. Uganda, you can buy things over there. Kenyans, the cost itself is impossible. So why would you invest money in a place where you cannot make anything?
Okay,
and then you can even see the even tourists. Why would you go to a place, where you may not be able to? Oh, hello.
Yeah, with all due respect, we are never gonna go back to a handshake. Baba is not gonna handshake anyone. That one we've refused.
No, that is no. But what I'm saying is, I saw someone write that, just rebutted it. So it came on WhatsApp, and it's a long thing. Somebody, one of the aspirants, I think he did not win, but he claimed to be an Azimio guy. Maybe you've seen that, and people talk, like that. And I told him that sounded to me like RUTO writing that letter, dictating to him to write that particular letter. There's no humiliation for Baba. Baba stands for truth, justice, and we are winning. That's what I told them. Yeah.
Okay. I guess we have a guest here on Eli's side. We would want to hear from him. Usikimbie, wherever you are, stay there, talk to us. Either way, Lala, let me tell you. So there's a question I wanted to say. I wanted to ask before I bring the next person, either Eli or the I don't know, the guest or Wakanda. Guys, I want to ask you just as a by the way, what is the work of an MP? Is it to bring maendeleo or to make laws? Because I saw on Jalango's website, something he tweeted that I just went there for these PVETs and whatever and all that. Is that their job? And that is the reason I keep on coming back to the Constitution. The MP is supposed to go and be a lawmaker. That is what the Constitution is. I don't even support what you call I do not support what you call the CDF. I do not support it myself. I believe an MP should be a lawmaker. Go make good laws for where you come from. People come to you, tell you that tunanyanyaswa hapa, can you go past this law? We have devolution. Devolution has already been given enough money to do all that. Now, what are you telling us that you went to see because of, if he was a governor, I would have been okay. But an MP, that is not your job. Your job is clearly in the Constitution that you are a lawmaker. So this thing of telling us that you want is no. Go to the parliament. That's where we chose you to go to. And I can see Alex is here. Maybe he will expound on that or either demystify me. But again, I believe the work of an MP is a lawmaker. They shouldn't even be doing CDF. Why do we even have devolution? What is this that again they want to do? And what is it that the president gives them? So it's infutile to me. And I'm saying, and somebody said, yeah, yes, there's ways that people can take their country back. We give you power to go represent us. And if you cannot represent us, it's in the constitution, we can take it. It's just that people have been, since independence, people have never learned what really this constitution says, to where that they feel that walking to State House and recalling someone is wrong. In fact, in South Africa, the presidents are recalled by their own party. President recalled by your own party. Out. Not even the people, it doesn't even get to the people. But here you have the power to recall whoever you want to recall at any time. Let alone the MP. But because we're in this thing of when Mheshimiwa, when you elect someone, they leave you, they're done with you, they're gone, and there's nothing you can do to them. Kwanza ukimkaribia anaweza kuchapa kofi ingine mbaya na hakuna mahali utampeleka. Yet you're the employer. And I like this time because it's coming to a point where Kenyans are going, and I wish this revolution goes and will become no nonsense. We work with that status, we see what they're gonna do. Because in 2007, watu walikuwa wanachapwa na maji, wanakataa kwenda. And things changed when IBC, when it was what was it? Tear gas Thursdays. It happened because Kenyans came and said enough is enough. Who tells you as a president nobody can tell you that you cannot go? Kenyans will tell you to go if they can. But we've been, in our minds, we've been put to a place where we think that's a very bad thing. No, don't. And then you're given propagandas. Oh, Raila is the bad person. He makes people go to the streets and everything. Raila has never made anyone go to the street. He stood for the right and people knew what the right was. It's people who went to the street. And this time Raila even did not want to go so much. It's people who told him, no, it's not going to work. He's been pulled by the people, for the people. This is people driven. But you have people like in RUTO who are out there trying to show you like it's Baba, it's ODM, it's Azimio, it's whatever. It's not them. They're under very big pressure. We were here yesterday. You saw two guys come here, one of my friends. And you saw them say what they were saying. And now today you've seen what they were saying. And if you've looked, you've also seen the same person that was over here sitting down with Baba. It's because this thing is so driven, and if you quit listening to the leaders, start listening to Mwananchi. Start watching what people are talking in those bunge la Wananchi. Start calling people back at home. Start talking to people around you, and start knowing. And by the way, once you start doing that and taking that initiative, you'll be so surprised. I can almost tell you, I've been in this journey trying to look for Ruto's people, of who I know, where I know, even in those the Bungela Wananchis, 1 and 2 here, and I can almost tell you I've found less than 2%. Nikipatana na moja tunakuaga tu tumepatana hivi. None of my friends are, none of my family is, other than one. And when you listen to people even in those groups, you wonder. And that's what I'm telling you. Kenya is on a ticking time bomb. Raila is the one holding Kenya right now. Raila is the one holding Ruto in office. If Raila would say, Like in Ukambani, we say "sir" when you have a dog. Sir, that's sending a dog. Go. If Raila would stand and say, "We're done, go," we're going, people will go. But also, if Raila waits too much, people will go by themselves without him. Because that is where it's headed. There's been so many revolutions in Africa and in the whole world soon. And countries are being changed. People that we used to know, like Zimbabwe, in Zimbabwe, it changed. It's either the military way, the constitutional way, or the people way. All of them are constitutional. Anyway, let me just keep quiet at that point. I see we have Alex here. He hasn't spoken. Alex, I think I'm going to give you kipaumbele because you haven't said anything. And then we'll circle back with Wakanda and then come back to Lala unless somebody else joins us. And I'm going to be putting the link in case anybody wants to come in. Thank you.
Yeah, Ndeto, thank you very much. I have a sore throat. However, I've been forced to come to the show because I think we are overreacting to people like
there's a bit of background noise there. Yeah.
We are overreacting. Okay. Just let somebody talk and then I'll speak because I think honestly there's a background noise here. But it's gone. It's gone. So what I'm saying, we are reacting over people like Jalango, people that we knew very well that are intellectually challenged, people that we knew that even after becoming an MP, they were holding Jalango TV, people who are myopic in mindset and people who are not progressive. Let us not even talk about this kind of people. Baba can be surrounded by only 2-3 people who can make a difference. When we went to Abuja, we saw people like Makau Mutua. We have seen people who have surrounded Baba. People like David Ndii are trying to come back to Baba because they have realized who RUTO are. I swear to you, there are people who moved to RUTO, they are regretting because when they compare the two, they see the mistake that they have made. The chaff is being separated from the wheat. And I said from the very beginning, Jalango can never be a member of parliament. He's an entertainer. Intellectually, if you sit down with Jalango, there is no bill he can bring to parliament. And you did ask a very important question. What is the work of a legislature? We distorted it. But Kibaki did not mean wrong when he put the CDF. During the Moi's time, the disparities across Kenya was that if you're not in the government. So when Kibaki came in, he came with a good intention that CDF should try to improve Kenya so that we can have equitable resources to everybody. It's over time, it's over past, it is illegal now since we have devolution. Members of parliament should not be given at all something called that. They must sit down and make legislation. Jalango cannot put any one legislation that I know that progressively that can help the whole nation. Let it be said, and the truth be said, it's not about winning election. It is about the quality. It is quantitative and qualitative. Jalango misses the both things. And I'm going to be candid on this. When you look at Korir, whether he was a Kalenjin and we do not like him, he served that constituency better than Jalango. Jalango is an entertainer. He's petty. He's hollow. He doesn't even know his work. So when you see him doing that cliche of taking photos with the president, that is him. We criticized him. So don't be surprised. But the question that we have at hand is this: let us not lose our focus. The people are with Baba, and Baba is with the people. And that's why Ruto is in panic, buying people. If Ruto was confident, if I'm confident in anything, I'm not going to in the shopping spree of people. Why should I buy a person? Why should I buy a person? These people are buying people because they know very well that they are not well prepared. And they have seen three things. The first thing is that people are with Baba. Secondly, the people that were with Ruto have shifted hands because Ruto lied to them. Thirdly, Ruto does not have a plan as a president. He's an imbecile, retrogressive. He doesn't know how to manage. The military has completely denied him. Because you see, we have three arms of the government. Even Kohome herself has started seeing that she made a big and grievous mistake. And if you sat down with her today and ask her, you see, there is a way that Ruto represented himself in terms of media cliches and all this. And people thought that he could change Kenya. But 5 months down the road, what has happened? Everybody can see that this guy is very incompetent. And I don't want to go into that. We have exhausted in that. People like Jalango are showing their true colors. Let me tell you something. There's a Marxism that says, if somebody shows who they are, believe it. Don't try to say it's because of this, it's because of development, it's because of what. If somebody shows, for instance, in this country, if your wife calls 911 for you once, believe that's what she is. Don't try to fascistize it. It's because of this, it's because of this way. So Jalango showed us, and so are many other people within our formation. They use Baba to get into leadership, and then they think that they are betraying Baba, kumbe they are betraying themselves. People like Ababu Namamba, they will never be elected until they come into their common sense. In the Bible, and I'll tell you, in the Bible, the prodigal son, he did everything. The Bible says that until he came into his senses. We are not mad when we come here every day when we talk about what is ailing Kenya. We have food problem, we have school fees problem, we have fuel problem, and we have jobs problem. If Jalango has reached a point that he cannot see that we have real problems as Kenyans, especially the people that are living in slums like Langata, it is unfortunate of such kind of a person. The only thing we can say is that 2 years is coming, we can recall them. And then we see if they go to UDA, they can contest and win. Well, they can get those disappointments that Ruto is telling them. But do they think that Ruto can survive? Ruto himself is buying them because he is afraid of the movement of the people. When he saw Jacaranda, when he saw Kamkunji, then when he saw again Kibira, he looks at it and says, wow, kumbe Kenyans are not happy. So do not worry about these people. Let us not even give them airtime about talking about Jalango. Jalango is an unsensical waffler and is an idiot. Even I never used to watch his shows because remember, let me tell you, go back and if Ndeto, Go see the interview between Jalango and Ruto in Jalango TV and see the bromance that they had. It's no surprise. Go back and see it. And I know you will not want us to show it in Mutembei because he has the rights. But go watch it. The interview between Jalango and the President Ruto. The bromance that you saw it, you could almost tell that they had a deal. So leave about this thing. There is nothing called betrayal. Betrayal is, you see, when it comes to Baba, there's nothing like betrayal. Those who believe in ideology and philosophy, like you and me, are going to stick with him. And we are not sticking with him because he's a saint, but because we know when he's given a job to do, he does it. And why does he do it? He loves the country. I don't know if any of you have been to jail. I've been to jail like 2 days. It was one of the most difficult moments in my life. When I remember this guy has been in jail for all these years because, not because he has done anything wrong. He was not a criminal. Because he loved our country. You cannot serve a people that you do not love. Baba loves us. Baba loves Ndeto. Baba loves everybody that is here. And Baba can retire. But when he sees that the judiciary has been taken over, when Baba sees that there is no institution that is working in our country, he's not going to see a mock and wait. Baba's mission is one. I'm in a phone, please. So Baba is not going to sit down and see our country become a banana republic. Even at his age, you know, sometimes I'm just getting at 40 years old. And sometimes I feel aches in my legs, my back, and I wonder, this guy, the synergy and the energy that he has to serve us. Don't pay attention to people like Jalango. They cannot make any progress in our country. At least us who are in Tembe here, we can. Who Jama Jalango? The first time he was given time in the podium, do you remember what he said? Tunataka base Kisumu ya military. Was that the most important thing to say? Don't pay attention to that young boy. He's not even a boy. If I had the ability to speak to you and in Doluo, and on Dutch Guok, or Fuo Maraj, let him go to the nearest pit and die. Right now, what we needed, we need people who can resuscitate this country. It's not a must that we must remove Ruto, but we must tell Ruto what is important so that our lives, you know, you get phone calls from Kenya. Send me $20 only. Not because people are not hardworking, because they have nothing to do. Kenyans are hardworking, but there's nothing to do. They go work hard, get maize, GMO is brought. They go work hard, Kirinyaga, they get rice, another rice is brought. They go work hard, school fees is added. They go work hard, all these things happen. Now you ask, now, where is the end game? The end game is in the public opinion, and that is you and me. Let us not relent because of people like Jalango. When you see somebody's belly becoming bigger, that means they are not saving. They're eating more and they're having fun. And this young man, in the last few days you have seen, his weight has ballooned. And I'm not joking. Why? Because he's flourishing in opulence, while Kenyans are languishing in poverty. Our priority should not be talking about Jalango. Stone PK comes here and tells us our priority is to talk about how to take over our country. And if we continue to do that, these people listen to us. They are scared as hell. The masses have shown it. The people have shown it. Even his own people in Uasin have shown it. In Marakwet, they have shown it. In Turkana, they have shown it. In Kisii, they have shown it. The other day, there was a poll that came out that says that the Kikuyus have totally refused this guy. Now, you can imagine, they are scared. If they are scared, we are of advantage. We are advantaged. In political science, when we are advantaged, the other person becomes an opponent. In psychology, they say, if you want to win, ask a question, talk fast. And don't just talk fast, ask a question. Because when you ask a question, the other person is just going to be a defender. They are going to talk more. Okay. If I ask you, what do you think about this? I will keep quiet. You will talk, and ask you. But what happens? They are defenders. We are strikers. You just strike one thing, you go to one rally, they make noise. Gachagua start making noise. You remember what Baba said? You know, Baba is a very, I like Baba's wisdom. I wish I had his wisdom. Baba told Gachagua, if I defeated your father, you know what Baba was trying to tell him? You are not a Kikuyu. You can't be a Kikuyu kingpin. Your father is Gideon, is Arab Moi. You are a Kalenjin. Wacha kudanganya wa Kikuyu. And he panicked. The next day, what did you see him do? And Baba scored a goal. Unaona ile kona inanaga banana? Hiyo ndio Baba aliweka. And he distorted Gachagua. Gachagua can never become a kingpin of Kikuyus the way he thought, because Baba exposed him that yeye ni mtoto wa nini? Wa Kalenjin. Lakini anajifanya ati mtoto wa Mau Mau. That's why he keep on yapping at mtoto wa Mau Mau. So let us not talk about this people. Let us, as Stone PK tells us here, let us talk about revolution. Thank you very much.
Alex, thank you for that. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. I have a lot to add on to what you said, which is good. But at this point, our Wakanda Menda, Lala, I think maybe you can talk to what Alex has said.
I appreciate Alex's contribution, because I think we can easily be sidetracked and listen to people like Jalango and those types. Those are non-entities. I think the focus is winning back our nation. And as you stated it, Alex, I think our people need to get it that clear, that this is where we are, this is what is going on. And I thank God for the media and the way we can connect with each other, because I think in the past there has been a momentum, but the coordination has been missing, but now I think we can. And so I think all of us are megaphones. We should let our people know that, because if you look at the media from Kenya, it's as if they're really on the offense. If you just look at different scenes out there, you know, they're trying to carry a warfare to kind of confuse our people. But I think because we have the true knowledge, because we have the facts on our side, I think it's impossible for them to penetrate. But we have to be able to communicate clearly to our people what we are, where we are, what's really going on, and so that we are not sidetracked by the Jalango type of mentality and thinking, because they are there. But thank God we have a leader, and the people have decided this is where we are going. And I think the momentum is building each day, each moment. It is building. It's like, I think the analogy of a river, you know, tributaries, they are all converging, okay, into one that will sweep him out of that state house. I watched the CS for Interior, you know, talking, and you know, it's a small man, but when you hear him, it doesn't carry the what it takes to do the job, and the knowing, you know, what he represents clearly tells you that there's leaderless, you know, programs. You know, there's nobody there to really capture the mind of the people, to communicate what the government's doing. So it's as if we don't really have a government when you think about it. And so the faster we move, I think the better. And each one of us can do something just by helping people know, learn, because the scared group out there are trying to undo what we do, you know, and they're getting paid. I'm sure they're getting paid. That's why they do what they do, you know, for their stomach, you know, not really for the love of the country. Because if you love the country, then you have to stand with the Constitution. And Constitution is very clear. The winner, the one who has the most votes. And again, there are characteristics that we look for in a leader. If you have criminal record, you know, you should be banned from. Even none of Gachagua and even RUTO should not have been allowed even to run if other countries, more developed, more progressive countries, because they don't have what it takes, you know, to even stand to be a leader. And so the thinking here has been stated clearly here, that our focus is one, to bring in the real winner constitutionally, whom we gave our votes to begin to lead us towards the Kenya that we want. I think that is our role. And for those of us who claim to be Christians, especially those of us that pride ourselves that we are spiritual prayer warriors and all that, I think your prayer should be specific. And that is, one, God has given us the answer for our nation. We have elected someone that we think should guide us. And so we should not be dilly-dallying, you know, because the government should have come on our side and supported us to open the server. Okay? They have refused to do that. Why? They have not refuted any of our facts. Whistleblower is there. And so the guilty are afraid. And so we know we are on the right path. And so if you're a prayer warrior, pray that this thing goes faster and quicker. Pray that those enemies of ours are paralyzed by the power of God or the Spirit, whatever it is that you want to call on, because we know what we are doing. And so we don't want to see those so-called preachers, out there who have been paid, who have been taking money from Karen. Karen was a distribution center. And so I don't think they hear from God anymore. And so let's do what is right. Let's focus, put our energy together. And if we act together, nothing can defeat us. We are an orchestra. When all of us begin to play our music from every side, I think State House can fall so quickly. People from east and south, and we come from all sides, and we converge right there. They have no way out, to get out, to run. If they probably have to fly in helicopters out of the State House. And so, encouragement to Kenyans, let's stay hopeful, and your vote counts. And we are there, we are here to make sure that we bring back that sacred thing called the Constitution, which at the moment, they don't care about it. It's all they do. What they do is what they want, not what the Constitution wants. It's what is their interest, their desires. And that is to steal and to loot. And they're bankrupt. There's really no agenda that they have. Everything is, in fact, they have collapsed all the institutions. So RUTO is speaking for, and Gashagwa for everything. So we don't have no constitution. We have no institutions. Okay. So we are a rudderless country, and we cannot move forward. So if they promise you development, they promise you, prices going down, they are lying to you. They are literally lying to Kenyans, because there's no way out. There is no clear path towards prosperity unless the clog is cleared. And for my fellow Christians, I'll go back to the same passage that I've talked about here before. That is the book of Judges and Gideon. I think it's chapter 6 of Judges. Gideon was called. He was called to deliver a nation that had been suffering for 7 years, impoverished, people living in the mountain cliffs. They were running from Amalekites and other enemies that had come to take over, steal, take everything, and even kill. And God calls him. The first call was to go to take care of his home first, to get rid of corrupt practices in his own home. I think we got to get rid of these corrupt practices before we can be free as a nation. And Kenya is loved by God, and God wants to show us that He's God. And so we must stand. We must get it back. And if we act together as a team, no force, no power, nobody can even point a gun to us. They'll celebrate with palm leaves waiting for us in the State House, in the White House. They'll call it State House. And so I'm happy to be here. I'm happy for this avenue for us to air our views, because this is where you get the real news. If you go to those Kenyan news, it is all propaganda. Here we get news unfiltered. And so I'm happy to be part of Matembei TV. Thank you, guys. Mm-hmm.
And since you have gone spiritual, I want to remind you something. When the first war that The first war that Gideon went to was to dismantle the walls of Jericho. It was one of the most difficult things to do. And the Bible tells us that there were a lot of thousands of people, but the process of taking them out was slow but steady, to a point that they were told even how to drink water. By the time they went, they were left very few. And they conquered Jericho by just marching through it. And as young kids, we used to sing that the wall came tumbling down. But the second war was the easiest. What happened? They lost the war in a bad way in a very small country. And Gideon was devastated. He went back to God and asked God, what was the problem? And I'm doing this because you went spiritual. I don't like going spiritual because I have friends.
Yes.
I have friends like here who are like Egg, who are Muslims. But I think sometimes you have to go spiritual. You have to practice your Christianity if you have to profess. They lost decimally.
Muslims have the same text. Yes.
They lost decimally. It was a dark decimal loss. Then Gideon put on his ashes and sackcloth. He went to God and asked him, if we could defeat Jericho,
that's Joshua.
How could we not defeat Achan, Iron?
Yes.
And this is what God told him. There was sin within the camp. Then they found out that Achan had taken some gold garments, and that is what made them lose the war. And that is, if you have gone spiritual, and I will tell you, people like Jalang are like Achan. They took the gold when we needed to dismantle completely Jericho.
Yeah.
Okay? Now the chaff is being taken out of what? The wheat. Correct. We shouldn't be surprised. Let them go so that the wheat can be left alone. So that me and you and the people that are committed to the cause, when we go to the war, once the sin was taken out of this, because God told them there is sin within. Once they took out the sin and they went to the war, they destroyed that country like hell. There is sin within as a meal. There is double standard. There is sabotage. And we must make sure that it's all gone. After it's gone, we will defeat the enemy. So do not worry about people like Jalano, people like Simbarati, people like they're going for development. There's nothing like development. That is nonsense. That is sin within the camp. But let us not religionize this thing, because Kenya is not a Christian just nation. We are diverse. We are Buddhists, we have Muslims, we have all these people. But just because you brought it up, I just wanted to let you know that people like Jalang are like Achan. There is sin within the camp, and therefore we cannot win the war until they have given back the gold that they took when God said that we must destroy Jericho. We can't win the war. So when we see them go, it's a natural repercussion. And let's agree, let them go to the nearest pit.
Alex, let me, sorry, I didn't mean to stop what you were saying. I just wanted to tell people that the guys that were on Facebook, Facebook is down now. If you want to still continue following the show, you can come to either Mutembei YouTube or Sound Candid Talk. So the Facebook imefungwa saizi. So kama mnaweza hama, or if there's somebody that still wants to follow and you know them, they were following from Facebook, you can tell them to come on the other side. Alex, I apologize for stopping you. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. That's your duty as a moderator to let people know what is happening. So that is all I wanted to say about you bringing in the Christian values of how the war can be fought. The other day, tulikosana na mzee Kenyatta, who is my friend. We talked about 20 minutes ago. In the book of War and Peace by Leo Tosley about non-violent means, I learned a lot. You just can't say you want to be militant in order to win. Even the Bible says this. And I'm sorry to quote the Bible, because sometimes me nakunywa kitu yangu. Sitakangi quote the Bible because sometimes I see myself as the greatest sinner. I always say this: "Oh wretched man, who will save me from this predicament? I thank God for Jesus Christ, who came to save me." I'm sorry for saying that verse. Anyway, when you look at the people that have dissed Baba, I become happy because we have truly known who are our friends. Our friends are not the leaders. Our friends are the Shikos, are the Euphemes, are the Tembas, are the Julias, are the Stone PKs, are Kenyan with love, are the Clavans. These are our friends. And let me tell you, we are underdogs. Do we have any positions in Kenya? We don't. But when we speak even when we speak with the truth, even when our voice shakes. And these people fear us. I was going to Kenya. I was stopped in the airport. I returned and I asked myself, why? And they told me, because you are in Mutembei. And I was like, really? Is Mutembei that powerful? There is a movie that says this: we just don't know how powerful we are until a time. In the book of Esther, there is no name of God, but Esther is told, you were appointed in the time of this, and this is your duty. And this is our time. This is our moment. Nobody will know you, the four of us who are here. But who knows, we are the one who may save Kenya. So thank you very much for that. Let me leave it out there. I don't want to go spiritual. I just want us to play politics. But if we have to go spiritual, the way Martin Luther went, we still can go. We need songs of freedom. Even Bob Marley won because of songs of freedom. Songs like emancipate ourselves from entire slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear of atomic energy, because none of them can stop us at a time. Won't we have to sing another songs of freedom? Kenyans, we don't have patriotic songs that mobilize us. We need songs that when we are maneno ya tibim tialala cannot help us. Those are cliches that we don't even understand. Where they came from, I don't know. Where they are going, I don't know. But we need songs of freedom. For instance, in 1963, in this country, Martin Luther decided to sing a song, "We shall overcome, we shall overcome, we shall overcome one day. Deep in my heart, I do believe We shall overcome one day. On Christian soldiers marching us to war. And when people could sing that song in their rallies, they were mobilized. You know, when you sing, we shall overcome, we shall overcome, we shall overcome one day. Deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome one day. You know, the people get energized and they look forth yonder and they know that we need to create songs, not Raila Tibim, Tibim. That's nonsense. We need to create songs of patriotism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Wakanda forever.
Alex, yeah, thank you for sharing, and Lala and Kenya. But Alex, we have songs of freedom, so many of them. It depends. Maybe they have not been invited on this platform, but I have. I know people who that is what they do, especially people who work in the justice centers. In Kenya, we have these justice centers. I know people who have beautiful songs of freedom. Yeah, if you contact either Madare or Kisumu Justice Center, these people sing. They even go to South Africa to help Malema mobilize, and at times they sing those songs. So yeah, I know there are people who are doing that. Maybe one day we the platform can look up. We can try and get them on the platform so that they can, bring the songs on the platform. They were, I don't want to talk much more about the likes of Jalango and the rest, but to respond to what maybe how they respond, that they went to look for development. And for me, members of parliament have three main roles: legislation, oversight, and representation. If these people are truly looking for development, it is the parliament that will pass the financial bill. It is the parliament that passes a supplementary budget. So before passing those supplementary budgets, all those budgets, it squarely rests on their shoulders to decide what to put in that budget or to take away from the budget, because the budget has to be approved by parliament. So someone cannot cheat us that they went to State House. Do State House pass a budget? Au watu walienda kutafuta yao? Because if there was something like which is of development, currently RUTO needs a supplementary budget. It is these members of parliament who will pass it. We are having, and then the next budget will come very soon. But issues of financing programs or projects rest within parliament. If they wanted us to believe them, they would have waited and maybe reject even the budget. But they cannot go there. They cannot be whipped by someone that we all agreed that we do not acknowledge. Hapo wamepotoshwa. So I think I also agree with you guys that we should not focus more and put more energy on these people. In fact, the main intention why this was done was to derail the process and to change our focus. Instead of talking about high cost of living, people will talk about the betrayal. And that is what is making news left, right, and center, creating an image that everybody is running away. That was their intention. So we need to bring back the ball that we were playing before. The fact that wametoa pumzi haimaanishi hatuwezi weka pumzi na tuendelee kucheza mpira. Let's fill in the ball and bringing back the ball and play the same ball. The ball was, we were talking about electoral justice and high cost of living. Whether these MPs wameenda, the affected people are the sovereign people of Kenya that Article 1 acknowledges. And penye tumefika, we cannot rely on some of these members of parliament. And reflecting in everything we do, we have to agree to some extent that leadership is not about money. And the citizenry, we have to ask ourselves, if you are this person mwenye lazima mtu akupee kitu ndio upige kura, ati nani haezi pigiwa kura juana ka kitu. So this idea of citizens accepting even bribery must also end if we want to have leaders who will account. Otherwise, we will end up having these business people. When during election, they walk left, right, and center. They collect money because they don't care. They know, yeah, as long as they have money, people will choose them. So once they use that money, they will have to return. It's a business for them. If someone wins a city in Nairobi and cost him like 30M, they have to return that money. So we have to be true, especially hii idea ya kukubali ama this idea of accepting bribe during voting period, unless that one changes, hiyo kitu isipo change, we will continue going in these circles. This is not the first time. The reason why some of the members of parliament are unable to deliver is because of how we've made our electoral processes, that you must have money. You must have money to even buy people. There are people who campaign with hunger, just as if you will be feeding people for 5 years. So that one has to end. It has to be about issue driven. We have to look for integrity. We have to look for values. What do you stand for? Otherwise, people like Jalang will have not made it. The reason why people like Jalango made it is because they were able to mobilize funds, and that money is what they used to buy their way to whatever they are. So these are, hiyo lazima ikome. And lastly, looking forward for the next few meetings, but all in all, we have to have a clear roadmap. I know you can't plan everything here, but we need to have a clear roadmap. Kama baba anaenda, because now the confusion is happening. People are starting to talk about constitutional reforms and claiming their victory. So we have to be particular and clear that what we want is constitutional reforms and referenda, or we want to claim our victory. and find ways of ensuring that whatever, that the will of the people is respected. So if we want electoral reforms and referenda, that is what Kenya Kwanza is pushing, and some of the members of parliament are being lobbied. They are planting that seeds, and we will end up like the referendum issue or constitutional reforms. The people who will be pushing it are some of the members within Azimio, and you will not know. Those are ways of distracting us, because once you start talking about electoral reforms and referenda, what will happen is you will spend the next 2 years discussing about referenda. After that, you will start going for rallies. By the time you are done with the referenda, you will be having even court cases at one point. 5 years will have gone. So, but on the other hand, if we want to it's on watu waende in the next 1 or 2 months. It's as simple as such. But hii story ya kupiga story sijui nini. Yeah, so in the next 2 months, kama hii story bado tunaongea mara sijui tunaenda wapi mara nini, it will be a waste of time. Let's have a timeline. It's 2 months na hii story ishe, tujue hakuna story ya State House, ama kama iko in the next 2 months, kama iko tutajua. Kama they still want to postpone it, we will know that this is aborted victory yenye iko. So in the next 2 months we have a timeline that 2 months, kama iko tutakuwa tumejuma. Kama iko, then let's delve into the other issues of constitutional reforms, because I believe if this March can claim victory, then constitutional reforms will come automatically. But ukienda constitutional reforms ndio ukuje hii ingine, hii hakuna chenye tunafanya, unless we are just saying that let's do constitutional reforms as we prepare for the next election. So history ya constitutional reforms waachane nayo kabisa. Unless we are saying that unless we want to say and agree that hii kitu tuachane nayo imeenda na tupange hiyo 2027. Kama tunapanga 2027, watu waendelee hiyo na electoral reforms, hizo reforms. But kama watu wanataka kitu ya saizi, then we have to go for it unless otherwise.
All right. Thank you so much.
Let me converge on that.
No, Alex, go ahead.
There is something many people have not understood. And there's something called re-education, in-education, multi-education, whatever it is. I was a teacher before like Julia, but I don't like saying that because I did not enjoy teaching. Teaching is one of the most difficult profession, and I think it's a talent. It is not something you go just because you want to go into it. There is a difference between a position and responsibility. Baba does not need presidency to change Kenya. Baba has never been a president, okay? But he always directs the narrative of Kenya. You like it or not? And when Yvonne Wamalwa died, remember when Eugene Wamalwa was welcoming Raila, he said that my brother the late Kijana Wamalwa said, in this country, in politics, there are only two things, Raila mania and Raila phobia. We don't have to be in State House to direct what we are going to do. Let us not mesmerize ourselves to say that we must go to State House. RUTO knows that everybody is with Baba. That scares him up or her. The guy does not sleep. You need to know that. And what me and you need to do is to even measure and keep going to these rallies. In Nairobi, we have had 3. Now we are going to other counties. By the time we finish, the guy will be diarrheaing in his own pants.
So Alex, do you mean that after we finish the rally, then the guy diarrhea? So after diarrheaing, then what else? Does it mean that?
And that is when he will make a decision, like Uhuru made a decision and realized this country is bigger than him. Remember when Uhuru came out and said, oh, ABCD, ABCD, and all of a sudden he was the one who was looking for Raila for her handshake. We are not saying that we want a handshake here, but and I'm not advocating for it. But what we are trying to do is to do things in a way that Hague is not part of our political expediency. Secondly, it is the people. It is not about Raila. You see, when all these people sit in their podium pathos trying to castigate Raila, they realize that the people are more powerful. So what I'm saying is this, let us do the people participation throughout the country. Once we finish, these people are going to realize it is not about Raila. It is about you and me. It is about the cost of living. Right now, look at me. Don't put your head on the side. Ndeto, look at me. Ndeto, look at me too. Let me tell you one thing. As we see today, as we are talking right now, these people have realized that the people of Kenya are mad. Okay? And the good thing is that we have put Raila out of the equation. And the reason why we have put Raila out of the equation is that now the Hustler Nation, those people who used to mouth talk about Hustler Nation are with us. You saw the poll saying that Mount Kenya right now, almost 80% is with Raila or is pro-reforms because of what they are suffering. So the moment we put Raila into the equation, and I'm not saying Raila is not powerful, he's very powerful. In fact, he's the one leading our formation. These people are going to come down and realize that they are not going to be able to run this government, and it's going to fall down. Let it be a people's movement. Do you understand what I'm saying? No. So far, it has been.
No.
You saw what happened in Jacaranda. You saw what happened in Kamkunji. You saw what happened, and now we are going to other counties. And you will see the masses of people come out, even the people who voted for him. The moment this person realizes that the power is with the people, not on deep state, and I think he's there. The people within him have told him, the intelligence has told him, the military has told him, everybody has told him that, you know what you thought you had, you don't have. My friend, this is a different. So what I want us is, from Nairobi, we move to Kisumu, Mombasa, Kakamega, and then we start going to others. By the time we consult with all these people, And now we come back to the major rally in Kenyatta. He is not going to survive. But the moment we put it as Raila only, they have weapons because that's what they are prepared. But with us, how can they be prepared with us? We are amorphous. We are going to demand education. We are going to demand food security. We are going to demand the necessary things that he said during the campaigns. So I think Raila is a shrewd politician who knows how to throw the ball on us so that we play it. Later on, when he will come back, thunderbolts.
Alex, you know where we are not agreeing is the question you are raising is the issue of accountability on high cost of living and electoral promises that Kenya Kwanza gave, that we need to hold them accountable. Well and good. If we choose to go that way as opposition, well and good. The main issue that we are serious about is electoral. There's no point of us even talking about 2027 or any other elections when we have a case where we've won the preceding election, so we won. We've seen the figures, the 2022 elections. The person who is running the country, who is doing all these things, who we are now trying to advocate so that they do good, is someone who did not win an election. It means in the next election, they will do the same. Because now
there's somebody behind.
And then there's nothing we can do.
Wakanda, just a minute. Wakanda, hold on. There's somebody behind the curtain who wants to be added to the screen. Okay, go on.
So what I was saying is, if this one goes, 2017 happened, and there was a word of caution from the court. 2013, and now 2022, we can see with glaring facts that Raila won, and those results have not been disputed. So if we leave this one and go and then play opposition, 2027 comes, do we participate or we just hand over the instruments, or we just
Wakanda, let me help you there and summarize this.
For me,
Wakanda,
let me finish.
No, Wakanda, stop so many. These are things that we have said is over and over. I want to guarantee you this time is totally different. The way Baba is handling things, even me at the beginning, I was frustrated, but I've started seeing a glimpse of what he wants. Don't worry, things are okay. But the way he's doing things, he went to South Africa, he went to Abuja, he is going to go to many other meetings. So don't tell us stories of what has been happening. If you listen to his speech in Abuja, and I want you to go and re-listen, don't worry about these things. There is a plan, and that plan is concrete. Tafadhali, don't be a pessimistic. And we are not talking here as Mio. We are talking as Kenyans right now. There were people, for instance, look at the comment section. My uncle, who is Nyaanga, who was in and who is still in UDA, He doesn't want GMO, and every other thing that RUTO has brought has disappointed him. So what we are doing is mobilizing people. We can't go it alone. We want to go full-fledged in a moment that when the revolution starts, nobody is left behind. Nobody is left behind. Wachana maneno ya history. We have seen what happened in 2007, we have spoken here over and over. We must now go past that and start asking ourselves, what game plan is this that Baba is having this time around? I don't know, and I believe you look like a learned person. You did critical thinking in college. It was a common unit. Now use that critical thinking to see where Baba is heading to. He's using the law to the fullest, he's using people to the fullest, and now he's not using people like ABCD, he's using common people like Nani, Gaucho, Okanga, me, and you. And that's the best way to go. So don't worry. Baba is with you, Baba is with me. He's not with the politicians anymore. Why are you worried? Why are you being pessimistic? Be optimistic.
I'm worried because Baba always believes that Kenya is bigger than him. And that is the biggest problem.
If you listen to Herman Manyora, he said Baba stopped putting on suits.
Alex, can we have a
Baba now is putting on militant uniform. Pole sana.
Can we have a systematic way of contributing, please? I'd really appreciate. Msimamo. Umeinua mkono. No, hujakuwa hapa. Haya, kazi kwako.
Nilikuwa hapa, unajua si ndio tunafungua kipindi, tunaingia mitini alafu tunarudi. Asante sana ndugu wa Kenya with Love Wakanda na brother Alex. Ni kweli Alex unachokizungumzia, this time vitu ni tofauti na vile tulikuwa tunacheza wakati ule. Lakini unaposema baba yako ana mbio, muangalie na yule Masai ambaye yuko nyuma yake anayefukuza baba yako naye. Kwa hivyo tusisikae tukasema baba hapana, baba basi, lakini tuangalie yule yuko nyuma ya baba anayemfukuzia. Ni nini game plan yake na mawazo yake na lengo lake liko wapi? Kwa sababu kashaelewa kwamba wananchi hana wananchi, baba yuko na wananchi. Ashaelewa kabisa hilo. Na ndio maana kashaanza kununua hawa wabunge wao wananchi aswa wanamsupport baba. Na watakaotumiwa ni hawa wabunge kuweza kuwakonvince hawa wananchi kubadilisha misimamo yao na kuona kwamba baba kila anakifanya hapa hakina maana, ni domokaya tu na kazi inaendelea. So watakao tuharibia ni hawa wanaonunuliwa hawa, kwa sababu lazima nao wameshapewa pesa na lazima watengeze majukumu yao. Na majukumu si mengine, majukumu ni kuhakikisha kwamba wamewakonvince hawa wananchi kuwapoteza maboya. Na kama tunavyoelewa kwamba wananchi wengi ni wale wanyonge, so wanapoingia hawa wawakilishi bunge hawa wabunge hawa, mfano tu waanze kumobilize na waanze kupinga na waanze kuanza kununua baadhi ya wananchi. Kumbuka shida ndugu yangu mara nyingi huwa inaponza. Ni rahisi sana kuweza kubadilika huu mfumo tunaouona, kweli ni mzuri wa kuweza kuchukua maoni ya Wakenya wote, lakini kumbuka sasa na yeye pia mtu amejipanga. Unaona kuachilia hivi itakuwa ngumu hapa mahali patamu. Angalia tu vile RUTO amekata shavu tu muda kidogo tu na shavu hii sasa hivi. So mimi ni kweli unavyozungumza kwamba this time around kweli haswa tutumie critical mind, lakini pamoja na yote tusichelewe kaka Alex. Mimi gombi langu tusichelewe, kwa sababu pia huyu naye kashajipanga na watakao tuharibia ni hawa walionunuliwa, na wengi wananchi wataweza kuja kupotezwa maboya na hii propaganda, kwa sababu propaganda hii ndio iliyowekwa ndani ya youth wetu, kwa sababu wengi waliomvotia RUTO ni wale youth, younger generation, watu wazima ambao walikuwa wanamuelewa, hakuna aliyeweza kumpigia kura. So ni rahisi pia hawa mayouth kuweza kushawishika tena na baadhi ya wazee pia kuchoka kuona kwamba sasa hizi kelele zinapigwa kila siku na wabunge wake wananunuliwa. Watu ni haraka kukata pande na msimamo. Kwa hiyo mimi kile naomba tu kwamba hii mikutano ipunguzwe, kwa sababu tushajua lengo ni lipi. Hawa kama ni matokeo tumeshawapa kwamba haya ndio matokeo halisi. Hakuna mtu hata wa ABC ameweza kujitokeza, hakuna wa serikali ameweza kuyapinga hayo akasema ni kweli ama hawa ni uongo. Hakuna. So sisi tuna nguvu. So tungefanya mkutano mmoja mkubwa na watu wakaamua, wakaenda kama kumtoa huyu tumtoe na tuchukue ushindi wetu, ili Kenya watu wawe na imani kwamba sasa tunapumzika. By the time tunazunguka, kumbuka huyu naye anajipanga kwa kila mbinu, na wengi wa wasaliti huwezi sema kwamba wameisha sasa hivi na watisa ndio wasaliti wa mzee. Wasaliti wa mzee bado wapo, mtakuwa wanapanga na wengine wanapeleka kule. Sasa utashangaa Ruto kukicha ile ambayo umepanga Ruto kavuga na upande mwingine, maana Ruto ni mjanja. Ruto ni mwanasiasa, si kiongozi. He is not a leader at all. Huyu tu is a politician, huyu si kiongozi. Na lazima paka tutofautishe, maana baba ni kiongozi ambaye tunaamini kabisa huyu ni kiongozi kwa yale ambayo ameyapigania. Ni ishara wazi kwamba ni kiongozi. But Ruto yeye ni mwanasiasa. Ni mwanasiasa. Kwa hiyo ataitumia siasa yake kwa wale walionunuliwa kwa manufaa yake. Tuchukulie mfano tu ndugu yangu Alex, sababu zinazompelekea Ruto kashachukua watu wa Nyanza wote 9 juzi kwa mkutano. Jambo la kwanza ni kumuonyesha kwamba mimi na uwezo wa kupenetrate mpaka kwa ngome yako, kwa sababu mkono wa baba ni mzito. Hapendi siasa za kuhongana. Hapendi siasa za hapendi. Sasa wale wa Jalango na walafu waliopewa pesa washabadilika tayari. Lakini lengo hasa la Ruto la kwanza ni kuhakikisha kwamba amemuonyesha kwamba yeye ni nani. Kimapeni yeye ni nani, kwamba ni rais na yeye ni nani kimapeni. La pili ni kuhakikisha kwamba amepata nyuso ya amepata makaribisho katika mazishi ambayo ni hayati Magoha weekend hii. At least awe ana sauti, anaweza kupata mapokeo ya nguvu. Sasa lingine ni kuhakikisha kwamba pia bunge ameweza kuliteka lote, kwamba miswada itakapitishwa pale, hata kama ni ya budget inayokuja, yeye ishaweza kupitishwa bila kipingamizi, juu yuko na watu wengi ambao wanawamiliki, ashawanunua. Kwa hivyo miswada yake itakuwa inapitishwa kwa kila ambacho anaona kwa kitapitishwa. Hilo ndio lengo la huyu jamaa. Na la mwisho kabisa ni kuhakikisha pia katika hiyo mikutano tunasema tunaiendea pia kashaiharibu, kwa sababu kama kashanunua wa Nyanza, je, wa Ukambani nao? Akishanunua wa Ukambani na wale ambao na tukitoka tukitoka Machakos tunaingia Migori. Tumeona tayari wa Migori hao ndio wamerudi upande huu. Na tulianza kuona haya maneno hata na magavana. So for real itakwamba sasa hivi Wakenya washaona, kwa sababu washachoka. Sasa hizi kelele pia zikizidi na hazizai matunda, Mkenya atachoka na tutawakosa hao Wakenya tunawatafuta kwa wingi. Hiyo ndio ambao unaweza nikachangia tu pale ndugu zangu, lakini poleni kama nitakuwa pengine nimeenda zaidi. But mimi naona tunachelewa. Lengo langu tunachelewa, madamu Wakenya washaamini kwamba ni nini ambacho ni kibaya na wanahitaji huduma na wanahitaji kiongozi mwanao wana bahati ya kupata polisi, basi tumuondoe. Hilo ndo langu ndugu zangu kuweza kuchangia hapo. Asanteni.
Naweza kukujibu kaka.
Ni sawa juu sisi ni ndugu, nijibu tu, haina shida. Ndio tunatafuta njia mwafaka ya kufuata ili tujue kwamba tunaelekea wapi.
Wakati nataka nikwambie vitu viwili. Wakati Eliud Owalo alichaguliwa, Ruto alikuwa na mpango kumleta Miguna na Eliud Owalo to scatter the politics of Nyanza. Na Miguna failed dismally, ikambidi akarudi Canada. Owalo amejaribu katika kudistribute chakula katika Nyanza na pia yeye ameshindwa. Katika maandalio ya matanga ya Makoha, Rigiji alisema wanaenda kutoa chakula. Ndugu zetu kutoka Nyanza wakakataa kabisa. Kusema Nyanza si ati ni Wajaluo peke yake, nasema Wakisii na kila mtu ambao kutoka Nyanza, kwa sababu sasa hivi Nyanza sasa hivi tunapoongea, atuongee kuna Mkisii, kuna Msuba, kuna Mkuria ama kuna Mjaluo. Tunaongea kama kitu kimoja. Tulikataa, tukamwambia hatutaki chakula chenu. Viongozi wanaweza enda, lakini I am telling you from the ground, wakati Simba Arati alimake mistake ya kwenda State House, hata yeye aliregret. So hakuna haja ya haraka. Huyu mzee anajua kitu anafanya, mzee wetu Raila. Na kuna vitu ambazo zinafanywa na mpangilio. Unajua tunapokuwa wazee, hata wakati ulikuwa na mtoto wako wa kwanza akifanya makosa, hata ufikiri mara moja, ni kumchapa tu. Lakini sasa mtoto wako mdogo anapofanya makosa, unangoja kidogo, unajiuliza maswali, kwa sababu sasa kwa uzee wako na uzazi wako umepata rufaa na hekima fulani. Katika miaka karibu 80 uko na hekima fulani na umechezwa mara nyingi. So even me nilikuwa ninaogopa huyu mzee anafanya nini, lakini wakati nimemwangalia rufaa na vitu ambazo anazofanya anazijua, ndio maana unapata Ruto anapiga kelele sana. Mara anasema taxes, mara anasema nini. Ni kwa nini huyo jamaa anapiga kelele? Wewe ni rais, lakini unapiga kelele kama mtu mjinga. Kwa nini, ndugu Chaka? Kwa sababu huyu mzee apigi strike anymore. Yeye ni striker, huyu jamaa ni defender. Unaelewa? Tusiwe na haraka tuharibu. Haraka haina baraka. Wewe ni Mswahili. Haraka haina baraka. Hako na kitu ambacho saa nyingine hatuelewi. Na saa nyingine anakaa chini na muangalia, kumza anataka nini? Lakini nimemuona akienda katika Afrika Kusini, akaenda Abuja, ameenda huku kote. Kwa nini anaenda huku kote? Ni kwa sababu ako na plani ambayo itakuwa ni nzuri kwangu mimi na wewe. Na mimi sijaelewa kabisa, lakini wakati wowote anapofanya vitu ni mstaarabu. Si mtu wa kukimbilia vitu kama Ruto, si mtu wa matusi. Kumbuka wakati moja alisema kitu mpaka nikashtuka, akasema dereva ni mlevi, conductor ni mwizi. Mimi sikumuelewa kitu alisema. Kesho yake Kenyatta akakuja akasema huyu jamaa anasema mimi ni mlevi alafu Ruto ni mwizi. Hii ndio huyu jamaa alikuwa anasema. Lazima mumuelewe huyu jamaa. Chaka ndugu yangu.
Nakupata Alex vizuri, lakini unajua pia kuna kitu kimoja.
Tuko katika war. And this war needs strategy. Sio kitu cha kwenda tu hivyo.
Ni sawa, lakini
kwa sababu yeye is our leader.
Order. Kuna mtu echo.
Ni mimi nafikiri.
Chaka mute.
Wacha ni mute, lakini nilikuwa tu nataka kuuliza kitu Alex, ndio unajua unaniambia maneno matamu. Kama utaniruhusu nikuulize kwa sekunde moja tu. Naomba tu nikuulize. Unajua Alex, una watoto wako, lakini unavyotoka kazini, unapotoka sokoni, ukija wewe hauna chochote, ni mkono mtupu. Na kuna jirani akipita hapa na salimia na wabebea peremende, unataka uniambie katika wakati mkija kwa pamoja, wewe unaingia na yule naye anaingia, watoto watakimbilia nani? Watakimbilia yule mwenye tamu ama atakimbilia wewe ambaye ni baba yao lakini hauna tamu? Unajua tatizo liko hapo kwa Wakenya ambavyo mimi naona hapo ndo kwenye hilo tatizo. Ni
Unajua
kweli hii
shida
plani unayo ni nzuri for us, lakini huyu naye tukumbuke naye ni mharibifu wa hizi mipango zote. Alafu kumbuka pia naye kashashika, ushanielewa? Sasa utata unaingia pale. Mimi naelewa kabisa unachokizungumzia, si for our benefit, na baba kwa mambo yake hayana haraka, kwa sababu baba akiwa na wenzake anajua kujitetea na akiwa peke yake anajua jinsi gani kujitetea. Yani hiyo ndio siasa yake ambayo nimemchunguza nayo. Since mimi naanza kumpedo mzee, ana vile ambavyo akiwa peke yake kama Raila ana jinsi yake, na kama pia yuko na watu ana jinsi yake. Hapo nishamsoma muda mrefu. Hii ndio siasa ambayo imewachengua wengi hapa Kenya. Wengi wanasiasa wengi wamefail, lakini bado Raila ni imara, ataingia enzi hizo mpaka sasa hivi amezeeka, but ni imara, ni strong, na kwamba ni ndio yuanza sasa. Lakini kumbuka pia naye huyu naye anajipanga kuhakikisha kwamba, maana hapa napo ni madaraka, unajua kuachilia madaraka hivi si rahisi. Kwa naye pia naye kumbuka naye ni mjanja kivyake kuweza kuharibu, na ni mjanja na amebarikiwa haswa na uharibifu, na uharibifu wake kwamba anaibadilisha kweli kuwa uongo na uongo kuwa kweli. Kwa hiyo hapa tunachezwa mgemu mwingine ambao sio kiasi, kwamba ni haraka mwananchi kuchoka, kwa sababu tumeyashuhudia hata katika kampeni. Kwa hivyo hili tunalizungumzia, najua baba kila anachokisimamia anachokutafuta ni kwa ajili yetu, lakini sasa hapa napo tupaangalie, maana huyu jamaa naye pia naye si mbaya hivyo upande wa kuharibu. Lakini all in all, wacha tu nikukubalie na nini, na tuwe na subira, but tuwe macho zaidi wa Kenya, tusiadaike. Hapo tunaweza nikakuchangia hapo, nikakwamia hapo. Tuwe macho na tuwe na msimamo, tusihadaike, kwa sababu sisi ndio ambao tutalijenga hili taifa, na sisi ndio ambao tutaweza kulibomoa hili taifa. Kwa ushirikiano wetu na kusema kwamba hapana, hii tunavyopelekwa serikali hatutaki, basi tubaki pale pale. Hata aje nani, waondoke wabunge, wanunuliwa kila nani, awanunuliwe wabunge wote, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba Wakenya hatusinunuliwe kwa pesa nane. Tuhakikishe yale tunayozungumzia ndio yanayotekelezwa. Hilo tu ndio ambalo naweza ngalichangia kwa sasa hivi. Asanteni.
Kidogo nashukuru sana mchango wenyu. Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza Wakanda forever bado huko? Unajua nyinyi mmeanza nyinyi, unajua nyinyi wawili mkienda mnaendanga kabisa, mnasahau ule kulikuwa jamaa mwingine hapa pia. Wakanda, tafadhali, umesikia ile walikuwa wakichangia wawili, na ningependa sana kama ungekuwa umechangia hiyo time. Unajua time tukiwa tumebakiwa tu kidogo, you can always open your mic and get onto the contribution. As long as we are 4 of us or 3 of us, today personally I'm not in the conversation, but if it's an open conversation, you can always open up and talk, and you guys talk, and then I think I still have another 30 minutes, and then I'll be closing it after that. So don't be left out. Alex atadominate. That's him. It's just his personality. Akienda sana nitamsimamisha. But you can contribute. But if you have anything to say between what they said and just, it's an open mic right now. Kuna mtu mwingine anakuja, it's just a conversation. So you can open your mic, you can have a conversation, you can interject at any time. It's just the three of you guys right now. I'm just sitting here, just waiting. Like I said, I'm not feeling well, so I'm just here to facilitate and just say, I'm not going to be on the talk so much, but I think we still have another 30 minutes or 20, and then we'll be closing the show. So Wakanda, I think it's your time, and then usifunge mic atukae chini, get on the conversation with all of them. This is an open book now. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we all agree that something has to be done. The only thing that we are not agreeing is that about when. So the timing, msimamo anataka vitu zifanywe sana saizi. Alex also thinks that we need to do national rallies, which is also good. So yeah, so for me, yeah, let us, if Azimio wants to do national rallies, go visit other counties, that's that's okay if that is their plan. But the ultimate goal for me, if kuenda hizo counties ichukue hata 1 or 2 months, that's okay. But the ultimate goal ikue ati tuna claim victory. Isikue we are all doing this for position, like we are settling for position, and as we wait for 2027. Sisi 2027 ni mbali. Uko ni mbali. And there's no guarantee that 2027 tutapata hiyo justice. There's no guarantee. If Supreme Court failed, the independent institutions failed. So the only alternatives yenye tuko nayo ni saizi ni wananchi. But tukicheza hii mpaka tucheze hii tuzunguke watu mpaka 2027, next time ikifanyika, hata wananchi watasema hii ni ile mchezo wameanza tena. So hii kitu ikichezwa tu hivi, ndio maana ni vizuri waambie wa Kenya ati yes, we've exhausted, chenye tunataka kufanya ni hii na hii na hii. Sisi tumeacha huyu jamaa afanye mpaka 2027. So tutakuwa kama opposition, waambie watu, but wasiambie watu ati tunaenda huko kuclaim kitu yetu, tunaenda kuclaim mbuzi yetu, and then ikifika hapo katikati tunaambiwa mbuzi amekimbia. Hiyo story ndio tutaki. Kama tunaenda kuclaim mbuzi, waambie watu mapema. Otherwise, what will happen in the near future? Tuseme, I repeat, juu hizi vitu wanga zinafanyika tena. Tuseme 2027 tena independent institutions fail. We will have a case where independent institutions fail, and then having these conversations will be so difficult. Juu watu watasema hii ni kama hii mali yenye tutaki, itakuanga tu ni watu watakuwa wanakaa nyumbani. No one will take anything we say serious. No one will listen to this. People will just say those are nonsense. Like if you like in 2017, the NRM was serious. It was a serious thing in town. I was in Uhuru Park. Kama people were ready, people wanasema tuende, baba kaambia watu tusiende, tutaongea na Kalonzo sijui nini, watu waende tu nyumbani. People were so hungry, people were ready to claim their victory. Isikue hiyo pia ikue kama mchezo hii last time, this time. Tunataka watu wakienda hiyo mkutano ya mwisho, kama kutakuwa na hiyo mkutano ya mwisho, watu waende walete mbuzi yao yenye iliipiwa. Isikue isikue kama not taking people into circles, like because the reason why tuko na high cost of living is because of leadership, and it's a leadership that did not respect the will of the people. The results were doctored by IEBC. The actual results as shown who won. So if we are in support of who won, then let's claim the victory. Hiyo ndio chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema. Let's claim the victory kama tumejua mwenye alishinda. Other than that, ya msimamo unaweza endesha kwako msimamo.
Nakubaliana na wewe ndugu yangu Wakanda kwa 100%, kwamba kwanza tuelewe kitu hapa kinafukuziwa hapo. Unajua, fahali wawili wanapopigana basi nyasi ndio huumia. Fahali wawili wanapopigana basi nyasi ndio huumia. Kumbuka hapa alokatikata alofungwa kamba ni mwananchi. Mkora na muongo anafunga hapa, anavuta upande wake. Mkweli mwenye nia nzuri na kile naye anafunga, huyo mwananchi anavuta upande wake. So anayevutwa hapa katikati ni mwananchi. Sio kama tunaelewana vizuri hapa. So huyu ana mbinu za kumfuata mwananchi kuweza kumuonyesha kwamba ule mwenzake kwamba na huyu naye anasema ni hapa. Kwa hivyo anayevutwa hapa ni mwananchi, na ukweli ni kwamba mwananchi ameegea upande mmoja sasa hivi, yuko kwa Raila kutokana na harama na ya maisha, harama ya kila kitu, na kwamba sasa hii regime imeingia hapa imeonyesha vituko vingi, but hawa ni wazuri kwa uongo ambao kwa kweli machoni kwa mwananchi unaweza ukawa kweli, kwa sababu kama hatutakuwa na msimamo wa kusema sasa tunakumbilia kupigania na hii haki yetu isipotee, na tuanze kusimamia kwa opposition kwamba tunaikosoa serikali na kuwapa werevu, maana kila kufanya tumekosoa, kila kujaribu huku tumekosoa, bado tunaipa strength na tunaipa mbinu za kuweza kukaa hapa katika hii mamlani kitambo tuje kutamaka, tunataka kudemand is already too late, kila kitu kishafanyika na huyu bwana ashamaliza time yake. Kwa hivyo kama tunahakikisha kwamba tuna imani kwamba ushahidi tuko nao, what are we waiting for? Let's go demand for our victory. Na ndio kitu ambacho mimi nakizungumzia kwamba hizi real rallies, yani kama ni kufanya hizo rallies, basi tuwe na rally moja ambayo itakuwa ni ya nguvu, kwa sababu tushaelewa wasaliti na kina nani ndani ya Azimio, na wale ambao tutabaki nao ambao watakuwa wako tayari kwa sababu kunyuma na wananchi. Hii ni ajenda ya mwananchi, si ajenda ya Raila. Sisi ndio tunajaribu kusukuma kwa sababu ya harama ya maisha mali tuko nayo, lakini vile vile pia nayo upande wa Ruto naye anaangalia mwananchi vile vile atamtumia namna gani ili kusudi kuona haya yanafanywa hapa na plani hii imeweza kusambaratika na wengi waweze kuamini kwamba hii ni njama tu, ni propaganda na hakuna chochote ambacho kitafanyika. Ruto ndiye rais na tuzoee. Kwa hivyo hili litakamilishwa kwa kila kitu tutakizungumza, ili kumpa kwamba awe hana usingizi, aone kweli wananchi hakika ndio wamezungumza, wananchi ndio wameamua. Hapa atakuwa hana jinsi, yeye pamoja na wabunge wake na magavana atakuwa wamenunua wote kutoka sura lote. Kwa hivyo itaanzia kwa zile sehemu ambazo kwanza wengi wamekuwa wa viongozi wao wameasi mirengo yao iliwapeleka pale katika uongozi. So it depends na wale wananchi vile watareact. Kama watasikiza wale ambao wameshanunuliwa na kuchukuliwa, basi tushapotea na tushaumia. Lakini kama wataamini kwamba hawa watu ni wasaliti na hatuna haja na kuwasikiza, sisi tunabaki katika msimamo kwa sababu tunaamini Raila is the only person ambaye ataweza kutupelekesha Kanani, basi wabaki na msimamo. Na sisi ambao tuko katika hii panel kama hivi, basi tueleze Wakenya ukweli na tumueleze baba ukweli, kwa sababu baba pia anahitaji maoni yetu ili kuweza kufanikisha hili, kwa sababu lengo ni sisi wananchi. Kwa hiyo mimi upande wangu naona kwamba hiyo mikutano mingi ya kupanga kila mahali itatuchelewesha kumpa huyu adui kujipanga zaidi, pia naye kuweza kuiharibu hii mipango, maana hatujajua kwamba wasaliti wameisha katika Azimio. Bado kuna chembe za wasaliti ambao bado wamejificha kwa pale pale, ambao wanaumizwa kwamba wenzetu kule wanatengeneza mapeni, sisi tuko hapa tu kupiga kelele na mzee hana mahali kwa kuenda. Maana hiyo ndo narrative yenye ipo na imekuwepo. Kwa watu wanamtumia baba kama ngazi tu ya kujipandisha kwenda kupata mamlaka ama kupata nyadhifa za uongozi kupitia mrengo huu. Ikisha baadaye tumeyashuhudia haya wengi tu, hata si mwaka huu, kila chaguzi tunakushuhudia kuna watu wanaingia kwa ODM na wanaingizwa na baba, wanasimamia na baba na wanaondoka, wanamsaliti. Kwa usaliti haujaanza leo, lakini madhara ya usaliti ni kwamba ni wale ni sisi wananchi ndio tutakaotumiwa vibaya na wale wasaliti, kwa sababu kama mimi nimekupa kazi yangu uifanye bana, pesa ndio hizi nimekupa, lakini hakikisha kwamba watu wako wote wanaachana na huyu mzee. Mimi nikirudi nitabidi niwaambie kweli, si mimi nilikuwa na Raila Kwa nini nilimwacha? Kwa sababu niliona kwamba huko hakuna mpango. Kwa hivyo tufanyeni kazi, tumwamini huyu. Wananchi watamwamini kwa sababu yeye ndiye ambaye yuko close na wananchi, mbunge yuko close na wananchi, kwamba anaweza mface. Mimi kumface rais ni ngumu, lakini kama ni kwenda katika ofisi za mbunge na kwa express, basi tunaweza mface.
Kwa hivyo yeye ndo atakayeweza kushawishi huku. Ndio maana nasema hii plan ya Ruto tungeikatilia mbali, madamu tunajua kwamba numbers tuko nazo na ushahidi tuko nao kwamba numbers tuko nazo na hakuna mtu ameweza kupinga. Basi Wakenya waamue, tuendeni settlers, tung'oe hii regime kama mbaya, na kuhakikisha kwamba tumuonyesha kwa vitendo kwamba this thing is real, na wengi wa Wakenya tutakuwa supported kwamba kumbe hii ya watu walikuwa wanapigania ukweli. Lakini kama tunaenda kuhubiri injili huko na mwisho wa siku tujejikwamishwa mahali, kuchelewa tumechelewa, nafasi ya kuondoa hakuna, kila kitu kimejipanga, wananchi watabadilika, nyoyo za wananchi zitaanza kurudi nyuma kwamba sisi tumechokana hii siasa ya mzee, maana kila siku yeye ni wakuibiwa tu, na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo wengi walikuwa nayo. Kwa kutaka kumaliza kwamba kumbe huu wizi kweli, ni lazima tufanye kwa vitendo. Kwa kudimandi muda hapa kwamba tunafanya mikutano ni sawa, lakini kwangu mimi naona tunampa nafasi adui kujipanga zaidi, kuharibu. Tayari yeye ashaeneza kimavi, ashaeneza propaganda nyingi, especially kwa youth wetu, na nafasi sasa hivi na sisi nasi kueleza youth kwamba mliahidiwa hiki na hiki na hakikuwa. So tutumie wale youth vile haswa nao kuweza kubadilisha mitazamo na waone hii ndio kweli, na kweli ambatana vitu kile. Kwa mikutano ipunguzwe, hii ya Kenya nzima ipunguzwe, tushajua ukweli na watu wapo wa kwenda nao state house, basi tutoke tuende state house. Hiyo ndio langu jamangu.
Okay. Asante sana msimamo. Huwa nakushukuru sana. Naweza kaa hapa nikusikize siku mzima manake, na kuna kitu huwa unashtua sana ukisema na ile masomo yangu kidogo niko na huwa ile akili uko nayo naweza penda nikawa na hiyo akili yako ambao uko nayo. Mimi nakushukuru sana. Kila wakati nikikuona hapa najua tutaambiwa kila la ukweli, na manake saa zingine hata unakuja jogozi kiwika huko nyuma na unatuambia ile ya ukweli ambayo inaendelea, na tunakubali ambacho unaendeleza huko nyuma. Mimi heshima kwangu kabisa siku zote, hata liwe wapi. Mpaka Kiswahili nimeanza kujifunza tena vizuri. Kama Wakamba tukitaka kucheka sana tunasemanga Kiswahili na kimenya, si ati nakijua na kimenya. But sitaki kucheka sana, nitaweza jiumiza. Alex amerudi.
Ni kama Kenya in love ametoweka, maybe nini yake. So can we have Mr. G and then Boma? Juu nyinyi amjaongea. So Mr. G then Boma.
Okay, just 1 minute. Kuna jamaa naongea naye alafu dakika moja tu naingia kwa I need Alex. Kuna kitu Alex amesema, I really need to know kumuelewa vizuri ni nini alikuwa anamaanisha.
Sawa. Then Boma.
Habari zenu?
Nzuri sana ndugu.
Mnanisikia vizuri? Mnanisikia vizuri?
Tunakupata.
Haya, sawa. Mimi nataka kuchangia kidogo tu, moja ama mbili, kuhusu mambo vile yanavyoendelea katika hii nchi yetu. Napenda sana vile msimamo amesema ambao kuna mchezo ambao unachezwa na ni mchezo ambao umekuwa ukiendelea kwa miaka mingi, na inaonekana kwamba hawa watu wetu wamepata njia ya kuperfect the art of deception, na kile kitu ambacho wamegundua upande wetu ni kwamba tutapiga kelele, lakini mambo ya kichacha they will have their way. Na hiyo ukiangalia ule uchaguzi umekuwako hapo, ni kwamba sasa wamezoea. Serikali inakuja, watu wanafanya vile wanataka kufanya. Sisi tukipiga kelele, watu wa upinzani wanasema nyie endeleeni tu kupiga kelele, kwa sababu wanajua tutaenda mahali alafu tuta give up. Wamezoea. So ile kitu ambayo wanataka saa hii ni an element of surprise, lakini vile sisi tunaendelea inakaa ni kwamba wao ndio wanatupatia hizo surprise. So ninashindwa. Kuna matumaini huko mbele ambako tunaenda, ile mipango yote ambayo tunasikia inafanyika. Kuna matumaini gani tunaweza kuwa nayo ya kwamba yale ambayo watu wamepanga ndio yatakuja yatokee? Kwa sababu hata ukisikia ile mikutano ambayo inapangwa, watu wanasema njooni kwa rally. Alafu ukisikia zile vitu zinazungumziwa ni vitu ambazo mwananchi wa kawaida hasa hana hamu na yale mambo ambayo yanazungumziwa. Yanaweza kuwa ndio, they are important, but at this time and hour mtu najiuliza hilo ni jambo kweli la kushughulikia wakati huu? Kwa sababu ukiwa pale kwa stage ukisema kitu ama kitu ikitokea, hiyo ndio sasa media inaenda nayo. So wewe ukienda pale kwa stage ukianza kuingiza mambo ya tax, uko pale kwa stage watu wakianza kuleta vita ya mimi sikupewa pesa, ama mimi sijafanyiwa vile natakana kufanyiwa, ama hii ni chama yangu, ama vile, hiyo ndio kitu wanakimbia nayo na media. Na wakati huu wote kama vile msimama alikuwa anasema muda unapotea, alafu yule mwingine ambaye alikuwa anasema amesimama pale kando anasema sasa hii ni sarakasi gani? Kwa sababu hata kama angekuwa na moyo wa kujoin the call, anaona tu wacha mimi niakae kando nione vile kutaendelea. Sasa ile kitu ambayo hasa imenishangaza ni kwamba huyu Ruto amegundua ya kwamba propaganda ndio kitu ambayo watu wa Kenya wamezoea, kwa sababu aliingia na propaganda. Sasa yeye anajua sisi tunaweza kusema vile tunataka, lakini kama ile hadithi yake, ile story yake, ile propaganda yake, kama anaweza kuieleza vizuri, alafu aipange vizuri na watu wamsikie, hiyo ndio media itaenda nayo. Kwa sababu ana ile wanasemanga in America, the bully pulpit. Akisimama kama rais akizungumza, media yote lazima imsikize. Alafu hiyo ndio inakuwa story of the day. So yeye anajua sisi huku tukipanga hivi, anaweza kusema tu kitu kimoja, iwe kweli iwe si kweli. Sana sana ikiwa sio kweli, hiyo sasa ndio sisi tunapick up, tunaanza kupigana na hiyo story. Siku yote tunaanza kupigana na hiyo story. Anajua ya kwamba akileta tu hiyo story ya tax, watu watakimbia hapo. Hii mambo mengine watakuwa wamesahau. Alafu siku nzima hata sisi hapa kwa katika Mtembei tunakuja tunasema hiyo ndio story, sasa tunakimbia nayo siku yote tu. Huyu mtu anasema uongo, anajua anasema uongo, watu wote Kenya wanajua anasema uongo, lakini sasa sisi we are wasting our time all day doing this. Ndio sasa ile swali ambayo nimeingia nayo ninasema ni kama hatujijui kule tunaenda, na hatujui ni mpango gani uko mbele. Kwa hivyo itakuwa muhimu sana kama watu ambao wanasimama na baba, wanamwelekeza vizuri na wanamwambia, baba, kuna story nyingi, distractions zitakuja kutoka huku na kule, lakini kitu ya muhimu ni wewe usimame kwa kile kitu ambacho tunataka kufanya, kwa sababu hata unaweza kuona hata hapa kwa studio wanakuja wao wamepanga mambo yao, wanasema sasa sisi hii ndio story tunaenda kuzusha hapo ndani. So wakikuja na hiyo story, sisi tunawaka moto, tunasema hiyo ni uongo, tunashikilia hiyo story 1 or 2 3 hours, hiyo ndio story inakuwa inaendelea. So we need to be focused, ndugu zangu. We need to make sure ya kwamba lile ambalo tumelenga kupigania ndilo hilo tunashikilia. Tusianze tena kupelekwa kando huku na kule na story ambazo hazina maana, kwa sababu hizo zinatupotezea muda. Wewe angalia pale ambapo tunasema tuko na vyama. Sasa watu wa Wiper wako pale ndani, tunaona kiongozi wa Wiper yuko hapo ndani. Watu wa Matakarua wako pale ndani, tunaona Matakarua yuko hapo ndani. Leader wa Jubilee hatumuoni pale, tunaona secretary general, tunaona hawa watu wengine wa chini. Kiongozi wa Jubilee party hatumuoni. Alafu sisi tunaenda pale tunaanza kupigania kiongozi wa Jubilee party, mambo ya tax. Na hata yeye mwenyewe hata zungumzii hiyo story, amesema hiyo story tuachane nayo tu, wacha wao waendelee kupiga mdomo. Lakini sisi tunachukua hiyo, tunasema hiyo ndio tunataka kukimbia nayo. Ni mtego. Tuangalie hizi mitego ambazo zinategwa kila siku. Tusipochunga, kama vile mwenzangu amesema, tutakuta ya kwamba 2027 imefika na hatujafanya kitu, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunakimbilia hizi mitego ambayo ilikuwa imetegwa, ambayo haina maana. Kwa sasa hii nitaachia hapo, niache wengine waendelee. Asanteni sana.
All right, thank you. Tulikuwa tuko almost kufunga. Mise naye anapenda kusumbua tu hapa mwisho watu wakienda kufunga. Boma, wewe ulikuwa umemaliza vitu zako? Unajua kuna mahali imenikataza kidogo. Mr. G nakuona.
Ya, nimemaliza.
Wewe ulikuwa umemaliza?
Ndio.
Okay, usipotee, tunafunga si wote pamoja. Mr. G, kuna kitu naona umeinua mkono ama ulikuwa unajikuna? Ulikuwa unajikuna? Okay.
Umeinua mkono.
Oh, ulikuwa umeinua mkono. Haya, njoo basi.
Okay, thank you Kenya with love. Makanda na kuona msimamo. Mise and Boma. Na wasalimia nyote. There's something that nimesikia Alex akisema kuwa we should not get worried on what is happening right now. Makanda, mimi nakubaliana na wewe. There's something to worry. You know, our cause ilikuwa to fight this injustice ambayo imefanyikia Raila. And injustice imefanya watu wote, si leaders peke yao, watu wote wametoka nje, wanaenda kwa rally za Raila kumsikiza apeane direction. Raila ashapeana direction. Now, kuna issue hapa. Angalia vile watu wananunuliwa na huyu Zakayo. Unajua, tusikubali kuwa imefika wakati to relax tu tungoje paka 2027. This issue, if we cannot fix it right now, 2027, it will happen the same way it may happen. Unaona? I agree with Messi every time anasema kuwa it's time to move on. But we are going to move on how? Ikiwa kila wakati tutakuwa tukienda kwa election inaibiwa, alafu tunakaa chini tunasettle. Tunaambiwa siji Kenya ni kubwa kuliko kila mtu, Kenya siji ni kubwa kuliko nini, tuachane nayo tuende. No bwana, this is the time to move on. Raila, Alex anasema kuwa Raila anajua game ambayo anacheza. Raila should have thinkers right now. Thinkers, they really thinkers. Hapana achane na kina our comedian. kina nini hawa ambao wamenunuliwa juzi hawa Jalano hana mind of revolution. Huyu ni comedian, na always comedian have nothing to offer. They'll only offer jokes. Ndio unapata anacheka kila wakati. There's nothing he'll offer. Right now it's time to go for a revolution. Na revolution we need thinkers. Okay, mimi napenda kina Gaucho. Napenda kina huyu kijana anaitwa nani huyu kijana wa Western. Jina lake linapotea sasa kwa akili. Yeah.
Okanga. Nuru Okanga.
Okanga, napenda Okanga. But right now hatutaki Okanga wawekwe mbele kama leaders. Okanga ni watu ambao bado wanajitafutia. Atasimama kwa jukwaa, ataongea, lakini baadaye ataanza kulia tu. Atasema mimi sina chakula, mimi sina pesa. Ndio hiyo vitu ambavyo wanapigana juzi, wanapigana kwa jukwaa. Hizo ni vitu ambazo alikuwa haistahili kusemwa pale. Huyu president wa ghetto. Hiyo haikuwa time ya kuaddress issues za nini. Hiyo haikuwa time ya kuaddress issues za ODM. Pale tukisema ni revolution, we need people ambao wako well knowledgeable kwa mambo na revolution. Makanda, kuna kitu utaongea ama sawa, sema alafu niendelee.
Umejua Mr. G, it's easy to castigate someone, but considering the amount of effort yenye hao watu wanaweka, and then mnapanga, and then mtu anakuja na mwaga mtama, anamwaga mtama kwa maji. Mnapanga hiyo revolution yenyu, na one of you na umejua kuna waseliti. Wewe mnapanga, mnafanya vitu, wengine wanakuja tu kwa mkutano, wanachukua hizo vitu wanapelekea mwenye mnapanga against. So that was the appropriate meeting. The reason unaona the reason they are revolutionaries, because they do the unthinkable. Unaona, they are not conformers. If you conform, then you are not a revolutionary. Hizo vitu naweka tu wazi kwa uwanja. Otherwise hii ODM kuna vitu yenye for a long time they have never sorted out, but zikiwekwa hadharani, that is how revolutionary work. History ya kukua na boardroom meetings waachane nayo kabisa. That is the best way to address these people, ili wananchi wajue penye shida iko. Revolution wange nakuwa kwa unachukua pao unapewa wananchi wanajua yeye ndio kuna shida hapa. So venye wameenda, umejua wakina Okanga hawangeongea ati kuna wasaliti hapa. Umejua right now we would have been in a shock, but right now we are aware that this thing has been going on and these guys told us. So that's why we normally have prophets. Prophets always foresee and they tell. Na ukijua na umenyamaza, hiyo hujasaidia. You speak.
Okay, let me finish. Makanda, what I was trying to say ni kuwa sijasema kwa watuweke kina Okanga nje. No, Okanga and Gaucho ni revolutionist, but hatufai kuwaweka kama leaders pale mbele. Hawa hawatapigana, bado kuna njia kidogo, wakae kando, awe pushers, wale watu ambao wanasaidia Raila. Raila achukue watu ambao wako sawa. Angalia kama revolution ambayo imefanyika South Africa. South Africa ukienda ukaona mtu kama Malema is somebody ambao ako learned, kitu ya kwanza. Another thing, ako na pesa. You see, another thing, anajua what is revolution. Mimi nakwambia ukweli, Okanga akisimama kwa jukwaa, the first thing ataongea mambo ya Raila, alafu baadaye anasema mimi sina pesa, sina chakula, nataka kwanza nisaidiwe. Sasa si time ya kuongea hizo vitu bana. We need people who can strategize, who can think when tunaenda kuchukua hii nini yetu. Sijasema kuwa Okanga ni wabaya, no.
We don't need someone's money. Mr. G, this is where we go wrong. That when Kenyans are looking for leaders, they are looking for how much money someone akonayo. That is where we go wrong.
Order just for a minute.
Thomas Sankara kuata na kitu.
Order. Munanisikia manini Mrs. Kiki? Order. Guys, you see, Mr. G, let me reprimand you for just a little bit. when you have people, and this is a channel that watu wanazongea, you don't come and uwezi wapatia, uwezi sema huyu ako vile, huyu ni mjinga, ama huyu ako pale ama nini. I need us to really not go, stoop down into that on what we can be talking on, vitu zingine unazongea huko nyuma, ama on your own talks. But when we come here, we need to generalize and talk as country and as people. And in the back of the day, when I'm not here, you might say Matu anakuanga msumbufu na vitu kama hizo. So I'm begging that we don't stoop that low to say huyu ako vile na hule ako vile na ako nini. We are here to talk on our politics, and we are here to talk on ideologies, not personalities of who is not, who's capable, who's not capable. Because this is an international TV. You don't go into an international TV and start going into personalities, and even into ideologies and mental way of making things. So that's what I'm trying to say, because I have to secure the integrity of this channel, especially as the moderator. I'm sorry. Mr. G, don't go away. We're here. I see hands. Nani alikuja na ya kwanza? Msimamo kwa heshima zako, alafu Wakanda. Alafu Mr. G, you still have to finish your topic. So
Asante. Nataka tu nikuzungumza kidogo ndo tumpeleke message. Ukweli anazungumza kweli, haswa kina Nurukanga kweli ni wazuri, lakini njaa inasumbua sometimes watataka. Lakini kuna kitu walikizungumzia juzi. Wakasema jamani, kuna mambo yanatokota ndani ya ODM. Waliazungumza hawa vijana na tukaona labda ni viaka, but the following day ambao ni jana tulishuhudia wabunge 9 wakitoka huku wakaenda huku. So hawa vijana wamejitolea. Haijalishi hali zao ziko vipi, haijalishi hali zao zina namna gani, na ni jukumu la hawa kulindwa zaidi. Kulindwa aswa ili wasipate kulalamika. Kwa hiyo kusema hawa tusiwaeke mbele, but hawa ndio ambao wamesimamia zile bunge za Jakaranda na bunge ile ya Kankunji. Hawa vijana ndio ambao ndio kingpin. Alafu wanajituma. Hawa watu wanapitia mambo mengi. Hawa vijana wanapitia mambo mengi. Please, tuwape nafasi. Mimi ombi langu nitakosoa kidogo kaka, niseme tuwape nafasi yao. Juu hawa ndio watarepresent youth. Hawa ndio watarepresent kwamba kwanza haswa Mkenya mnyonge atapitia kwa hawa. Sisi wote ambao hatuna nafasi ya kufika katika hizo maeneo, tunapitia hawa. Kwa hivyo hawa kijana wana jukumu kubwa pale. Kwa hivyo tukisema hawa watu tusiwapeleke sawa na njaa, hawa kumbuka wana watu wanaoamini, hata mimi nikiwa mmoja wao kwamba nawaamini na wanawafagilia kile wanakifanya pale. So tusiwadharau, tuseme kwamba hawafai kupewa nafasi. Wapewe nafasi. Lingine la mwisho ambalo nitalizungumzia ni kwamba kadri unavyopanga kama ni kwenye vita, kadri unavyopanga na tayari unapigana na yeye, lazima ukumbuke pia yeye naye amejipanga namna gani. Sasa mara nyingi mimi nimefuatilia, sisi tunakuwa ndo tunashikwa off guard na hii regime ya huyu jamaa wa Venezuela, na ni through hawa watu ambao ni hypocrites, ni wambea, ni wasaliti, wanaochukua maneno huku wanapeleka huku. Sasa kitambo tuwe tunajipanga. Hawa watu washajua kitambo. Ruto ni mjanja, nawaambia kweli. Huyu ni mwanasiasa, si kiongozi, na anaitumia pesa yake vizuri kuhakikisha anavuruga kila mipango yote mnayoipanga. So kutokana na hilo ambalo tumemshukiza nalo, ni wakati sasa ni wa kutumia lazima sasa, ili Mkenya yule ambaye amejaza matumaini yake kwamba ameona hii shida na huu mzigo, tuwe na suluhu. Lakini tukiendelea hivi na propaganda na story nyingi, kumbuka na mikutano mingi, ndio tunawashauri na tunawapa njia ya haki na ya kweli ndio ya kufuata. Lakini kumbuka pia naye yule anayepigana naye anatumia sisi wananchi pia, ili kujisustain abaki hapa na pamoja na uongo wake na ubaya wake wote, ila ataufunika. utaonekana ukweli machoni kwa watu na watu wataanza kuchoka huyu mzee. Jo, kauli mfano tuchukue sasa hivi kwamba hii tu juzi ya wabunge hao ambao ni jana tu wenye waliweza kurudi upande wa Ruto. Hili ni pigo, msilichukulie dhiaka tu. Ni pigo kwa sababu sauti sasa imepatikana mpya. Kama watu wa kwao kwenyewe tu washaamua, na nyinyi wengine ni akina nani? Sasa Mkenya yule ambaye haelewi na kuna hiyo propaganda, je, hajashawishika kirahisi? Kwa hiyo ni tamata kwamba sasa hivi tumeamua hapa ni kuhakikisha kura iliyozungumza pale debeni ndio ambaye kiongozi alochaguliwa. Tumesema huo ndio mpango mkubwa, tutimize hilo. Kwa hivyo halina haja la kuchukua miezi wala miaka wala ngini. Hilo ni la mkutano mmoja mkubwa ambao utaandaliwa, Wakenya wafike pale na tuhakikishe kwamba wingi wetu ambao tumefika pale tumeandamana kwenda zetu State House. Hakuna kingine, na kudemand yale machafu ambayo yapo. Lakini tukizidi kukaa hapa, kumbuka watu wanasoma huu mchezo. Tukumbuke jinsi kura ilivyoibwa kiakili. Hiyo akili si ya kuchezea. Kitambo tunakuja kukumbuka shuka, kila kitu kishapangika, judiciary ishapigwa mpuchao, Chebukati shacheza upande wake, na mwisho tukajipata kwamba huyu ambaye hakuchagula ndio rais mpaka sasa hivi, ndio wenye yuko kwenye mamlaka mpaka sasa hivi. Kwa hiyo akili si ya mchezo. Hiyo akili si subiri ngoja kesho, ngojeni tunaenda hivi. Wakenya watachoka, mwisho wa siku pia wataamua hapana, hatuwezi enda katika zile kwa sababu hazina lolote. Na watakapokuja na kijimpango kidogo cha kuweza kuwaliwaza na kuwarambisha wananchi, wazo yote yatabadilika na watu wote watasaluti UDA. Kwa sababu lengo kubwa hapa ni kukuza hiki chama cha juzi tu ambacho kilitengenezwa juzi tu, kiwe na maarufu kwa ndani ya mwaka mmoja, kiwe kimeshateka Kenya nzima, watu wote wanakimba. Na ndio mpango mkubwa huyu bwana. Kwa hivyo jamani, mimi niona hata tukilumbana miaka nenda miaka rudi, madamu tuna azma, tuna ari, tuna moyo, tuna nia, basi baba ajitokeze kabisa. Maana followers wako tayari, vijana wako tayari, Wakenya tuko tayari.
Msimamo.
Tuko tayari kabisa. Mkono. Asante.
Ulikuwa mkono.
Asante kaka.
Wajua.
Poleni maana na uchungu na pia kuna mahali nafikizia ndio nilikuwa namaliza. Kuna mahali naenda kikazi kidogo na muda wangu ndio maana nilikuwa namalizia kabisa. Kwa hivyo sitaweza kufunga ni usame, ndio maana nilikuwa namalizia yangu kabisa. Kwa hivyo nikimaliza tu kwa dakika. Kwa hivyo kwangu ni kuhakikisha kwamba jamani, tukiwa hapa kwanza tuwaambie Ukenya ukweli. Mipango michafu na mibovu inayopangwa upande huu isijaribu kumwadaa Mkenya akashawishika. Hata wanunuliwe wabunge wote waende kwa UDA. Hawa watu ni wasaliti na wanafaa kwanza tuanze kuwagomea, tuanze kuwachukulia masaini, tuanze kuwabaikoti kwamba tuchagua kwa mrengo huu, maana tuliamini upande uliosimama ni sahihi, upande wetu. Sasa sisi hatutayumbishwa na wewe madamu muenda kule. Hiyo ni your political interest. Umeenda kule kwa biashara zako. So wale ambao wote wabunge wao wameasi haswa na wako katika azimio, ni wakati wa kuanza kuambia ukweli hawa viongozi na kuonyesha kwamba hamuwataki, kwa sababu kuna wengi ambao walitamani hizo nyadhifa. Let's make use of those ones. Tuchukue masana hawa watu tuwakatae kabisa. Alafu katika upande wa ODM nao, ombi langu ni kwamba hawa wasaliti wote wapokonywe vyeti. Wapokonye vyeti, wawe nao pia wameshakatizwa. Kwa hivyo Sifuna na grupu yake sahi wapokonye cheti cha Jalango na wale wengine wote warudi debeni, tuone kama kweli UDA watawasimamisha ama kweli haswa mchango ndio watakapoona mchango wa baba ni upi. Kwa hiyo hakuna kwamba mtu anaumwa na mguu mtu anasingizia kichwa mamato. Ni wakati wa Kenya tuamue kabisa kwamba madamu hawa ni waasi, kwanza yaanze na adabu kali kutoka kwa chama. Hawa watu wapokonywe hivyo vyeti, alafu uone watasimamia nini kule. Then wasituharibu. Wale wote wamenunuliwa na wameamua kusaliti, tusiwape nafasi ya kueleza propaganda kwa sababu ya bosi wao. Hawako kwa niaba yetu, sasa hivi wametusaliti sisi wa Kenya. So sisi madamu tusaliti, tunahakikisha kwamba hawa tunawangoa. Na wakuang'oa kwanza wapokonywe hivyo vyeti vyao na chama, wasimame kwa chama yoyote ya ODM ama ya Azimio. Wale waasi wote hapo tutakuwa tumewaweza. Hiyo ndo swala la kwanza naomba baba alifanye pamoja na timu nzima ya ODM. Wale ambao ni waasi wapokonywe hizo vyeti. Na sisi wanao wa Kenya ambao tulikuwa tumewaamini, tumewapa hiyo nafasi ili watuongoze na tuongozwe na muongozo huu ambao tunaona kwamba ni upande wetu, na leo wameamua kuuhairi, basi wananchi pia nao tuwakatae. Wakija ni kuwa heckle, tusiwape nafasi ya kwanza kumobilize watu, tusikize uongo ambao ni wa bwana Zakayo. Na la mwisho kabisa, tusichukue muda mrefu. Baba Kalonzo Musyoka, mama Martha Karua, baba, usichukue muda mrefu tukampa huyu hadui kujipanga zaidi. Tumuonyeshe, kwa sababu tuna imani pale ameingia kimabavu, na ndiposa ananunua wabunge, kwa sababu hawa watu walikuwa minority. Tangia hapo kwenye uchaguzi walikuwa minority, walikuwa na wabunge kidogo, wakaanza kununua 8 na wakaanza kununua mpaka sasa wamejaza kwa mipango yao. Sawa, wao watu si uongozi si wao. Kwa hivyo nitakwambia pale, ndugu zangu wa Kenya, tuunganeni pamoja na hatuwaambie kwamba ukweli tuzungumze, ili tuweze kulitengeneza hili taifa letu kwa sasa hivi, ili kwa manufaa yetu sasa hivi na kwa manufaa ya vile vizazi vinavyokuja. Wakati ni sasa, tupaze sauti zetu juu, tuhakikisha kuna mtu anatuhadaa hapa na kuhadaa wa Kenya. Asanteni ndugu zangu.
Haya, asante Chaka, ujue wewe umefunga chapter leo hivyo. Kuna mkono mwingine nilikuwa nimeona ikiinuliwa, Bomo ulikuwa umeinua mkono, na manake umeinua mkono, tafadhali kama ni mkono ama ni kuclose, because we're going, tutakuja sasa closing remarks, ikue 1 minute and 1 minute kama ni mkono na bado unataka remarks. Ukipitisha 1 minute, hiyo ni remark yako ya kufunga, because I need to close the channel. So yeah,
I'm just closing. I'm just doing my final remark and just touching a little bit on what Msimamo said. Unajua, it's unfortunate that we keep on thinking of reinventing the wheel. Tunapelekwa in circles bila kufahamu ni kwa nini tunapelekwa in circles. Hakuna mwananchi ambaye huenda to the ballot, at least the common mwananchi who goes to the ballot and think that they are going to vote in someone who is going to be president for 15, 20, 30 years. But it happens. And it happens because the person who went to do the voting didn't have a clear understanding of what they were doing, a clear mind of what was at stake when they are voting for a certain person, or when they decide they don't want to vote for any of the people on the ticket. Kwa hivyo ndugu Chaka vile ameongea, mine is just to say that these people know what they are doing. They are playing a game, and both sides understand that game. And we don't understand that game, but wao wanajua hiyo game. And if you want to know that they know the game, just see what will happen. RUTO has consolidated that power. Sasa nyinyi mutatoka hapa mseme hawa they defected, or they are no longer working with us. And then where will you take that case? Mutaipeleka parliament, mutaipeleka senate, where will you take it? Mutaipeleka kwa court. Where exactly are you going to make sure that they go back to the ballot? It won't happen. You will be taken in circles. You will be taken in circles. Whatever means you are trying to do, it won't happen. And it's because we made that blunder from the beginning. So sioni solution, sioni mahali tutafika, sioni mahali tutaenda, but what I can say is a revolution could be the only answer to the problems that we are facing right now. And that revolution will not come with Baba. That revolution haitakuja na baba, it has to come from the mwananchi mwenyewe, kwa sababu pale baba amekaa, there are so many malls, wengi. So if we are depending on those people there around baba na baba mwenyewe, because as long as baba is surrounded by those malls ambao tumeona defected some of them yesterday, and vile kina Nuru walikuwa anasema jana, is that these people are in there and there are so many. So hata tukipigia kelele baba, hata tuseme sijui baba nini, ni zile meeting Wakanda alikuwa anasema kuna boardroom meetings ambazo zinaendelea, and those are the lethal ones. So see, hawa watu wengine wakitoka huku nje wakija kupiga kelele, there's nothing that can happen as long as baba is held captive by those boardroom meetings. So the answer has to come from the grassroots. Watu waamke, watu waseme iliwalo liwe. Baba na wewe pia, hata na wao watu wako, mkisimama between us and the state house, tunaenda na nyinyi, mtaosha vile baba usemanga, you know, the hurricane will wash you too. So he needs to get that message. That is my final.
All right. Thank you, Boma. Stay with us a little bit. Mise, I know you're the only person who hasn't said anything here. Are you still around? Mise. No, usiwashe moto tafadhali. I want to go to sleep.
Ya ambi yole.
Mzuri, mbiamono.
Okay, mbiamono.
Good to see you. I don't know why you...
Tole tabo kongole roga kiti ato kuana kuna abana ba minto. Mbiamono.
Kenyan with love, Mr. G, Boma, and Alex Media. It's good to see you. I want to thank you for spending time to talk about our great country and the prosperity of our country, the future, talking about good governance. That is very key for our future generations. I think I want to commend Boma for very balanced views, good advice there, and I totally agree that your statement is very powerful, and I think it is about time that RAILA listens to you. I think I like what you're saying, that revolution will not come from RAILA, revolution will come from the people. I think that is very important, that the people embrace that, because when it comes to from the people, it's more powerful than when it's initiated from the very individual that you mentioned. But I have been cautioned not to stir the water this time, and so I'm trying to say that I'll try to say that I think Baba needs to go back and see, always check two things about what Robert Greene is saying. Robert Greene says that always say less than necessary. And I think that is what needs to be done now. And also says that what we see today is that perhaps Baba is championing a good cause, but he needs to stop and reflect where and who that is championing the cause with. I think Robert Greene as well says that never to put too much trust in friends. And I think that is what is happening. Baba is putting too much trust in friends. And at the end of the day, early in the morning, we find them at State House, which something that is injuring the effort of Baba. And I think this is something that Baba needs to reflect and think twice and know who should champion the true cause of what he believes in. I don't want to say I've been asked to make sure that we close at a very balanced tone. I think let me stop there. But I want to say at the same time that there are people who are with Baba who are not helping Baba. And Baba cannot even trust them. People like Kalonzo Musyoka. I still don't think Mother Karua, I still don't think they are championing the true cause, but they want to maintain political relevance by tagging along with Baba so that they cannot be outgrown with the time. People like Wajakoya and so on. So let me stop there. But other than that, I think Ruto is, like someone said, Ruto is a politician. He's not only a politician, he appears to be a shrewd politician, saying less than necessary. His actions is concealing his intentions and is neutralizing his enemy by taking away his foot soldiers. And that means that's not very good for the Azimio part. Let me stop there. But other than that, I think it's a good conversation, and thank you for coming.
All right, thank you, Mise. You will have your. I think we're gonna have. I don't want rebuttals right now, and thank you, Mise, for really not trying to pull that. I appreciate you. Respecting what, because I knew wewe utaasha moto hapa na hapa kutaenda show ingine mpaka ya kesho kutwa. Let me with the guys in the on the studio right now, I want to start closing comments for everyone. This is how I'm going to run it. I'm going to run it the opposite way. It's going to start with Alex, then Mise, na Mise usiwashe moto like I'm saying. Then it goes to Boma, Mr. G, and then Mimi, for me, I'll accommodate the people in the comment section after that, and then we close. So Alex, you're closing, and then Mise, Mkururu Koivo, backwards.
I will give my time to Mr. G because Mr. G says that he did not give his submission. I am not sure, but since I respect submissions, I'll give him. But one thing, Mise, I respect the fact that you have said today that I think I have come to know that you support Baba subtly. However, you don't want to show it. Thank you. Mr. G, I give you my time.
Mr. G, you didn't have... Did I miss you somewhere? I thought we've been conversing. I thought you did give your submission.
I think you cut him off in the middle of something.
You know, I was trying to point out, lakini nikamalizwa bila kusema kitu nilikuwa kusema.
Na si ungesema kitu, unajua kuna watu wengi hapa sasa, sometimes I don't see everyone.
Mupe alafu niongee tafadhali because nimeona ameandika huko kwa comment section kuwa hakuongea. I felt bad. Mr. G, tafadhali ongea. We respect
do your
you.
submission and then we do your submission actually, Mr. G, and then now we start your
tafadhali unipe 2 minutes only. I won't talk a lot.
Okay, Mr. G, the floor is yours. I'm sorry, I did not see that. You should have said something. Boma ngoja kidogo. Wacha tumalizane Mr. G kwanza.
I'll give Mr. G my time. Please, adding my time.
No, it's okay. Nobody needs to contribute anyone. Everybody will do their closing. Mr. G, it's just your time. Take your time.
Okay, thank you, Alex. There's a point that I was trying to pass across. Na point ni kuwa there was a miscommunication pale kwa meeting ya Kibera between the group of Fikirini Jacobs na Gaucho. There was a problem ambao Raila alikuwa anajua Fikirini Jacobs ana timu yake ambao ni soldiers wa baba. Angeita Gaucho mbeleni akamwambia kuwa we have this team na nataka mfanye kazi pamoja, but the miscommunication kuwa jamaa waliwekwa in darkness mpaka time ya rally ndio wakaambiwa kuwa kuna hii group na wanafaa wa join, ambao haikuwa hivyo. I was not saying that we don't need kina Gaucho ama kina Okanga. No, Okanga, they are good people. We need them as a revolutionist, but we need some people who are strategists. Mtu kama Fikirini Jacob ni mtu ambaye amekuwa na Raila all along, na baada hajapewa hata kiti yote. Amejaribu kuitisha kiti anaachwa, anajaribu kuitisha kiti anaachwa, but he's a guy ambaye amefight for Raila all along. Right now kuna a mess. Alex usema kwa Raila anajua kitu anafanya. It's true, anajua kitu anafanya, but he's going slowly. Okay, mimi nikisikiza vile nani alikuwa anaongea, nikisikiza vile Makao Mutua alikuwa anaongea. In fact, Makao Mutua akaongea ni Raila anaongea. Makao Mutua aliongea na akasema sahi the ball is in the hands of wananchi. Na kama the ball is in the hands of wananchi, Raila should go ahead na his course. Na his course ni kuwa hataki kurecognize legit our government ambao haiko legit government ya Zakayo, na kwa sababu harecognize, he's pushing for them to resign, watoke kwa hiyo kiti. Na kutoka kwa kiti ni hizi forums ambazo ameziitisha, anaelimisha watu, ndio sasa watu wakitoka waseme sisi hii imetosha, hatutaki huyu mtu. But now the problem is Raila amezungukwa na watu ambao hawamsaidii, comedians, watu ambao kitu ambao anajua is only jokes, ndio kitu ambao anajua. Watu kama kina Jalango, hawa ni watu ambao hata the first meeting alisimama kuongea, tulisimama hapa tukasema kuwa hawa watu hakuna point ambao wanapatiana watu as a revolutionist. Sasa ni time ambayo tunataka revolution, na hawa watu wakisimama they have no idea of anything they are talking about. Hawa ni watu ambao wanaongea tu mambo yao ambao hata haihusiani na mambo ya revolution. Sasa ni wakati ambao Raila anahitaji watu ambao they are critical thinkers, watu ambao wanaweza mpatia direction, wakamwambia tufanye hivi, lakini ikifika mambo ya kufix issues on the idea ya ODM, wakae boardroom, waongeze vitu kando, wasiongee mbele ya watu. Hiyo watakuwa na mwaga mtama mbele ya makuku wengi ambao haitaleta manufaa. So what I was trying to say ni kuwa we need people who can stand with Baba. Sasa ndio time ambayo tunataka kina Migunas, those people ambao wako bold, wanaweza ongea, wanaweza pass idea, wakasema hii kitu ni wrong and this one is right. Look at what's happened to the life of Miguna right now. The guy ameenda kwa government, hata hajulikani kama yuko Kenya ama hayuko Kenya. Why? Kwa sababu huyu mtu ni mtu ambaye amezoea kuongea vitu ambazo zina push government to act. Unaona? Lakini sasa anajua ako kwa government ambao haifanyi anything. The government is not performing. Na sasa kwa sababu ni government ambayo imemsaidia karudi Kenya, hawezi ongea. The only place ambayo anaweza ongea ni wakati ako kwa opposition. Na kwa opposition sasa hizi kuja kwa opposition, kwa sababu hata akija kwa opposition no president atamsumbua. But we need guys ambao wanaweza simama wakasema Baba, hapa hii government haiendi sawa na sisi hatuwezi enda kufanya nao kazi. Watu kama kina Jaramu ni watu ambao wafaa kurudishwa kwa kiti ya kurudishwa karibu na Raila. Kwa sababu ni watu ambao watakuwa nakuja wanaongea vitu zao ambao wanataka, lakini wakitoka pale wanaenda kuongea na government. Wakirudi wanasema sisi hatuwezi join government, sisi ni watu wa opposition. So hiyo ni mediocrity ambayo tunahitaji. Let us focus on our cause. Our cause ni kwa hatuwezi recognize this government. Why? Kwa sababu iliwepewa kiti ambao haikuwa imeshinda. That was my point. But we need people ambao wanaweza fight, watu kama Fikirini Jacobs. Those are people who can think. Those are people ambao wamesimama na Raila miaka yote na bado hajapewa anything, but they still wamesimama. Hatuwezi sema kwa hatutaki that group. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu tuko na kina Gaucho. Gaucho is our guy. We love him. But wafanye wote kazi pamoja. That's what I was trying to pass across. Yes, Alex, endelea.
Mi nataka kusema hivi. Na ninashukuru sana ndugu yangu Mise. Unajua Mise, wacha nikwambie kitu kimoja. Wewe ni wakili. Na kuwa wakili si kitu cha, it's not something to be petty around. Let me speak English because I'm more eloquent in English. It's not something to petty around. A lot of people have called me and asked me, how do we get to Canada? How do we do this? How do we do this? But sometimes your insinuations have been so contrary, so radical, and sometimes we wonder if you really know that how Kenyans are suffering. But today you have said something that really has made me, and I want to tell all people in Butembe that Mise is with us, not Messi. I'm sorry for using them. We just came from World Cup, and I'm just confusing your name with the. I thought you can be Messi anyway because you are a good guy. But let me tell you, business, reputation, character, and rhetoric are synonymous. If you could talk to a language that we can understand you, you can help so many Kenyans here. We are not telling you that you must speak pro-Raila, but we want you to speak pro-Kenyan. Because there is a day even you told me that, is this Alex talking about pro-Kenyan? Mimi nimekosana hata na Kenyatta hapa because I'm talking about pro-Kenyan. But I love the way you spoke today. If all of us will stop talking from the party point of view, ODM, Azimio, Kenya Kwanza, and then we put our lives, because we have a common problem. Sahi, Mise, watu Kenya wanakupigia simu wanakuambia, nitumie $20, nifanye nini, fanya hivi. Mise, let us talk about the problems that we have in Kenya right now. And the problems we have right now, they are not unique, they are common. Continue to become like the Mise we want. The other thing, Mr. G, I like the way you represent your views. What we want in our country overall is to make sure that every Kenyan has an opportunity to put food in the table, to take their children to school, and to be able to live like a human being. Misa, sometimes you talk here as if you are not a human being, that you come from the moon and we come from somewhere that we don't even know.
Alex.
No, hold on. There's a point I'm putting.
No, tuanze kufunga bwana. Hatutashinda hapa hivi.
No, I'm finishing.
We're not here for character assassination. Tuanze kufunga.
I'm finishing because Mise touched me. Mise, I would like us to go in that center whereby we are not extremists, whereby we are not party-centered, whereby we have become Kenyans, whereby we talk the language whereby we feel the need and the empathy and the apathy of the people. Today you have spoken like a gentleman, a legal scholar, and a person we can look unto. And I want to congratulate you personally. Omwano mindo. Akitika tokonya abantu ba mindo. No, don't laugh. Omwano mindo. Tika tokonya abantu ba mindo. What I just said in Kisi is, my brother, let us help our people. Let us not go into party lines and forget that people are suffering. If Mise has connection in Canada, let us not see that ni Mkisi ni nini. Contact him. Because I know there are so many opportunities in Canada. And he is part of the people that can help us. Mise, are you willing to help Kenyans as Kenyans, not as Kenya Kwanza? Tell us here today so that we can know that we can trust you. You are a lawyer. You are the only lawyer that we know here. Help our people who are in Kenya, who want to come to Canada, who have qualifications, and I can tell many of them are looking at you. But sometimes the way you speak, they fear you. Mise, come out today and tell the people that I'm not this way. I want to help Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Stay here, bado usiende mbali. Mise, it's your time to talk. Remember, this is the closing remarks. Kila mtu, we are going round. Tutatoka kwako, we go to Boma. We come to Mr. G. Mr. G ndo anatufungia show today. And then after that, we will appreciate the people in the comment section. The one with Wanya Okoko, alafu will also appreciate the people who are also not on the comment section. Hii ni kipindi cha Lala Salama. Tafadhali, na appreciate everybody. Mr. Mise, take it over. Don't start, msianze vita zingine, tafadhali. Let's just have a conversation or a closing remark, what you feel, na isikuwe na rebuttal, tafadhali.
Thank you so much. I think, Boma, I was complimenting your thoughts, and looks like it resonates very well with my brother Alex. And Alex, my brother, flattery will take you everywhere. I do appreciate your comments today, and hopefully that we all know that we have one country, and that is what we should treasure. Now, that being said, let me say I like using this example a lot because I learned a lot from the former president Bill Clinton. In 1993, in October 1993, there is a story of the Black Hawk Down that that is being told, and it was termed an operation termed Battle Mogadishu, and this was geared by an elite force to go and host and capture Muhammad Farah Aidid, because he was one of the most wanted person in Somalia. During that time, they had estimated that they will take approximately 45 minutes to capture and leave the most elite. Now, one thing that happened is that when they got there, they had underestimated the Somalis. They knew that the Somalis were not well trained, were not well equipped, and that is when the new helicopters type of airplanes had come, that they could land very silently, that you couldn't even know. But now, why am I using this example? This approach of uncalculated risks caused a lot of loss to the Americans. We lost 18 elite soldiers from the Americans by the Somalis. They used the LPGs to bring down the Black Hawk Downs. And the Black Hawk Down then had the most recent technology that had ever existed. So I want to say to the Prime Minister that the Prime Minister has been working with a lot of people in his strategies, the meetings, and all that. And these people are now leaving to go to the other side. I think he must reflect. He must sit and think about what is the uncalculated risks of the disclosed information, intelligence to the other side. But I want to say that the journey must go on. I would love to see the Prime Minister change the narrative from stolen election to inability of the government providing basic needs of the basic needs to the people. Talk about poor housing, talk about food security, talk about the cost of living, and call people to stand and compel the government to lower the cost of living, lower the prices, And this will resonate with only not only the Azmio followers or diehards, but also to other people who are also who belong to the UDA, because this issue of the cost of living is affecting both of us. And it's true that my brother Alex, Kenyan with Love, Mr. G, Boma, all of you, as long as you have a job, there are people who look after you. There are people who want your support. And because of that, they become our burden. And by so doing, we will now have a grounded argument of stolen election. So we put the needs of the people first, and then now we will have a reason why we illegitimize the Ruto's presidency, because we would have demonstrated that he is unable to deliver. But if we if we keep going the same way we are going, it will bring about fatigue, and you don't want people to be fatigued at a time like this when we want change to our country. Our country is so respected, and I can tell you that other people out here, these countries, they respect and admire Kenya. Everyone I've met, when you tell them that you come from Kenya, they get mesmerized because Kenya is respected within our region because of the progress in terms of the democracy, in terms of the culture of the people, the awareness, the proactiveness of our people. And we don't want to lose that reputation. We want to progress by ensuring that we rally people for a common cause that will bring change, and not now and for our future generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mise. I'll just say something real quick as we're moving on to
Kenya with Love.
Alex, hold on. Alex, I'll come to you.
Just a second.
Just hold on, brother. Hold on.
Second.
Please. You see, I just want to say something because Boma is also here in the car and whatever. Alex, I'll come to you. Miss, I'll tell you sometimes, yes, you might say it that way, but let me also tell you the day that our elections were cancelled and we were told to go back to the ballots, it was the first time that it happened in Africa. And we were respected of something that we thought nothing could ever be respected out of doing that. So these radical things that you think that maybe we need to walk it slow, maybe we don't need to do that, and maybe we might be respected out of that. Alex, unless it's just a minute, because Boma has been waiting. Anyway, Alex, amepitisha chance yake. Let's go, Boma. We'll come back to Alex.
Okay, mi nitakuwa brief. It is such a sad.
So this is what I was gonna say.
Oh, Alex is on. Oh.
Yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Mise, I'm going to congratulate you for saying two things. First of all, stolen election. We need to accept that we can't go on like that. This was a stolen election. Secondly, I want to concur with you that we need to move on as Kenyans so that not as party affiliated people who are factionalized in terms of economics, in terms of party lines, in terms of many other things. So what you have said today is very cogent, very courageous, and I want to tell you that if you continue to speak like this, we are going to mobilize people.
Alex, you're disrespecting me. You're disrespecting me a lot because Boma was talking. I've already told you to wait for Boma to talk. He hasn't spoken, but you're just jumping in. Please. You've been here for a long time. Mata amepotea sasa. And I'm trying to get him back. When he comes back, just let him talk. The guy is trying to leave. Please, I'm just asking.
Yeah. Now that he's already talking, let him finish Kenya with Love, and then.
No, I'm not going to speak. If you think I'm disrespecting you, you speak whatever you want to.
No, I'm just giving someone else an ini, and then you just jump in. You,
I
bro.
didn't hear him speak. He was not audible on the other side.
Okay, you go ahead. I'll give him a chance after you.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not going to speak. I'll speak with Miss on the side.
Okay. All right.
You know, Kenyan with love, let me tell you one thing. One thing we want to do with Mise. Mise is a person that is very resourceful. But because he has been on the other aisle, because even us, we have not been on the center, we have missed an opportunity that we should not miss. There are many Kenyans who have credentials, and Canada is hiring. Mise, tell them. And this is what we want. As part as we are playing politics, people like Shiko, people like who, they can come to Canada. That's all I'm saying. That Mise should take his position as a lawyer and a person who has an opportunity to bring us to Canada. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
I understand you, brother. Boma, can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead and finish your conversation now,
Okay,
what you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just finished briefly. Just to concur with you, Alex. Yes, I am in Canada, and in Canada is endless opportunities. I don't have to. There's no argument about that. It's whatever you have and your credentials, and I think Mise can maybe speak a bit more onto that and have like a forum and things like that. Yeah, but the opportunities here are just amazing. And we've had people that have come and we've helped. So yeah, I'll just concur with you that whatever chance you could get to help out Kenyans, especially at this time when things are really, really, really thick in Kenya. I think it's important to think and research and do whatever we can to help out people. Anyways, that was my segue. But I just wanted to say that I think it is important for us as Kenyans, as voters, as people who care about our country, to really think about the things that are happening, both within both camps. You know, one side that has decided to go winner take all, and then this other side that is kind of in a vessel that is leaking, that is unsure, that the captain or the pilot is not sure who is who, and it seems like is trying so hard. You know, there's not so much of a disheartening thing when you're trying to swim somewhere and you have these people that you are pulling along and you are trying to say, can you try a little bit, you know, try and you know, swim a little bit. But wow, they just decided to drag you down with them. And some of them, they just cut, you know, the boy, and they just drift off on their own and they go and do their own thing. That is really disheartening for someone like Mrs. says, who has, you know, a legacy that was so intact and is still intact, and is trying to fight for people, and yet there are these middlemen that are just there. They are like sharks. They don't care about the monarchy. They don't care. Can you imagine? We are, even at this point, we are crying about, we are making noise about someone who stands on the podium, and the only thing he says is Jeshia Baba, Jeshia Baba, Jeshia Baba. And we are thinking that is an important soldier for Baba to have lost. You know, we don't know what exactly he stood for. We don't know what kind of policies that he had in place to help out the people that voted him in. We have no idea. Some of these people, they just jumped on the bandwagon and they got elected because simply they were with Baba, you know. So it is important for the Mwananchi to do some evaluation and say, why are we voting in the people that we are voting in? And is this because we are not paying attention? As I said earlier, are we not thinking when we go into that booth, when we vote in this person, what changes are they bringing to the table? Or is it because they are just standing with Baba? Is it because they are just standing with Ruto? Is it because they are in this particular party that we are voting for them? And then when they disappoint us, we act like we don't know why they are disappointing us. We act like they are not a product of our own, miscalculations or lack of thinking or lack of putting thought in the vote that we were casting. So I think that will be important for people to think about next time they go into that booth. Why are they voting in the person that they are voting in? Because for a long time, people have been going to the voting booth in the name of Mtuwetu, this person who has been fronted by Baba, or they've been on a podium by Baba, wanajulikana, not putting into thought, like, why are they even offering themselves for this seat? And what things have they brought forward that are going to help us as people, so that when they disappoint us, when they choose to go the other way, we can look back and say, this is what they say they are going to do, and they've reneged all that. They've gone against everything. But if they never promised us anything, why are we feeling like we own them? We don't own them because they never promised us anything. They just stood and we gave them our vote, and that's it. So they can go and do whatever they want to do. And then 5 years later, we'll bring in someone else like that, So my parting shot is, let's start thinking critically. And I think we can, as Kenyans, as reasoning people, we can do that and start educating people on that front. Thank you.
Thank you. We really needed to hear that. Mr. G.
Okay, thank you, Mato. I can see, first of all, I can see Mzalendo. Mzalendo, I wish that you come in, we have a private chat after this. Kushinda, ukiniuliza vitu hapo. Just come in, we have a private chat hapa. Okay, I agree with Mise and Boma for what they have said. It's very true. But now, there's something that we need to tuseme tu kweli. This is an election that was bungled. You see, and this is the only time we have to address this issue. Kama mamua, we should not address this issue, tuache government ifanye kazi yake, then we should forget about 2027. And not only 2027, hata hizo zingine election zingine hakuna election ambayo itaifanyika. What we are trying to push hapa ni kuwa let our vote count. Na for our vote to count, hatuwezi sema tutaenda kubadilisha vitu kwa parliament. Look at how people are being bought. Watu wananunuliwa mpaka sasa. There's nothing we can pass kwa parliament ambayo itasaidia mwananchi wa chini, kwa sababu wale ni watu wote ambao wanaenda sana na Ruto sasa. You see, what we are trying to say ni kuwa let our vote count. Na for our vote to count, we need to address this issue. Na kuaddress ni right now. Kama our cause is for Ruto to go, let Ruto go. Na kama ni Ruto kuenda, kwa tuseme tunaenda kupigana. No. Sasa tuko na forum ambao watu wana discuss their issues. Alafu wakisha discuss their issues, matter itakuwa on the hands of mwananchi wa kawaida mwenyewe kuamua. Kama ataamua twende vene Sri Lanka wameenda, then that is it. I'm a businessman. I know how it feels wakati umeweka business alafu clients hawakuji, na clients hawakuji kwa sababu kuna shida hapo mahali. You see, but now when we push for this cause, tunajua election hazijakuwa counted, hazijakuwa count. Our votes hazijai count hata siku moja. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu ya corruption ambayo iko kwa hii kitu inaitwa IBC, na our courts, the whole judiciary imejaa na corruption all around. Na to address it, this is the right time because tumepata a whistleblower ambao is a guy from the IBC. Na ni mtu ambaye ametoa authentic results. Sijaona Chebukati akisimama kipinga. Kitu ambacho nimeona Chebukati akisimama kipinga ni only the videos ambao Raila alisema kuwa hako na video ambao Chebukati with the other two kids walitembelea kwa nyumba yake. Those are the things ambao mpaka Chebukati anataka kupeleka Raila kwa court. But kuhusiana na results, mbona hajaongea kuhusu hii results? Mbona asija akasema hivi vitu ni wrong? Alafu sasa akisema ni wrong, sasa twende kama nifungua server wafungue server. Wasifungue server kama vile huyu Zakaya anasema kufungua server na wamefungua portal. Si server, ile ni portal ilifungua, na portal ni kitu ambao watu wengi wakora wa Venezuela walikuwa wanatuma information zao pale ndani. We cannot trust server, we cannot trust portal tukisema ni server. No. Server ndiko na all information ambayo tunataka. Na for us to know everything, ni Raila a push for his cause, Chebukati ajitokeze aseme those whistleblowers numbers ni fake, and then twende afungue tuone ukweli uko wapi. My last point, tumekuwa na issue na Raila. As I continue to talk, mzalendo kama unanisikia, just come in, I need to have a private chat with you. Raila amekuwa na shida ambayo imemcost, na shida ambayo imecost Raila ni kutoruhusu mwananchi wa kawaida achague leaders ambao mwenyewe anataka. What am I trying to say? Mambo ya direct ticket tuachane nayo. Raila achane na mambo ya direct ticket. Awache watu wachague leaders ambao wanataka. Look at what's happening in Nyanza sahi about hii issue ya Mbadi. Mbadi hangesema anataka kutoka kwa uongozi wa ODM, but anasema sasa anataka kutoka, ako ready kutoka. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu alikuwa disappointed. Why? Alikuwa anataka seat, akaambiwa wewe kaa chini, akaekewa mtu ambaye yeye alikuwa hataki, na nasikia huyo mtu angesimama na yeye angeshinda. Amekuwa discouraged. Mise here. Mise is a guy for Raila all along, but he was also disappointed at sometimes. Na that's why unaona akiongea hajakuwa mbaya sana upande wa Raila na hajakuwa sana upande wa Ruto, but ni mtu ambaye amependa baba all along. He was disappointed. Na issue is hizi mambo tu za direct tickets. Tunafaa tutoe hizi vitu. Wacha wananchi wa Kenya wachague leaders ambao wanataka. Mtu wako akikataliwa, kwisha, tutapata mtu mwingine tuendelee. But hii mambo ya direct ticket inafanya mpaka tunaanza kuletewa macomedian kama kina Jalango ambao they have nothing to offer, only jokes they can offer. Sasa angalia leaders ambao wametoka kwa Azimio, 18 people. Those are a great number ambao inge bring a difference, lakini wamejitoa, wameenda kwa Zakayo. This is the time as we fix our own things kwa ODM, although those things should not come out wakati wa rallies. Ni vitu nafai fixiwe on boardroom. Lakini tukija kwa rally tuongee kitu ambao tunaamua. Kama ni our course ni kutoa huyu mtu, tumtoe. Hakuna mambo mengine ya kubembelezana hapa. Hatuwezi fanya this government. We are not for handshake. Wale ambao wanataka handshake waende, lakini sisi tuamue at least to address this issue. Our votes should count. Our voice should be heard. Judicially isimamie ukweli. Tuache mambo ya propaganda ambao wanatumia na ukora na corruption ambayo imejaa kwao. But how can we address these things? Kwa sababu sahi there's nothing we can do. The only thing tunaweza fanya ni twende kwa forum, twende kwa rallies. Wacha mwananchi wa kawaida achukulie matters on his own hand na kila kitu iende vile itaenda. Hakuna kitu tunaweza ngoja kwa itaanza hapa na mbele. Hakuna kitu hapa na mbeleni, hakuna. Kenyan love with love. I think mimi nitamalizia hapo.
Nashukuru sana. At this time Mise, utatutafutia ile wimbo wetu unaijua, ama utatuambia kwa kitu alafu ile wimbo wetu si unajua venye tu ufunganga the first answer. Lakini kama kuna mtu pia, nyinyi wote mnisaidie tushukuru, because this show cannot be done without the people in the comment section. Saa zingine wanaudhi, saa zingine wanapendeza pia. And everybody else that has been watching us, wamekuja hapa, the people who have the courage to come on the show, wale wamekuwa in the morning tangu ianze, in the evening depending on where you are, we want to thank you. We've come to a point of where it's time to close. At this point, I think we will want to, with the people on the panel right now, we would want to start thanking people on the comment section. So kama mnaweza nisaidia, wacha njaribu kuanzia huku juu. Mkiona mtu niambieni. Brian Richard kama kawaida kabisa. Kina Mise, mkiona mtu tuambie. Mr. G, saidia huko. Tusaidia watu wa comment section, because this show cannot be done without the people on the comment. Due diligence, nimemwona huko. Na ukitaka kutajwa saizi anza kutupa blue na ama upatiane comment huko tutakuona. Brian Richard.
Yeah, ningependa kutuma shout out to Edith Mbeya, awache umbea. Ujumbe ni kwamba awache umbea, but all in all it's good to have them. Robin Lashira, Nancy, and Fatima Nasmiu, John Dinda, Brian Richards, nafikiri hao ndio wamepokea. Mr. Blue,
nimeona pia Penyagaka alikuwa around.
Blue Mwanambali, this guy is here with me in Canada, he lives here. Amesema
Nick Odhiambo ndio huyo,
lakini huyu jamaa wa Blue Mwanambali amesema kwamba angependa sana to sponsor to sponsor, so tuone.
Mato, unajua Nico Diambo ni nani?
Nani?
Nico Diambo namjua ni nani?
Ni nani?
Huyo ni mzalendo huyo.
Mzalendo, karibu sana mzalendo, karibu.
Sawa, thank you so much kunijulisha, sasa nimejua. You just made my day. Okay, kumbe huyo ndio mzalendo. Mzalendo, basi tumekuona. Nico Diambo. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
John Dinda kele tukaito katina ngoni. Hako ni ketu. Huyo tutakupatia mise uache siasa.
Unajua ujui kama John Dinda ni Charlie ama ni dem, so
si mimi ni Mkamba najua. John Ndinda ni Mkamba kasichana kazuri. Unajua Ndinda, you know what Ndinda means in Kamba? It means msichana wa kukaa. Ndinda kukaa. Haindi. Sasa ukioa hakuna mahali atajaenda. Roda, we can see you are here. Pamela Kageni, thank you so much for always being here. Awino Rapemo, sijui tulikuwa tumeacha wapi Awino Rapemo. Wanakuaga hapa kutoka show ianze mpaka iishe.
Stephen Ojuang, I like that. Politics is a science and never got personal. Thank you. That is very wise, Stephen. Nothing to get personal. We are all friends. We are all Kenyans.
Fatma Nasmio anakuuliza kama anaweza pata kazi Canada.
Akiwa anaweza pata kazi, anaweza pata. Ina depend how she's looking for that job. Is she an expert? What kind of a level of education she has? And things like that. So there's something called express entry. Anaweza fuatilia hiyo. Ukienda Google and type immigrate to Canada, the government of Canada, you will see the website for government of Canada. So explore things like express entry or skilled worker or rural migration pilot project. Vitu kama hizo, they will tell you more. And even if you are a pastor as well, anyone like religion, Canada has a program where it actually brings religious workers. It's called, it's a program that the government of, I think is Alberta, that brings in, I'll tell you what it's called.
While you're looking for that, let me just Mili Nakate, I don't remember ever seeing you. Amesema baba for life. Awino Rapemo bado anatafuta Stone PK. Stone PK itabidi nimpigie simu nimwambie anatafutwa sasa, because nimeona hiyo akitafutwa na Awino for a while. Awino Rapemo, my friend, nitamtafuta tu saa hizi.
So this program is called Alberta Advantage Immigration Program for religious leaders. So if you are a religious leader There is Alberta. Let me see if I can post this on the chat, that link, so that people can go and read about it. If you fall in that category, it can be advantageous for you. The qualification is not high, like other programs, so take advantage of that.
Okay, Yufin, nimekuona wewe saizi ndo unaamka. Sema habari yenyu.
Okay.
Mr. G, kuna nani mwingine unataka kushout out before we close? And there's last parting shots that you want to tell the people of Kenya as we go to sleep and wake up to be here again tomorrow.
Nilikuwa naambia mimi sikuwa ndida ashaolewa, huyo atoe kwa kichwa.
Nimeona hata mimi.
Nani anasema muache kumharibia jina bana? Hadi aseme.
Amesema mwenyewe. Amesema mwenyewe.
Amesema ni sawa, lakini leo tumesema tuongee kwa uzuri, lakini nafikiri Wakenya wanafaa kuzungumza kwa pamoja. Hivi tukizungumza hivi bila uhasama wowote, nafikiri mzuri sana. Nafikiri kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka niongezee yenye ndugu yangu Mr. G alisema kwamba demokrasia ama haki huwa inaanza kwa nyumba, ama wanasema charity begins at home. So I think cleaning our house as a party, as a people, I think is very, very necessary, so that you don't lose people who are passionate, people who are believers in a cause. So I think there is a reflection, vile amesema, and people like John Mbadi, these are people who have been champions, and losing them is not good for us. But again, watu wa UDA, don't be what is that? Musidanganyike. Do not be deceived, because there is a law that says pose as a friend, work as a spy. Okay, so kwa hivyo msije, kuna mtu alikuwa amesema sana kwamba Raila anajua chenye anafanya. Kwa hivyo usimuone ukaona kwamba Raila hajui chenye anafanya. Inaweza kuwa inasema actually, Robert Greene anasema kwamba pose as a friend, work as a spy. Knowing about your rival is critical. Use spies to gather valuable information that will help you a step ahead. Better still, play the spy yourself. In a polite social encounters, learn to probe, ask indirect questions to get people to reveal their weaknesses and intentions. There is no occasion that is not an opportunity for artful spying. So kwa hivyo naweza kuwa akina Jalango tusije tukawapiga viboko kwanza. Tunaweza tukapata hao ni jeshi la baba kweli, wanataka walete information for the victory or success of Baba's mission. So we have to restrain from kuwapiga. Lakini kama mmesema John Ndinda ameenda, basi Yufina Adams, wajua Adams alikimbia. Yufina Adams mimi bado niko hapa.
Bado hajaipotea, unaona bado ni Yufin A something. Lakini
jina langu la katikati linaanza na A, huwezi ukajua. Kwa hivyo hizo ni ishara kwamba mambo ni mzuri.
Kunazo majina ambazo sijaiona hapa. Kuna Robbins Leshira na Evelyn Sore, sijaiona hapa. So kama nyinyi
kuna Siro Dumo.
Travel with Fred, karibu sana. Huyo tunamjua lakini anakuaga tuko.
Okay, mzalendo ajue baba haendi UDA hata hapa karibuni.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's come to that time that it's time to say that we had a good show. I think we've been here for a long time. We really appreciate everybody that comes around, listening, commenting. When you comment, you're already on the show because we can see everything, and the people who are in the show can actually see you. So you're a big participant when you come. Just don't watch. Come and comment. Be on the comment side. Actually, some people have more fun on the comment section than even coming into the show. But if you can come into the show, you come into the show. Be a participant. Just don't be a watcher. So it's a good show. I think today we had, I was looking, there was a time we had almost 500 on one side, and the other side, I think we had almost 200 and something, which is a good number. And because we talk and people listen, and just what you see on the screen is not actually what is there, because there's other people watching too that are not even watching through us all.
Yufina Adams anasema nikuwe mhubiri. Yufina Adams, ningependa ukuwe mkarimani nikiwa
Carolina Tieno, thank you for the blue. Anyway, so ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the time to end it. Thank you. See you again next tomorrow, and God bless. We will be here. I believe Bernard will be opening it up, and then if not me, someone else will be there. And let's keep on talking to people. The moment we stop talking, the moment we start fighting. And always know that you can always click in, get in here, have a conversation, and get the real news that you can have, and with a news that you can actually interrogate with people of like and unlike-minded. I appreciate everybody. God bless you. Have a good night, and thank you all. Good night.
tunafanya national anthem mama.
Oh, I think Nishaf. Okay, haijafungika. God damn, thank you. Sorry.
So,
yeah, Kichapie.
I go for it?
Yes.
Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and tuonane. Alamsiki.
Good night, everyone.
Sawa.
Nick akuji